What up? Early stream for once. Pisco's take actually being a page troll is good with me. I have no idea what his take is going to be. I'm actually really excited to see. He did not send me the Riverside link, but let me just join his live channel.
Why?
Why what?
Oh, wow. You're here. Oh, okay. So we're watching the lawyer goobers. And so this guy, Ron Coleman, he used to be one of Trump's attorneys, and he's filing on
You're
behalf
talking
of
to me.
I know, I'm talking to you.
Okay, just making sure. You're just like, you're just launching straight into it. Okay. Love it. Go for it.
Well, no, I'm describing what we're watching right now. I'm trying to bring you in. And in a second, I'm going to send you the link for
Riverside. Can you turn on your camera?
Yeah.
The people need to see your face.
People don't need to see shit. Oh, wait, I need to turn this on. Turn on camera. Boom.
Perfect.
Awesome. What I was saying is, hang on, let me set something up. Full screen. Hang on, you might need to entertain people in a second. These people are representing, or one of these people is representing Kiwi Farms and 4chan, and they're basically alleging that there is like a requirement for the UK, like, not to impose on 4chan and Kiwi Farms like compliance standards of the UK when they're operating there, and they're trying to raise like First Amendment issues.
What the fuck does the UK care about the First Amendment? I'll be real.
That's kind of where I'm at. I don't even know that they have. They're trying to sue them in DC, which I think is like already.
Is this it? Wait, who's suing who? Is this in any way related to the Telegram thing?
They cite the Telegram indictment or something, right? There's an indictment, Telegram indictment. What's that?
Yeah. But at that point, it's like that the Telegram person, one, is like a dual citizen, and two, they're like mad that they won't like the thing that he's getting in trouble for is for like not complying, even though there's been criminal complaints alleged against Telegram, and I guess under French domestic law that's some sort of issue for them. I don't know. I've looked into it like multiple times, but like, because Anna Kasparian brings this up a lot, and anytime Anna Kasparian makes something a pet cause of hers, I'm like, very sus. Tucker Carlson's talked to this guy. I didn't watch the interview with Tucker Carlson, but I kept like thinking that it was going to be like bigger than it was, and it just hasn't been to me. But like, I can't remember anything other than like Anna Kasparian going, "It's wrong what they're doing to this guy. It's not fair."
Yeah, no, I don't know what the specific case is of the Telegram person, but it just feels like not applicable to try to apply the First Amendment in like federal American law to what the UK is doing for content that's located in their country. Like if you're expanding your content to like the United Kingdom, it just feels like they have a right to apply their law. Now you could just choose never to go to UK or something, and or just choose to cut off your content to UK.
Or they can choose to ban yours, right?
Yeah.
Like the thing that's weird to me is like we would never accept the reverse of this. UK citizen comes here, breaks some form of American domestic law, and they're gonna cite like UK domestic law to be like, but I can do this in the UK. It's like, yeah, but you didn't try to do it in the UK or in the US now. So
I have a okay. This is hypothetical. Okay, hypothetically, right? Let's say that American law made it so that CSAM was acceptable to post. Okay. Hypothetically, would UK be bound to host CSAM just because American law respected it? I think the answer is no. I think that they have the right to, if you try to bring that stuff into UK servers or show it to UK consumers, I think that they would have absolutely a sovereign interest in enforcing the law. And so if it goes so far as that, I don't know why it wouldn't extend to all kinds of content.
Right.
Their power. Yeah. I sent you the link, by the way, to Riverside.
And we don't even respect the jurisdiction. We're not a signatory to the Rome Statute. We don't care about like the ICC, right?
Also, I don't know if they served this corporation properly. Like you're supposed to serve them via the Hague Convention. I don't know. It feels like, America in general isn't really a big respecter of a lot of these international.
And like the reason why is because the argument consistently is that it undermines you American sovereignty, and that Americans should be bound strictly to the Constitution, not to these, not to exactly.
Yeah.
All right, like states obviously are bound to it because it's the whole point of international law, but not like, domestic affairs or whatever. Sometimes they smuggle in like, American foreign policy into this is a domestic consideration. This is passed by our Congress, so it's domestic or whatever.
Are you joining?
That's what I'm doing. Hold on.
All right, chill. I wonder what you're gonna say about this this article thing. Yo, what up? Hang on, I'm gonna show you. One second. Do this. I'll do this.
For the second I joined Riverside, you got quiet.
All right, cool. How about now?
Okay,
we're good?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Welcome, everybody. We're doing some further content with Erin. We have some news stories that we're going to do, and then hopefully we're going to react to some her take. Okay. And yeah, I'm excited because I think the first topic should be your topic, and I think that we'll have a lot to say about it. And I think we should review the article as well.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Okay, cool.
This is yours.
Hold on. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
It's our good friend, Taylor Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz. We love Taylor Lorenz here, don't we, folks?
Taylor.
We love Taylor. We love to see it.
1 in the chat if you love Taylor. 2 in the chat if you...
really love Taylor.
No, 2 is if you...
How do you feel? Would you be dropping a 1 or a 2?
I'd be dropping a 2. I'll be dropping it. Listen,
she's hit or miss for me. She's hit or miss for me, for sure.
She's hit or miss. Like, there's something I think she's based on, but a lot of 2 energy for me. A lot of 2 energy.
It's like
some 1s in the chat.
The Keffel shit. Don't like her prepared content tends to be better than what her
The what?
Her prepared content, because she has a YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, some of the prepared content is good. I've seen some of it.
I like the prepared content for sure. Her takes on Twitter, like she was complaining that like the left is more like Nazis. Look at the DSA is more like Nazis because they don't respect that some people are immunocompromised and need to wear a mask.
What do you think about the whole mask thing?
The same thing I think about Mr. Potato Head's gender, and the same thing I think about Sydney Sweeney, neo-Nazi American Eagle jeans ad. It's like, who gives a fuck
about masks?
Who gives a fuck about?
She cares about masks.
I think anybody attempting to overly restrict use of masks is weird, and I think anybody who's like freaking out, like, I can't wear my fucking mask, which I'm like, where is this issue manifesting? Also weird, because it's like the issue wasn't that she couldn't wear a mask; it was that she didn't feel like welcome to do it or something like that. And I'm like thinking, go make yourself the biggest victim somewhere else, Taylor. Why are you doing this? I don't even know.
All right, so why don't you show people the article?
Okay.
A lot of people are aware of this. They were adding me relentlessly, and it's been a big discourse spot.
They want his take. No, Pisco's take. Okay, so a dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic.
You're not sharing it.
Yes, I am.
Not on Riverside.
Oh wait, no, I'm not. Hold on, sorry. So I didn't know what you were talking about. When are you and Pisco doing an all Spanish stream? Give me a break.
She can't speak Spanish.
Stop. Okay.
Oh, my bad.
Solo un poquito.
Solo un poquito. Hey, your accent's good.
Okay. A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers by Taylor Lorenz. This was published August 27th, 2025. In a private group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. I'm already going to correct something pedantically here. Up to $8,000, because as they explained, not everybody's pay scale was exactly the same. Some people were paid as low as $250 a month. Other people were offered as high as stipend.
It's not just pedantic. That is important to note.
Yeah.
The amount of money here, absolutely relevant.
Yeah. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. And
give it right there. So just scroll up real quick. I was aware of Chorus. Chorus is not the hidden the secretive thing, right? So chorus is
no, it's just not as
thing.
Public profile. It's like not like a huge thing though. That's it.
People, like a lot of people don't know what it is, but that's not for a lack of chorus trying.
Right.
And Brian Tyler Cohen has promoted chorus on his Twitter. I've seen it. He's pushed it. He's talked about it openly. So chorus is not something that's like unknown to people in left-wing circles. I was certainly aware of what chorus was.
And some of the influencers that they've worked with have links to chorus, have disclosed that they're part of chorus, and the chorus website does list some of the creators that they work with. I've yet to like cross-reference the article and verify that every single person who's implicated in this article is up on the chorus masthead as like our creators or partners or whatever. But there is some transparency. It's not, but the bigger thing is not chorus. It's who funds chorus or like who chorus partners with.
And we can talk about that, but I just want to say that let's look at the two allegations of secrecy. It maintains secrecy about disclosing payments, and so that's one, is secrecy about disclosing payments specifically, and two, restrictions on what sort of political content the creators can produce. And let's see if they substantiate the claim.
Ogre Boy's pointing out, you asked if I could pause it, and I was reading. Called out. Okay, get it right. In the group chat, influencers debated the details. Should we send a joint email, open paren, with all our emails addresses, close paren, or are we just going to send things separately and hope that they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group. Some joked about collective bargaining. Any Newsies fan here? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star known for her appearances on Survivor, posted in the group chat, "We're a union just by saying so." Is this a musical? This is a musical, right?
I don't know Newsies. I don't know this. I don't know all this stuff. Wait, so can I ask you?
Don't pretend like you're not some theater nerd. Give me a break.
I don't know Newsies. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
I literally don't know what it is. So I think that this is a little bit like the suggestion is that there's something onerous in the contracts, but there's no context here, or at least I'm not seeing any context about what this joint email was meant to represent and what the concerns from some of these people.
I guess we'll get into it, right? The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online, posting in support of Democrats. I don't know about that. And they're because again, let's not conflate follower count, especially on TikTok, where the engagement has so much volatility, which Taylor Lorenz has admitted herself, because she has a lot of followers on TikTok, but because the way that most people engage with that platform is you open the app, you're presented with your For You page, which is an algorithm that is designed to drip feed content to you that is just highly manicured, personalized to what you want. Then there's your following tab. But as far as I understand it, the vast majority of users actually don't really ever go over to the following tab. So you might hit follow on somebody, but you're probably never going to be regularly checking their actual profile unless you've set it to do so, like notifications for them specifically. So it really, I don't know. They're the most well-known voices in support of Democrats, but okay. And they're key to wherever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Reading through this,
right? Like
with the contract changes, because and she'll get into it later. But it was kind of like a take it or leave it type deal, and it was a hasty negotiation process because they had like less than maybe 3 weeks to give an answer as to whether or not they were interested in being part of this incubator program, this pilot program that Chorus was doing.
And someone in the article, they're like, no redlining, which basically is take it or leave it.
Yeah. Reading through this revised Chorus contract, like you win some, you lose some. A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @WomenInAmerica, responded later in the thread.
Pause real quick. For those of you guys who love on the Spectrum, one of my favorite characters, real person.
Jesus Christ. These fucking people to you. They're just like...
Real person named Perry. She loves trains. And she's one of my favorite people on the show.
One of his favorite characters.
Yeah.
Post under the handle @WomenInAmerica responded later in the thread. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change. Laugh crying emoji. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Lorenzo Orlins and Perry did not reply to requests for comment. I don't feel strongly about pushing TBH. Aaron Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite. Had you ever heard of this guy? I had not.
I have, yeah. So he's the son of Lev Parnas, and his job is he's kind of like a version of Josiah, which is like repeat the news a little bit. So maybe that's where the Cronkite thing happened.
I thought the same thing when I saw this on the left here. Because Josiah's old thing was like always holding up like this tiny mic or whatever, like in all of his old TikToks.
Oh yeah, I love it. But by the way, I think that Josiah does more than that. but I think that he does like go over the news and it's like pretty much straight. He's like more straight news. And Parnas, I think, is even more like just repeat news kind of person.
Okay, then Walter, he's not the left's Joe Rogan, but he may be even better. Okay,
who said that?
Can't you see Rolling Stone is saying that? Oh shoot, sorry, I keep forgetting to like switch to share it. But this is what I was saying was reminding me of Josiah because like the format with the microphone.
Donald Trump. Wait, did you know that guy's like, who said who? What did he say? He's like, Donald Trump. He has that voice. Oh my God, who am I talking about?
I don't know.
Big news. Big news. You know what I'm talking about?
Your mic is speaking, trying to get this impression off the ground. I don't know.
News, guys. Big news. Someone give me the name. We need to do this. This needs to happen.
Okay, well, update me when you have the name. I'll continue.
Okay.
And has been lauded in legacy media outlets posted to the chat. They aren't going to modify it anymore. It seems like a take it or leave it. Parnas declined to comment. I believe we are in stage 5, acceptance, Perry responded. Creators began signing on to the deal. For years, okay, so I guess just to summarize up until this point, this is a group chat that they threw all of these creators in or that they organically formed to discuss the contract that Chorus had presented them with the terms of the agreement as far as being part of this pilot program. They were kind of all just discussing, like, you know, what do we think of the terms, you know. For years,
So no evidence of any terms and conditions that...
They get into that, though.
They'll come into it, yeah, for sure. And no evidence of, like, any... requirement to do a specific kind of content.
But I guess it's just laying the groundwork that like these creators signed on to this thing. We'll get into the terms, but there was, I guess, kind of minimal discomfort or pushback with the fact that they could not really adjust what they wanted the terms to be. Or to the extent that they were uncomfortable with it, it was like not so much that they wouldn't sign on to it. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. So this hyperlinks to an article that Taylor Lorenz herself penned for the Washington Post on June 13, 2024. Gen Z influencers who supported Biden in 2020 turned against him. The Gaza war, lack of progress on climate change, and potential TikTok ban are spanning anti-Biden content, even among former supporters. As far as I could tell, like looking into this, these were kind of like more minor creators. Like this is what it says. Lately, however, the influencer strategy seems to have shifted, both at the White House and within the Biden campaign, influencers say. I have noticed that there have been a lot more events with creators, but the creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops of them smiling with the president, not the creators who have been critical, said Khalil Green, a history content creator and education advocate in Washington, who said he hasn't been invited to the White House since he criticized the admin over the TikTok ban and the war in Gaza. To me, this is a hypothesis that perhaps the reason why he was not invited back, they were not invited back, was because they were critical of the Biden administration. It could also just be that they were deciding to go with other influencers, right? But she supports this by noting that Annie Wu Henry, a political influencer and digital strategist who worked on the Democratic campaigns, agreed with this influencer and this assessment. While the White House once treated creators as independent media, she said officials now seem to be playing favorites. Biden's team, quote, is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has to have Fox News no matter what. They have to allow all the media in, Henry said. When it comes to influencers, they only let in people who agree, and anyone who even gives a little bit of pushback is not welcome. So,
okay.
I mean, do you think that this is,
I mean, I don't know
an editorial decision that was being made, or this is just?
I do think that maybe that was the case, and perhaps it was, but yeah, the Democrats had a problem with independent media for sure, and so I agree with that, and I think that that's why there are entities probably like Chorus that are trying to up the game for Democratic involvement in independent media.
Yeah. Content creators who challenge Kamala Harris, including Hasan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left,
my God,
were similarly unwelcome at a campaign event. I said this last night that I was like, "There's no hyperlink to this. This is kind of just an assertion that she makes," and I don't know.
So if you understand anything about the White House, the Biden administration and Kamala Harris, like you would understand why people like Hasan might be unwelcome at those gatherings. If they're now, you might say, notwithstanding that, they should be invited to these gatherings, but to act as though Yeah, okay, but to act as though this kind of snubbing of Hasan Piker, that is like, I don't know, it's just not in line with the quote of light criticism, right? And she's kind of, I understand that she had content creators who quote challenged Kamala Harris, but she's kind of incorporating Piker in the same paragraph as the light criticism when Hasan Piker's criticism was anything but light, and it's just not relevant. What is the relevance of that to her overall argument?
To me, I guess what's unclear to me is like what happened that she's characterizing as similarly unwelcome at campaign events. Did somebody forbid him from showing up? Did he ask to come? Like, was he not invited? Are we saying that the lack of invitation is like constitutes being unwelcome at a campaign event? Like, I need more details for that particular assertion. That's why I didn't put too much stock in it, because I also saw it. I was like, this seems like a red herring, just, tangentially related to what we're talking about, because he is an influencer, but he's not part of Chorus. He wasn't approached by Chorus. Like, do we have evidence that the Biden administration, maybe we do, I can't remember, said no to Hasan specifically? I don't know.
Yeah. Where's the evidence that the Democrats denied Hasan? Maybe she's referencing the DNC thing where he was kicked out or something, or was he kicked out? That was
from my recollection. What happened is that he was given a spot, and then they asked him to vacate the spot so that another media org could come in. Whether, I can't remember if it was CNN, the Washington Post, or whoever it was. They gave it to him free of charge. He was allowed to go there, and then from there he could stay in the DNC, but he opted to leave. Right. And I think he was supposed to have interviews with like Ilhan Omar and a couple of other like Dem politicians, but like it didn't happen because of like scheduling conflicts. But to my understanding, he was not kicked out.
Okay, so I want to break this down a little further.
Somebody said they also took his credentials away for access to particular places. Okay, so they restricted access once they told him to like leave the press thing that they'd given him.
Okay, so one, there's a factual issue about like, well, was he unwelcome at campaign events, or was this just a DNC thing? Like, what are the facts here that we can analyze? But like, let's say that it's true. Let's say that it's true that the Biden, they were only going to online content creators that were like totally in lockstep and didn't allow Hasan Piker into the campaign events. Granted, all right, what does that say about our overall strat here? That what they're doing now with Chorus is similar in that they're only allowing people who are lockstep with the Democratic Party? I think that's going to be a massive claim to show that the same kind of critiques that were an issue for the Biden administration in terms of not allowing certain people into these events and not allowing Hasan into these events, that this same dynamic is present in Chorus.
Ogre Boy, a resident Hasanabi enjoyer, he was, quote, asked to vacate after interviewing people protesting out front. When he was relocated, it was to an area with shit internet. So again, do with that what you will. Whether you choose to characterize that as being kicked out of the DNC, I leave that up to people's individual discretion. But this is, I do think that it is funny to parlay, again, Hasan, who has been outspokenly critical towards the Democratic Party and their policies, and I agree probably with the majority of these criticisms that he's going to levy, certainly as it pertains to the Gaza genocide. But I probably wouldn't put it in somebody who, like, again, lightly criticized the administration and it has like a smaller reach because they're like a TikTok creator. One, I'm like, that seems unreasonable to me that you can't have policy disagreements with the president without them not wanting to collaborate with you anymore. Or like, it's indicative of like, okay, geez, they really can't handle any sort of dissent versus Hasan or whatever. Like, you can make tactical arguments as to why, despite him being overly critical, they ought to include him. But it's less surprising to me that they wouldn't include him.
Also, a great point from Faith Adams. DNC isn't the funding source, and she's dishonestly making that implication. So to the extent that they're implying...
Wait, where?
Or there's an implication here, right? Like we have Chorus. Listen to me. So the article is about Chorus, right?
Yeah.
And they're starting by saying, well, the DNC did this. The Democrats didn't give access, right? The White House didn't give access. The Democratic Party with the campaign didn't give access. And so there's this juxtaposition between what the Democrats, the quote, Democrats did in one term, right? The Democrats did this, and sort of conflating the Chorus entity with the Democrats and the DNC. And so I think that there's a potential danger there of
I don't think that this was somebody said this to me last night. After I read the entire article, Brian Tyler Cohen in his response mentioned that this was the implication and takeaway. That's not what I took away from this. When you search and find DNC, only this comes up a discussion about somebody who runs a pro DNC meme account who's affiliated with this dark money group.
Wait, what I'm talking about is the implication. The implication, right, by citing the White House, by citing the campaign, is that official Democratic organs, whether they're in government or whether they're the campaign itself, that conduct and what they choose to allow in their campaigns might very well be influenced by different considerations than like entities trying to build a network of Democratic leaning influencers. So, for example, like I can understand why a campaign might not want to reach out to Hasanabi based on some of the things that he said, and that consideration might be different. And so the kind of duties or expectations of the Democrat organ acting as a Democrat might be different than like a Democrat network of influencers, like-minded influencers. All I'm saying is like that is something that I think there's a danger potentially of conflation between.
There's a danger with a lack of media literacy, in my opinion, because I just did not. This was not the takeaway that I got, but that seems to be what David Pakman also addressed that as well. And I'm like, can we not just go after the lowest hanging fruit unless that really, really is the takeaway? But I feel like people are inserting that into this because that was not.
Look, it says after the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. Democrats being who, right? The members,
the Democrats,
I'm assuming, like the Democrats, which includes like me, which includes generally. Okay, so it was clear the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape, while Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy.
Okay, so when she says that, do you think that she's talking about the RNC?
I'm not sure. I mean, well,
would you think that's a reasonable implication to draw from this, or like to deduce from what that said? I wouldn't assume that.
The paragraph before that is talking about the White House, the campaign, and then you're saying the Democrats. It's a little bit. I can understand the concern. All I'm saying.
Okay. Maybe I have to see how widespread it is. Welcome back, Danny, into chat. I had to time out this chatter for 24 hours because they said I was doing an anti-Semitic dog whistle by criticizing Bibi Netanyahu because he made a statement that was in reference to Jewish Talmudic law, which has been observed even by like secular. I found mixed sources as to whether or not Bibi himself is like secular or religious or whatever, but they said that this was that was a Groyper dog whistle, and I pulled up sources showing that this is a principle held in Jewish law. They said they would not come in and debate me because they were at work. So yeah, welcome back. Okay. Where are we? Okay, after the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. This hyperlinks to what exactly? The year the Democrats lost the internet. This is another Wired article.
Was a widespread sentiment. It was shared by me. It was shared by Brian Tyler Cohen, and it's one I think that we all agree with.
What?
That Democrats failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape.
Yeah. Because the thing is that they have a harder challenge because the right has like people that want to be shills, that want to fall in line, that want to praise daddy uncritically no matter what. And the left, as opposed to the left in America, it's this amalgamation of you have, DCCC, third way types, all the way to socialists, DSA, that are part of this coalition that have a million different strategies and ways to attempt to, dismantle corporate power or challenge or like change things or whatever. In some ways, some moderates want to keep these things in place, as opposed to Republicans that are just constantly finding ways to reify hierarchies. So if that's your ideology, that is always going to be easier to organize, along because it's just far more easier to maintain the status quo than it is to how do you decide to dismantle it? And in a lot of ways, Democrats more often than not are seeking to challenge the status quo than they are to reify it.
But it's not just a vertical hierarchy here, because it's just also a lack of engagement, right? Like you can talk about, okay, you had your creators in lockstep or whatever, but the Republicans just were more, that is to say, the Republican candidates, and in this case, Donald Trump, was just more present on these platforms, and there was more integration between new media and the Republican Party than the Democrats and new media on the left, putting aside the issue of whether the Democratic influence creators are all sort of uniform in their opinions and willing to reify. There was just like much less engagement on the left.
The other thing is that the more this might be to me like kind of like inversely correlated, but the more effective and the more ingratiated the right-wing independent new media landscape intersects and is effective for Republicans, for Donald Trump, for the MAGA movement, the less ethical it becomes. I think that those two things, like, as it becomes more effective, it becomes less ethical for the most part. And so Democrats are at a juncture with...
We don't really want some kind of like closed system of thought that just obeys whatever the dear leader says. And I think I agree with that.
And so it's like, if Democrats want to fight fire with fire, it can be... you can do that, and it can be effective. It may even be effective. But as far as like my normative understanding of it, the way that I'm feeling about it, it's like, this is unethical. This is probably not, what's best for the interest of the public. It's good for the interest of Democrats, and there will be some alignment there with what's in the best interest of the public, but that's not always going to be the case, right?
There's extremes, like the extreme of doing a completely top-down kind of respect the dear leader principle type situation, like what they got in MAGA worlds.
Yeah.
And not engaging at all. So I mean, like I understand, and I
think Democrats to some extent kind of want to replicate that, and they're quickly finding the reason why they're having difficulty making inroads with these new media types is because you're going to have people of the liberal persuasion are going to be far less willing to kind of just go along and uncritically shill for a politician than fucking Aiden Ross and XQC and all of these like right wing like flagrant pod is willing to do it. Yeah. While Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention and maintaining tight relationships with creators despite their small disagreements with Trump, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. And the thing is that, again, these creators themselves wanted to minimize their disagreements with Trump because they also have their own audience to pander to.
It's like Joe Rogan. Like if you're a Joe Rogan guy, you don't criticize Joe Rogan. You don't fuck with, like, there's internal norms of not fucking with each other.
They don't punch right, really.
Right.
Unless they really want to make it. Yeah. Unless they really have decided, like Tucker Carlson versus, is it Mark Levin? I can't think of his name. The guy. Yeah, that kind of thing where it's like, okay, like we're doing this, or like him versus Fuentes. But for the most part, they don't really do that. Yeah. Now Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal
secretive. So this is dishonest, right? Secretive.
Wait, the program. The program up until this point was because it's a new program that literally only came about in the last couple of weeks. They're piloting it, and it had not been disclosed until this article. Huh?
So hang on. So if I do a Google search on the quote Chorus Creator Incubator Program, I'm gonna do it before when was the date of this article?
Yes, the 26th, I think, maybe the 27th.
So this is
27th, so yesterday.
So 26 fuck, it's August, right? Oh my god.
Question for both of you: is the interest of the dark money group anything beyond help Dems win? As far as I can tell, no.
Wait, I don't know if I'm doing the date thing right, but this is a big.
Are you trying to find the first public mention of or any public reference to the Chorus Creator Incubator Program? See, correct. What the response that I'm seeing from different creators, and I don't have the links in front of me, unfortunately, is that they were like, I disclosed that I worked with Chorus, but that is a separate point from disclosing that you worked with them in this specific capacity for this specific program with these specific terms that you signed on to. Because there's a general collaboration agreement. Like Emma Vigeland attended a PV event. Ryan Grim attended a PV event. They spoke to Ro Khanna in front of the Capitol, right? But it would be a separate thing if Emma Vigeland was a creator affiliated with Progressive Victory and did not disclose that, but then kind of tried to point to but I had these public collaborations. I was like, that's a different, like the nature of your engagement at that point was different entirely from like being signed on as a creator.
So you're saying there's a difference in collaborating with an entity and taking money from an entity, and
there's a difference between that, but the difference that I'm drawing attention to is there's a difference between having a general collaboration that's public facing, where maybe it's ambiguous it's ambiguous as to whether or not money has exchanged hands, but there's definitely a distinction between a general collaboration versus like you're being paid. Like you've appeared on Breaking Points, right? There's no reason for me to think that you were paid. But if it turned out that you had been paid by Breaking Points for that appearance as part of a program that Breaking Points has started, and then you gestured to your public appearance on it as evidence that you had disclosed, that you were affiliated with Breaking Points in this capacity, I think that would fall flat for a lot of people as true disclosure of what you had been, the nature of your collaboration with them. Don't you agree?
I think that it potentially would. Just
potentially.
Yeah, I think it would. But so I see that Chorus does advertise an Chorus Creator Incubator on their website. Now the question is, was that available before this article came out? If this was available before this article came out, I'm going to call bullshit on secretive. And so I'm just going to go to Wayback Machine to see if the application was available on the website before this article came out. I'm going to call bullshit on secretive. I mean, in what sense is it secretive?
Hold on.
Oh, the earliest is August 27th. I would be curious to know when it became publicly available to apply to this incubator program.
The lack of transparency and their inability to recognize that already discredits them, IMO, says a chatter of mine. And I think that this is really what people are upset about more so, is that like the response to this has been kind of like, this is business as usual. This is like, we're trying to challenge the right. We're this or whatever. But it's like, well, clearly there was something here that had not been disclosed before this, up until this point, right?
I'm not sure. Like, what was not disclosed?
That was what was clear to me based off of David Pakman's response. But we'll continue before we get into that.
Go for it. Yeah.
Now, Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and see, this is what only last month. So within like that could mean, I guess, like either the beginning of
the program
July.
Just started.
This is the third round of the job interview for Pisco.
Hey, no, I mean, the program just started, right?
Yeah, and this is your third round.
But like, is this really so? The notion of a secretive program, if it like just got launched.
I mean, Wired reviewed the contracts, and the contracts say like don't make allusions to this in public or whatever. The specific program.
I'm just analyzing right now, like the program's existence at all. That's what I want to know. Was the program's existence at all a secret?
Yes, Missy. Like if they're not doing something wrong, why are they so defensive about it? Their reaction to me is what's also fueling the controversy.
Wait, Aaron or who?
No. All of the creators that are implicated in this or anyway affiliated with the Chorus and are feeling the need to make public statements and respond to it.
They're being accused of doing something like wrong, so of course they're going to respond.
But they're not necessarily providing receipts, because David Pakman did not really provide any receipts in this thing.
Receipts for what?
For his involvement in this program. But you'll see what I mean. Hold on.
Okay.
And creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract.
I want to see the clause. I want to see what it
you won't get to because they don't print the contract. And Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, nobody has provided what their contract looks like, so we still don't know what it looks like to this day. If again they really want to be,
she's seen it.
She's seen it. She's spoken to creator. I don't know. Influencers included in communications about the program, and it might also be like an anonymity thing because these creators probably are not supposed to be talking to her, and there may be no way for them to safely publish the contract without
allegedly problematic,
without it being traced back to who leaked it.
The language of the contract, aren't they all getting a form contract?
They are, but there could still be ways that they can keep track, no?
Slightly? I don't know. I mean, like...
you say that like it's crazy or whatever, but if what they're alleging is...
reproduce basically the outlines of the terms and just basically say, it says that under this condition, this, that. I mean, like, you could reword it and be like, this is not a direct representation of the contractual language that we don't want to disclose for reasons of anonymity or something. I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical because of the characterizations before of the program itself being quote unquote secretive. I'm just not sure if that's been established.
It's because Taylor Lorenz specifically is annoying. Everyone's defensive because she's the worst. Counterpoint. she is annoying sometimes, yeah. Influencers included in communications about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund, include Olivia Juliana, everyone's fave,
I don't know who the hell that is.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. This lady.
Oh.
Yeah, this chick. She's gonna help them reach young men.
Why are you laughing? Well, why wouldn't she?
Because she's gonna help them reach young. Because she has Arby's in her pants. Do you know what I mean?
Are you making fun of her weight?
No, I'm not making fun of her weight. I'm making a reference to the fact that Laura. I obviously don't think that this is the person based on neither the because I've seen her content and I do not think that she has any persuasion. I'm shocked that she has any persuasion with any demographic, let alone young men specifically. I do not think that this will be the person to usher back in, like, you know, young men into the Democratic Party. I got to be real with you. The Arby's in her pants was literally not a specific thing. I'm referencing the fact that Laura Loomer kept saying that, and when pressed on it, she was like, okay, but we could have new viewers.
Because it sounds like you're going at her weight. Can you say?
I'm not hating on a thick queen. I'm not hating on a thick queen, you guys. We love her weight here. It's not that. I don't give a fuck about that. I was just referencing the fact that, like, Laura Loomer, like, throw that out and then played stupid about what she was doing. I'm saying that I don't think that, like, this woman, I don't think so. Have you seen her content? It's cringy.
I've not seen her content. What's the cringiest? Can we look at her? Show me something.
Okay, hold on.
At this point, I want to try to defend this queen's honor against you.
Okay. Sending me down a rabbit hole. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what we do.
And somebody said that Taylor Lorenz posted some of the contracts on Twitter, so can you search that up while I do this?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Olivia Juliana paid is what it's like going up now as like a top search.
Oh my god. You know who pays me?
Josiah.
Yeah, Josiah's my
like a third of your rent, no?
Don't be mean.
I'm not being mean. I'm being descriptive.
It's not true.
It's not secretive, you guys. Unlike this, which
this is very secretive. My computer's lagging. Wait, do you have a content? Show it. I'm looking at the content.
I'm looking, but it's like all recent stuff. I don't want her response to this recent stuff. I don't like all the top posts now are not her actual content. It's about her response to this.
You can't find a single video?
No, I can't, because everything on Twitter that I'm looking at is like her response to it and memes.
Can't you go on YouTube?
Yeah. More like I can't even search TikTok because I'm not signed in to TikTok, so I'd have to sign in just so I could see her TikTok feed. So. Okay, sorry. People will just have to take me at my word that I have seen Olivia Juliana content that is cringe. Or they can decide that
why is she cringe? Because she talks like this and no, like what?
Pisco wants to distract. He's bought and paid.
I'm bought and paid?
Correct. By Josiah. By Big Pondering Politics. Mm-hmm. Okay, can I continue? Or do you want me to continue pursuing this going down this rabbit hole?
Continue.
Let's see. The centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 DNC, Lauren Piratra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupied Dems, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro DNC meme account. Okay, based. Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Ariel Fodor, an education content creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok. Had you ever heard of this or like seen this chick? Because I remember seeing memes circulate.
I don't know what these people are.
Of this woman, at least, and it was like I don't know who she is either, but I remember memes circulating, and it was like POV after she did White Women for Kamala, because that's what she was part of at one point. And it was like screenshots from this Zoom of her specifically, and it was like POV HR is about to fire you or whatever.
Okay.
The last face you see before you're terminated.
I'm on Taylor Lorenz's feed. I'm not seeing any contractual language. I've seen her reference and being like, she replies to my boy Hutch. Goes, if it were true that influencers were allowed to disclose their dark money funding at any time, which is not true per the contract, then why didn't they disclose the dark money they were taking? Why did they keep it a secret and then try to prevent my story from coming out? Okay, that is not addressing the notion that they were about whether or not they were prohibited by the contract to disclose the funding, to disclose funding. So Taylor Lorenz produce contractual language that prevents them from doing so, not whether or not they chose to do it or not. That's a separate thing. You made a claim that they were prevented from disclosing that information. And I just want to see perhaps it's true. Maybe it's true. Maybe the contract does says it. Just saying, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying produce the language of the contract that you say you've seen.
Hutch is your boy and you're his public defender. We love to see it.
Listen, I'm just keeping it 100. I'm just keeping 100% 100.
No one cares about Olivia's content. Pisco just wants a break from playing defense.
Dude.
Got a response to this?
Like, this is so the minute, and it's the same exact shit that I get when I defend Hasan on the global entry thing from the left. You guys can't handle even-handed analysis that's objective and that's like calm and rational. Yeah. And so anytime it goes against the leftist side now, so now when I'm actually like, wait, what is this criticism? And like, let's actually think about it a little bit more. And by the way, I might have a criticism at the end of this to discuss, and we'll actually talk about it. Now you leftists do the same exact shit that all the liberals who were pissed at me when I was doing the global entry thing are doing. I am going to give you my objective take no matter what. You guys can try to smear me all you want. I'm just going to give you my real take.
Yeah. I wish you guys could be more rational and less emotional. And just like Pisco, who is always objective, facts only, facts over feelings, no emotion whatsoever, never, ruthlessly in pursuit of the truth.
I always
That's it. Yeah.
Always have been.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why can't more people be like you?
I wonder that every day. Keep going.
An education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok, Sandra Jennings.
Why are you frozen on Riverside?
I'm sure I look great. Awesome. I don't know.
Can you fix it?
Yeah, I can try to.
It's this like weird little look.
Weird little look. Hold on.
Oh my God. All right. You're going to have to. All right. Let's. Leaked.
What did I show or what? Wait, can you hear me?
Okay. We have to stop because we have to stop.
What just happened? What?
Because you leaked the link.
Oh. Why?
Yeah, so we'll just do Discord, all right?
No, give me a new Riverside link.
No, we're done.
Give me how hard is it to generate a new Riverside link?
We're done. Amending session. One sec. All right, one sec. We're gonna do Discord. We'll do it live. 1 second. I just want to show you. Pop out.
Well, you told me I froze. I didn't know how else to do it except to leave the studio and rejoin. I didn't know I was going to do that. But
yeah, you should have told me what you were going to plan to do. It's okay though. 1 sec.
So if the thing is leaked, does that mean you're worried about a bunch of people like coming and finding that link and like joining or what?
Yes, they could. Yes, they could. Yes, they could do that. Yes, I am worried. I'm not going to take that risk.
Okay.
1 second.
I thought people had to like ask permission to join, but maybe not.
No. Why don't you? All right.
What is Pisco hiding? He's so avoidant today. He is on edge.
I'm not avoidant at all.
How long does it take to generate a new Riverside link? I don't get it.
I'm not generating something.
No. I'm asking why you won't do another one.
Because I don't know what it entails. I'm not super familiar with the program.
You don't actually generate it? Is it silly serious who does it?
Just chill.
You have to get silly serious to do it? You don't even know how to do it yourself?
You don't know what you're talking about. I'm about to end the call. You're pissing me off.
How are you this triggered over this?
You're pissing me off.
Okay.
Okay, share screen. Whatever you're doing.
Okay, hold on. Can you see it?
1 sec. Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. Sandra Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee Bengowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, and dozens of others. The first two declined to comment. The rest did not respond to requests for comment. And the first two being, out of this like long list or whatever, I'm guessing Olivia Juliana and Lauren Bidetra, and then everybody else just didn't respond. According to copies of
it's stolen valor to do a little Latino accent if you can't actually.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Say it.
Keep going.
I'm about to end this call if you don't just repeat what you just said.
Okay.
Now I'll be the one to threaten to do something over the top in response.
It's stolen valor to do the Latino accent without actually speaking Spanish.
Says you. All
right, keep reading.
Says you. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus about the 1630 Fund financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help expand their reach and impact, creators tell Wired. But following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders.
Pause. But following the initial outreach, many creators, according to the contract viewed by Wired, must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus of any kind. I'd be very interested in that. I'm very skeptical oftentimes of some middleman arrangements where like any interaction with a politician by taking this money, you have to like put Chorus in the middle there. That to me is weird. I don't like that.
So now the more serious the allegation is, the more likely you are to lend credence to it.
What are you talking about?
Because you were very, very skeptical about it being characterized as like a secret program or whatever, and you were kind of not willing to even.
If it's true that the contract says that every single interaction you're going to have or any kind of collab you're going to do with a politician needs to go through a Chorus, and that you, as part of this, you're agreeing that any interaction with a government official or a politician goes through Chorus, if that is the case, that I would take to be problematic.
But I guess
if it's true.
And if it weren't secretive, wouldn't we already know about this? If I want, I'm fucking with you, chill. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get Saran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract.
Wait, can you pause? So creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources they receive to make content opposed without. Okay, so that's something different. If we're talking about is using these funds to do these kinds of interactions that if you're going to use the money in a particular way to interact with a politician, then you need to clue in the Chorus. That's very different. But here's the problem, right? Like, I very much doubt that someone like Parnas or someone like Dave Pakman or someone like Brian Tyler Cohen is going to like check with the Chorus guys. Now BTC might be a Chorus, like one of the direct Chorus people, but like I doubt that some of these creators are going to put these middlemen in every single interaction. It'd be weird to me, for example, if Dave Pakman was like, from now on, I'm not going to directly reach out to people to book them on the Dave Pakman show. So I presume, and maybe this is not the case, I mean, it would be helpful to see the fucking contractual language that this kind of limitation extends only to the usage of the funds. And if that's the case, then I don't have as much a problem with that, because then it's like, well, we want to make sure if you're having an interaction with a politician using our funds, we want to make sure that like we're clued in on this. If this is like a Chorus sponsored type thing situation, that to me I view as different than a general clause of saying any politician interaction you have on all of your different streams must be vetted by us. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
The contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosure, declaring that creators will, quote unquote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event.
So this needs a correction, right? Because the contract reviewed by Wired prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the... So content creators have disclosed, have publicized their relationship with Chorus. That is a true fact, isn't it?
Some of them, yeah.
So doesn't this need a retraction? Unless the contract says otherwise. And when they're just in violation and breach of the contract.
Maybe.
But that's what I mean. If it's the case that the contract doesn't say that, and if creators have been open about their Chorus connections, which many have, then I don't understand. Like Chorus's whole thing is they want to get more creators. They're going to want to publicize. They have marketing materials, and so that to me is just very odd. And if it's the case that Taylor Lorenz said something that's not false here, or said something that is false, which is that Chorus is not requiring members of the program to refrain from disclosing their relationship with Chorus, then we need an immediate retraction.
I've never seen you so skeptical of an article in Wired or any other publication.
No way. You're not doing this right now.
I'm saying I personally have never seen you this skeptical. Can you so you're familiar with your own content? When is the time that you have been this skeptical?
I've never reviewed a Wired article before. You're bullshitting right now.
No. Any Wired
trolling right now.
Or
you are literally trolling right now.
I'm not trolling.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying not just Wired. I said or any other publication. Or I thought I did. Printed in a reputable outfit like this.
You've never seen me skeptical of an article before.
No.
I don't know. I don't have immediate recall of previous times. But the reason why on this particular fact I'm skeptical is because I know some of these content creators have been public about their relationship with Chorus. And so it would strike me as odd that they would be in blatant breach of their contract. And because Chorus is a known entity.
Okay, if that's the reason, then it makes it, I understand where you're coming from more. Like the example being the Wall Street Journal, right? They say that Trump had these drawings to Epstein, but they didn't actually publish the drawings themselves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, isn't that the same thing here? Like there was editorialization surrounding what Wall Street Journal reviewed and discussed in their article, but we weren't actually privy to the materials that they're basing the article off of. For whatever reason, they didn't release those, right? So similarly, we have this.
So the Wall Street Journal article, I'm about to fucking own whoever your chatter is saying this.
It's me. You're not. It's not. I'm not proxy debating or anything. I'm just telling you.
Quoted the Epstein letter verbatim. Agreed? It was a verbatim representation of the letter. Agreed? I'm not asking for an image of the contract. What I want is
representation. Well, I have no way to know the quotes. I assume yes, but they also reference a drawing. You have no way to know the drawing.
So
they don't show the drawing.
Yeah, they don't show the pictorial thing, but they quote.
But they describe it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, they describe it, but they don't. But to the extent that there's language that can be represented, they represent it. And in the case here, I want the contractual language because that's relevant to what the provision actually says. I'm not going to trust Taylor Lorenz's legal representation as to the non-disclosure. Now, maybe it's the case.
So is it? No, that's what I'm. Is it Taylor Lorenz's reporting that you're that skeptical of? Do you not trust the reporting?
Well, here's the problem, right? There's a direct contradiction in the following ways, and you are gonna let me finish. Number one, in that people's conduct has been acknowledging their relationship with Chorus, which would seem to directly contradict what Taylor Lorenz is representing to be their contractual obligation. So Taylor Lorenz's representation is that they are in breach of their contractual obligation. And that seems odd to me that these people, are abiding by all their other terms of their non-disclosure agreement, except for the Chorus relationship part. That seems weird. Number two, it would seem to counter the very purpose of Chorus, which is trying to recruit more influencers, trying to be known, trying to be a known commodity, that they would want creators not to disclose their relationship specifically with Chorus. That is also strange to me and odd. So all of that stuff and the fact that Brian Tyler Cohen is representing that they were totally allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus, that leads me to suggest that there's something fishy here, that someone is lying or misrepresenting or misunderstanding what the contractual language is.
Okay. I was just curious. It was not proxy debating through my chat or whatever. It was the thing that I was genuinely saying to you and not to troll, which I often do on this podcast, but that was not an example of it. It's a genuine line of inquiry for me.
Someone puts and says, disclose flags you as a shill. Guys, they actively have members who are advertised as part of their chorus team. So why would they have this aversion to disclosing relationships with the chorus if that's like what they do? That's their shit. And they've talked about it openly.
This is another thing to point out. So like they can disclose a relationship with chorus, but if the allegation is that the contractual language says that it's only with once chorus has been clued in, right? How do we know that any disclosure that's been made up until this point didn't first come with after a conversation that creator had with chorus to publicly disclose it? And then they could say, well, they allowed me to disclose it, I'm telling you now, right? But if the entire point is that, but you had to get their express consent before you could say that publicly, is the contention, how could you ever know until we review the contract, right?
I mean, I'm not sure. If it's subject to consent, maybe the reason that this is in there is so they can announce it together. Maybe they want to know who's announcing an affiliation with chorus, right? Like chorus has its own reputational interest, right? Chorus might want to make sure that how it's being disclosed is being done in a way that they approve of, right?
Well, chorus and the 1630, right? Because it's chorus and 1630.
We're not talking about that yet. We're just talking about the relationship with chorus.
Okay. It's not even mentioned, no?
If it's subject to the express permission clause, then that to me doesn't indicate that their end strategy was always to keep this under wraps, and that would undermine the notion that this was a secretive endeavor, that they were never going to talk about their chorus relationship. I mean, and that's the angle that Taylor is trying to promote, is that there's something nefarious going on here.
Where are we? There are some real great advantages to ... housing this program in a nonprofit. Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired, "It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with the structure, it avoids a lot of the public disclosure, public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC. Wilson did not reply to a request for comment. The Federal Election Commission declined to comment." Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I guess I don't know, why would it be the case that you would need to register or disclose reports with the FEC for this kind of independent advocacy? This.
Well, no, you don't. They've pursued specifically legal avenues that circumvent that entirely, right? For the explicit purpose of having it be more opaque. No. Isn't that the fundamental criticism?
Well, it's not just the notion that it's opaque, but also that it's fucking annoying. That compliance is annoying, and it's headaches to do compliance. It's a lot. It's work, and so I'm not what it would be wrong. What is the issue with having, following what the Citizens United and independent advocacy laws allow you to do?
So what you extrapolate from this is that they circumvented and have chosen to do this because they want to avoid the bureaucratic headache and not because they want it to be opaque necessarily. That's not a fair reading or assumption to make or divine from their motives as to why they have set it up in this way.
This is what I'm saying. It's they're setting it up in a way so as to make it easy for these creators and to lessen compliance costs for creators who are not, whose goal isn't just campaign contributions or specific campaigns. They're trying to invest in particular creators for sort of long-term strategy, perhaps, not in
that's what Brian Tyler Cohen says is the stated motivation of the chorus program, right?
Right. So, but none of this, what's the problem with this? I don't understand. Yes, comply with the law and structure your organizations in such a way as to limit compliance costs and make things easier to do. What's the issue?
Well, hold on. It's not just, this is obviously being mobilized after she's already made the point or allegation that language in the contracts specifically mandates any creators part of this program have to go through chorus before they publicly disclose their involvement in that there is some editorial discretion that chorus has been granted as per the contract that the creators agreed to, solely at the organization's discretion, that it could be changed at any point. And then on top of it, we're talking about a lawyer working with chorus saying that housing this program in the nonprofit means that we can avoid public disclosures. And you're saying that like I guess you don't want to see these 2 points as like related in any way, and you just see it as like them wanting to circumvent like bureaucratic headaches.
So if they're paying money to creators and they have to like file reports with the FEC because they're like quote unquote considered working with a campaign or doing like in-kind campaign contributions, it is a lot of headaches. You have to disclose like all the money, why you're using it. You're subject to like FEC investigations, FEC lawsuits, FEC complaints. Your address may be published, your full name may be published. There are a lot of reasons why you might prefer, working with a nonprofit or working in the the legal structures and the rules that are allowed for. Like this is, to me, it's a non-issue to structure it in such a way as to ease headaches. Now, there's a ethical like disclosure, I think, is required in terms of the source of the funding, no doubt, and we'll get to that for sure. But so far, like that to me is not an issue. And then separately for the disclosure stuff related to the relationship with Chorus specifically, all I would want to see is like the devil's in the details. It depends on how that's phrased. If they're saying like, okay, before you disclose your relationship with Chorus, like let us figure it out, subject to our approval and our consent that won't be like unreasonably withheld, that's fine, right? Like if that's all they're doing is like before we publicly announce an affiliation with someone, we want to make sure that we have an agreement on that. That's okay with me. And if they're just saying that they have some kind of editorial control over specifically Chorus sponsored events or like some kind of Chorus sponsored activities, I don't think there's a problem with that either. All of this, I think, is the devil's in the details. That's all I'm saying is like, I need to see the contractual language to see if these are like onerous provisions that are like so fucked up. All I'm saying.
Okay. I do agree with you that there can be other purposes besides attempting to, not be transparent or be more opaque with this for why they would want to circumvent the FEC. Because I think the point that you raised is good. Obviously, I've worked with PV, and part of the reason why PV's affiliation with the creator program was structured the way that it was is because creators, especially on this like scale that they are, that PV collaborated with, if your name is going to be showing up on an FEC filing, your full name, your address, all of that must be disclosed publicly or whatever. That can have a chilling effect on the creators that want to work with 100%. You because they have valid privacy concerns. So it is obviously possible that could be, it's, given the narrative that's constructed here, there's not any sort of suggestion that could be a legitimate motivation for Chorus, choosing to go about it in this manner, but that is technically an avenue that could have been pursued with that in mind.
This paragraph is not nefarious. This paragraph to me is not nefarious at all. And anyone saying, "Oh my God, they're structuring it to avoid like the onerous requirements of the FEC," or they don't. Well,
it will depend. It will depend to me.
Political action committee thing like that. Like there could be separate disclosure, like ethical disclosure requirements that I think that they should, disclose certain like origins of funding for purposes of transparency, no doubt. And like I said, we'll get into that. But people who would imply from this kind of statement, which I guess is being done by memory of someone, or I don't know if someone like recorded that statement or something. But this to me,
they reviewed the Zoom call reviewed by Wired.
So someone recorded the Zoom call.
Yeah.
All right.
The Federal Election Commission. What, you don't think they should have recorded the Zoom call?
I'm just saying.
And showed it to Wired. You're just saying you don't think that.
No comment.
Why? You have lots of comments on other parts of this. Okay. Do you think it was unethical for them to do that?
To record a private like business meeting?
Yeah, and then share it anonymously with Wired.
Without consent? I think that's possibly illegal, and it's not something that I would do.
Federal Election Commission declined to comment. The goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to, quote, build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on, quote unquote, rapid response days. The creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus, quote unquote, newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers.
It's normal to me. It's fine.
Elizabeth, I mean, I think the obvious, this is to me more so than people saying like, oh, she's implicating the DNC in this, which I really don't. I personally did not take that away from what has been said so far. Like the messaging check-ins or whatever, you can lead, like, are going to lead people to think like, are they giving talking points to these people? Or are they mandating that their messaging stay in line with certain beliefs or whatever? But
maybe they're giving tips in terms of messaging. Maybe they're giving tips but this would. Why is this wrong to have, if this were being run, imagine Hasan were running this, right? Imagine that Hasan were running some incubator program where they were spreading around strong arguments for their content creators and giving, this is the argument you would give if people raise this issue. This is some misinformation about what's going on in Gaza. Here are some talking points about this is would that be wrong?
I think the entire thing is that it's not wrong as so long as you disclose it, right?
If you disclose, I think the financial
the affiliation with Chorus and the affiliation maybe for some going further and saying that I'm affiliated with this program specifically. In the same way, it's is it wrong to do a sponsorship for Magic Spoon cereal? Well, no, it's not. But it would be wrong to do it and not disclose that you were paid by Magic Spoon to promote their cereal because you gave the impression that you, of your own free will and volition, were promoting a product that you actually had a financial stake in promoting. So the issue is not the actions themselves; it's the disclosure and transparency surrounding it.
The criticism I have is I think that there's an ethical obligation to disclose the financial contribution and from whence that's coming. I think that it is important for individual creators. I don't know that that's necessarily the truth for all sorts of employment situations, but when it comes to this kind of public commentary, I think that that's something that we should encourage as a norm, that disclosure aspect. But in terms of passing along talking points, having
wait, you only think it should be a norm? You don't think it any kind of comprehensive finance, campaign finance reform that also starts to regulate
This is not listen, I think that I'm one of these people who, for independent advocacy, I'm a First Amendment guy. If people want to get together to politically plan and group up and say, this is the talking point for this, that's a talking point for that.
Yes, they're free to do so, but this is not just people getting together. This is LLCs, right? Or and nonprofits and groups and stuff, right?
Yeah, so this is a type of organization that organizations
Okay, but I'm saying that you started off by saying I'm a First Amendment guy and there should be free association with individual people and creators, and I completely agree with that. But we're talking about it's not just restricted to private individuals that are having these meetings or whatever. We also have a very, very big group, this 1630 fund behind it, and Chorus in collaboration with Chorus.
I think associations of
that's not individuals to me.
I think associations of humans have First Amendment rights too. That you as
of humans or corporations?
Associations of humans, including organized associations and informal organizations and associations.
Nonprofits and private LLCs?
I think they have First Amendment interests, 100%.
Okay.
They have, for example, I think that don't you agree? Twitch has a First Amendment interest that the government can't force Twitch if they don't want to house certain content because Twitch has First Amendment interests. Now, you could say that the First Amendment interest is overridden by some kind of large, compelling purpose of corruption in the case of potential campaign finance situations, and we can have that conversation, and the courts have tried to deal with that. But the general proposition that corporations have First Amendment interests, that is, I think, obvious to me. I think that that's clear.
It's a freedom from thing to me. It's you don't have the right, if I have a press outlet or something like that, the government doesn't have the right neither to restrict me from platforming somebody nor to compel me to host somebody.
Okay, then if it's a freedom from, and I agree that it's better thought of as a restriction on government intrusion. I think that intrusion applies as to both individuals and associations of individuals, including corporate individuals, corporate entities. So yeah, I'm just
because I felt this way with Trump being banned off of social media at the same time after January 6th. Do you remember when basically all of these? Okay, the thing that makes me uncomfortable is okay, well, there's a public interest in the head of state, even if he is in violation of their terms of service, still having access to these platforms or whatever and not being rendered voiceless.
Twitter has the right to ban them.
The thing is that also gets up against their rights of can you compel private entities to force to host the president? That also is an issue to me. So where it comes down to legally is hard for me to decide personally.
Totally, and this is I just want to say the fundamental point, which is no one should have a problem with an LLC or corporation bringing together content creators to have like shared talking points and shared resources. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, I'm going to continue. Elizabeth Du Bois, an assistant professor and university research chair in politics, communication, and technology at the University of Ottawa, who has researched the ways influencers are reshaping the U.S. political system, says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns, where the legal aspect is murky at best. Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits, she says. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. Don Hyder, the chief executive of the Markula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, says that the outlined restrictions violate ethical norms. Quote, if the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money, he says. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window.
I agree that if the contract says that you should not disclose the source of this money, then I think that does violate what I want to be an ethical norm among influencers, which is to disclose the source of revenue from where you're coming from. I think that if that contract does contain that provision, I would say that's wrong.
Okay. Keith Edward, the Democratic content creator who has skyrocketed to fame on YouTube since starting his channel last year, was not invited to be part of the program, but believes that the way it was structured seems quote unquote predatory. And this guy is no small potato. He's got like, I never heard of this dude, but 809,000 subscribers. And he kind of has like a, kind of like Josiah's format or Luke Beasley's or whatever.
Yeah.
Trump struggles to speak as sickness accelerates, 375,000 views in 3 days.
Yeah, big guy.
Who skyrocketed to fame, was not invited to be part of the program, but believes it was predatory. He says that he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. What I don't understand is why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire, says Edwards. Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good, but they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct camera interview that no one watches rather than just treating us like another form of media.
Now, as I understand it, they are trying to do a decentralized situation with this. Like, this does seem like somewhat decentralized in that it's not like Meidas, right? Meidas is a network. Meidas invites and has contributors like, for example, Mockler, right? Mockler is an employee of Meidas, and that is centralized in some way. So this is not totally decentralized where it's just money donating to particular creators. I almost would prefer it if you're just one-time donating to these different creators. But this is being a little bit more than that. This is designed as an incubator program to build relationships with these among the creators and to have a sort of long-standing relationship. Is it the way that I would do things? I don't know if there's anything necessarily wrong with it. If they are just trying to be,
I don't know that it's illegal. Maybe not. So there could be something wrong about it, but it's legal.
Well, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with having a program like, again, I'm going to use the leftist example. Let's say Hasan creates the Hasan incubator program, and we have meetings in order to get this money from Hasan. Every 2 weeks, we need to get together. We need to put our heads together about what we're talking about.
And if he creates a contract that says you can't disclose publicly that you're working with me to do this,
that's the issue. Then that's the issue.
The disclosure.
Not the notion of an incubator program like this, but the non-disclosure of money. And that's what it comes down to, not the other stuff, though. And people are trying to be like, oh, it's nefarious that we have talking points, or it's nefarious that we put together, common resources.
If you don't disclose it, it is.
If you don't disclose what?
If you don't disclose that you have talking points.
Wait, really?
And you're in collaboration with some sort of with a company. Yeah, to me it is. Yeah.
So we need to disclose the fact that like you and we're talking behind the scenes to come up with like the best arguments.
No. We're not talking about just individuals, Pisco. That's what I already said. We're talking about if a contract is paying like a political group is like an express political group is collaborating with individuals. If Hasan is doing this and part of the contract, your contractual obligations to be able to receive money is that your advocacy and the existence of the program cannot be disclosed. You cannot say that you were like you were given talking points or any of that. It's again like that would be problematic to me. Yeah.
If there was some, basically, I think that the non-disclosure aspect of it. So you're basically saying to take money, you should disclose the whole contract?
No. Why is this so hard for you? You should not.
I'm so sorry. So I'm just going to ask it again. So it isn't just to disclose the whole contract. So what aspects of the contract do you have an ethical obligation to report besides from the fact of money exchanging hands?
I don't think it's right to even have a contract where you can say you cannot disclose the existence of this program, that where we give you guidance on political messaging and all of that. Without if you discuss it, it's going to be terminated.
So I'm asking you, what provisions of the contract do you think there's an ethical obligation to disclose? Any disclosure provision that kind of, so basically you're saying there ought be no non-disclosure agreements within contracts related to this kind of area.
I think you need to put like the way that we do it with other things, like fucking hashtag ad, hashtag sponsorship or whatever, or like I partnered with this group to do that.
I'm agreeing with you that
because once you by just saying that, isn't there some like I think that you can understand that like if like what I'm not requiring, like let's say somebody's sponsored by like Crest toothpaste, right? I'm not saying that they need to be maximally transparent to the point that you disclose I partnered with Crest to promote this product, to sponsor it. I was paid for it. And also here are the talking points that they gave me. It's understood that the advertisement read or the way that they present it was likely formulated in conjunction with a marketing team that gave them guidance on how to present it, that gave them talking points just by disclosing in partnership with Crest, sponsored by Crest, at hashtag ad. All of those things can be intimated, and it's trivially obvious that you likely, as somebody who sponsored a product, did not come up with all of those materials.
I think you should disclose the financial relationship. I think you should disclose the organizational. Let me finish this. What I'm saying, the organizational relationship.
I'm not interrupting you.
I don't think that you need to disclose the nature of all your communications or strategies with the organizations. You disclose the financial and employment or associational ties. I don't think that there's much of an ethical requirement to do much more. Like, can you imagine? This is not a standard that would be imposed on any other domain of life or contractual situation, certainly not of other kinds of employment situation, and certainly not of Republicans. So again, I agree, disclose the associational relationship, disclose the funding, but I don't think that you need to disclose like the nature of your meetings or what you're talking about.
I don't think that you need to disclose the nature of the meetings, but again, I think it becomes trivially obvious that once you disclose that you worked in partnership or you're part of this, again, the huge issue to me is that if the contract really does say you are forbidden from even saying that this exists, saying that like this exists, that is highly problematic to me. That you're part of the program, you can't even disclose that. Why not?
So if it says that, so first of all, if it says that. So
yes, that's what I said. I said, if it says that.
So if it says that, I've already agreed with you that they should be allowed to disclose that they're part of a program and that they're getting money. That's not what our disagreement is about them disclosing the existence of this program and the fact that they are getting money. I agree. They should, that if they're forbidden from disclosing that, I think that's a problem. I think they should be.
So why is that a problem to you?
But you you seem to suggest.
But why is that a problem? We'll answer that first. Why is it a problem to you?
Sorry. I'm not. So it's not a problem for me to criticize them for if it is the case that they're mandating non-disclosure of the program itself and the funding source. That's not the problem. The problem is, I think, the expectation that you would get much more beyond that. That you would get, for example, disclosure of the fact that they're having meetings or talking points, the fact that you disclosure about other elements of the contract. Like, we don't require that of other individuals in their employment contracts. That's not an expectation. That's not a standard.
I don't know that they're employees, right? They're probably independent contractors.
Or whatever. Yeah, the nature of the contractual agreement.
Okay.
The fact that the association exists and the fact that they're getting paid from a source, that to me is pretty much the extent of the disclosure that I would want to see. Beyond that, in terms of like, oh yeah, and if we don't do X, we don't get paid. If we don't do, now we're getting to the territory like, no, let us come to private arrangements and deals in that sense. And in terms of ethical obligation, you know that I work with these people, you know that I get paid by these people, and that's all you need to know.
So why do you think it's not good that a contract could say you are not allowed to even acknowledge the existence of this program or that you're part of it?
My God, I think that so I'm telling you what my ethical preference is. I've already said that if that provision is there, I don't agree with it.
I know. I'm asking why. I'm asking why Pisco.
Why distinguish that from other provisions?
I'm asking why do you think that that's unethical in and of itself? Why? Not relative to anything else. I am just asking you, why do you think that that is an unacceptable byline in a contract? Why is it unethical to you?
No, I'm not saying that it's. Sorry, I don't think that you heard me say that it's illegal.
I didn't say it was illegal. I'm asking why you think it's unethical.
I think it's unethical in public discourse about these issues because I think that people, when it comes to political opinions, that there's a feeling, a norm that we would like to establish that the people who are telling us things, that we have an idea about where that money's coming from. That norm is found in the FISA statutes. That norm is the fact that not FISA statutes, FARA registration statutes, that there's a public interest in knowing when it comes to political opinions, basically where the money's coming from and what's influencing the people potentially to say what they're going to say, so that the voting public can have a greater understanding about potential biases and conflicts of interest, and that there's good reason, I think, to push for that norm. I'm not saying that it's legally required or anything for our content creators, because we want to make sure that everything's above board and that people know, to the extent that they're not being genuine or to the extent that there's a potential that someone could interpret something in one way versus the other, that like all the cards are on the table in that respect at the bare level of associational relationships and payment structures.
So what would be the issue with legally mandating that to you?
Well, in some cases it is legally mandated. Depends on the context.
But in this context, you seem to suggest that we ought to establish that as a social norm, but you didn't go so far as to say it should be legally mandated.
No, I think it depends on. I don't think that you
okay, I get that, but I'm like, why? Why don't you think it should be legally mandated?
I don't think that you should require, because I don't think that I think that there are First Amendment interests at stake here, which is, and also, I don't know what the government interest would be, such to override, these rights concerns, that you must disclose any financial arrangement between a person and another entity if that the court, the nature of that contract relates to public discourse in at least one capacity. It seems far too broad. It seems like it imposes all sorts of, again, bureaucratic and compliance nightmares. I don't know. I guess I don't know what the law that you're proposing is.
Well, no, I was just saying, I don't have the specific policy proposal or whatever. I was just saying, generally, would you be in favor of a law that mandated that? And it seems like you wouldn't be.
No, anything that affects politics, you have to disclose payment if there's any commentary related to politics.
Well, I guess so. I guess that's another way of looking at it or whatever.
I basically want that a self-imposed norm. I think the government should keep its hands off of that, and we should just try to push that as a social norm. I don't think that we need to have the government involved. I don't think we throw people in jail for
Is this article being published not how you push for that as a social norm? Or at least the discourse that's generated surrounding it. No, if the article is factual, if the article and everything, if the contract comes to light or whatever, and it turns out that every single claim made surrounding the language of the contract, would you be that turns out to be true? Are you still uncomfortable with the narrative surrounding it?
Hang on. If the contract comes to light and it verifies that they weren't allowed to disclose what I take to be core aspects of the relationship going on here, I would think that it's totally newsworthy and proper for Taylor Lorenz to have disclosed that to the public, and I think it's a good news story. If, however, she got things materially wrong, for example, if she said they weren't allowed to disclose their association with Chorus, but they were, or permission was readily given to individuals, and so there wasn't kind of a nefarious aspect to it, then I think that there's problems in terms of the coverage. And by the way, Taylor Lorenz, this isn't her first rodeo. There have been times in the past, her characterizations of certain democratic policies, certain perspectives, has been wild. And so we're not writing on a blank slate here. So you're
what do you think of specifically?
At this moment, let's not get into it. At this moment,
let's not get into it, or you don't have one readily available.
I don't know that I have one readily available in mind. Does not change the fact that it is my opinion that I've responded to her in comments in different places. I've quote tweeted, and right now as I sit here, even if I can't provide one readily doesn't mean that it's not my impression and that my impression is not correct. Okay. And
yeah, I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm just saying I don't follow her work very closely at all or whatever because I don't follow her. So I want to see what the basis was for your belief.
She hates the Democratic Party.
Okay.
She does hate the Democratic Party. She basically thinks that no one she didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Okay. And so let's just be honest and put the cards on the table that she has an interest in having this party be knocked down a peg or two and not doing what's in the best interest of electing Democrats. So that's all I'm saying is that that's her stated bias. And yeah, I think that's clear.
Wait, the last thing you said, she has a bias, like a stated interest in not
Democrats, 100%.
In not getting Democrats elected?
She hates Democrats. Yes.
Okay.
Do you agree or not?
I told you I don't follow her stuff closely enough to make that to know. That's why I was asking you for an example. I wasn't disputing that it's your impression. I just wondered what the basis was for your impression being that.
I'll produce those to you at a later time.
Sure. As an aside, though, and yes, I realize obviously foreign money is different than domestic affairs, right? But is your issue with the Tenet scandal? Is it that it was foreign money, or it was like the lack of disclosure? Like what is your issue there with the Tenet scandal?
Both. So it has to do with the fact. Well, the associational relationship was disclosed, right? Like we're getting money. Or sorry, we're interacting with Tenet. And so they were absolutely allowed to disclose, right, the nature of their relationship between Tenet and these creators. But it has to do with they didn't disclose the source of the money. And they didn't disclose that the source of the money was foreign.
So if the source of the money was domestic, then you don't think it would be as big of a deal?
Well, that's what happens right now with the Republican Party and their how it currently operates. Like that's what Charlie.
But do you think it ought to be that way?
I think that there should be a social norm among these creators to disclose where they're getting money from. I do believe that 100%.
Okay.
But again, that's just me saying what the social norm is. That is how the Republican media infrastructure operates right now, with a lot of obfuscation, and it's not clear where the money's coming from. I think that's bad. You should have some amount of responsibility there. But for Tenet, recall what's going on here. There are members of the Russian government who are funneling money
through RT
and
like
RT.
this billionaire guy, fucking right. Gregorian or whatever, and they're presenting themselves as something that they're not.
Super relevant because foreign corporations and foreign governments don't have First Amendment rights,
right,
in the United States, and the lack of transparency is problematic, given that there are laws, constitutional laws, that make that distinction between foreign and domestic that we should follow. And that's not based in nothing. It's because the framers actually did have a skepticism towards foreign influence that grounds constitutionally a distinction there.
Okay. What I don't understand is why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire, says Edwards. Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good. But they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches rather than just treating us like another form of media. The influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract, which was essentially presented on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. At least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline it. In the group chat formed to discuss contract negotiations, some creators discussed a clause prohibiting the disparagement of other creators. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus felt restrictive to some, according to text messages posted to the group chat. Eventually,
by the way, I would want to see that as well, because I think that probably goes too far as well. And so if there's some kind of well, I don't know. It's something that I feel very weird about, especially if you're designing an incubator to promote these different candidates. These different creators. The notion that you would limit them, because that does seem like editorial control of some kind. If you're saying they can't talk bad about other chorus people. Now, again, it depends on the scope of that. If it's you can't talk shit about other chorus creators, specifically in chorus events, different than in general, you can't talk bad about other chorus creators.
Yeah, or you can't harass them and expect that you're going to be free from I don't know, disciplinary action or something like that, or it could potentially threaten your spot. I could see that as well being an issue, but then that's not really a speech thing at that point.
It reminds me a little bit of the Chank versus Fran. You know, her that whole feud.
Versus who?
Still a part of Fran.
Habituation room chick.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah, Francesca Fiorentini, I think. Yeah.
She was having like a feud with Cenk while she was still like pseudo-employed, pseudo-associated with TYT. But like TYT shit-canned her because they couldn't continue to keep their, I don't know, relationship cordial. So there could be, you know, I'm saying what would be my preference is to not have this kind of editorial control over generally disparaging members of the course program. But do I think it's that like if this is a specific program to help each other and they want to like maintain relationships, even then I'm just like, I don't know, man, like I wouldn't do it, but it doesn't strike me as the same kind of moral condemnation that I would have over non-disclosure aspects. So I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's just like my preference, not the same kind of norm that I would want to impose like the disclosure stuff. Does that make sense? So it wouldn't be my preference, but it's not to the same level as my thoughts on the disclosure.
Like you could imagine a circumstance where this is a clause in a contract and it's not necessarily. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, this is an interesting question from my chat, your favorite chat. Lauren Chen's company was based in the U.S. Did they not have First Amendment rights according to Pisco?
So they did have First Amendment rights. That's not the issue. The issue is whether the foreign corporation, in the foreign entity, in the foreign Russian agents have First Amendment rights. That would
and just funneling it through a shell company in the U.S. does not constitute. That doesn't extend to them.
Right. It's and because presumably like First Amendment would protect U.S. citizens from making these kinds of disclosures from a far sense. But it's not true of foreign entities or foreign governments that don't have First Amendment rights. So that's why it was relevant for me to say that foreign governments and foreign corporations don't have First Amendment rights because it applies to whether or not FARA is a constitutional law. And yes, it is the case that Lauren's company has First Amendment rights if it's based in the United States, but that doesn't mean that they're allowed to assist another entity, that is the Russian government, to break valid law like FARA.
I wonder what the disclosure like laws are surrounding nonprofits specifically as they intersect with these sorts of things, because this is where it's, to me, like it feels like a gray area, but it might not actually be a gray area. There actually could be substantive legislation and regulation surrounding speech and these sorts of, you know, partnerships that I'm just not privy to because I'm obviously I'm just like a layman. But yeah, because somebody said, like, don't we currently require people to disclose corporate sponsors, or is that also a norm?
Yeah, so I don't know that in America you're required to disclose that you're being sponsored. I know in like Europe and stuff.
Yes, you are.
In America, you're required?
Mm-hmm. To disclose and influencers break this all the time. They have paid sponsorships and like
as
they're
a matter of U.S. law?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of the Consumer Protection Bureau. Like, I can't take a sponsorship for like Crumble Cookie and not say that I was sponsored by them and promote the products. Like even TikTok has tools for creators that are, you're supposed to toggle on like includes paid advertisement. You're supposed to do hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. You're supposed to at the company. Like they've created these regulations, but they're not really enforced because it's like, do you know how much content is uploaded onto TikTok? So a lot of creators know that they are breaking the law flagrantly, ignoring consumer protection rules. To me, to the detriment of their own credibility, and it's also just unethical to be doing this, but they know they're probably never even going to be hit with a fine because there's just so much shit that's going on that they can't possibly catch all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm okay with those kinds of disclosures. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't know if it's the same as like if you're not selling a product, right? Like it's not like this is an ad for this particular group. I don't know that it's the same kind of consumer protection rationale when we're talking about these kinds of creation regime or like, I don't know, systems, creation content creators.
I think it's like a cousin to it,
a product.
Or it ought to be to me. Because again, I want to know that if I'm tuning in to watch Pisco's Hour, that I'm getting authentic Pisco's Hour takes. Like I'm not getting Pisco's Hour takes filtered through like in partnership with some company that like I didn't realize, you know, with PragerU. Like if you were part of like the PragerU creator incubator pilot program and you had not disclosed it up until an article came out saying that you were part of it, and then you said like, well, I've like done some videos with PragerU before or whatever, I'd be like, oh, well, I didn't realize that like maybe all of his opinions now are not necessarily his authentic, genuine, off the cuff impressions. It could actually be that was something that he strategized with PragerU behind the scenes. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you would say that like selling a product is not speech in a way that like political opinion is. You know, if I want to sell an NVIDIA card, a graphics card, is that like maybe how I'm selling it is speech, but at the end of the day, what we're regulating is the advertisements for the selling of products. So maybe that's a distinction, or maybe it's just a policy distinction. All I'm saying is, I think that there should be disclosure. I agree with you. I don't know. It's a matter of law.
I think we mostly agree on this. You've just been particularly ornery.
No, because
this episode.
No. I think that you're pushing on distinctions that.
They may seem pedantic to you, but I promise you they're not coming from some nefarious place. I'm not trying to do some gotcha or whatever. I'm genuinely trying to. You take some of my lines of questioning almost as an attack when I'm just interrogating your beliefs.
I think that you're asking for more disclosure than I'm asking for. I think
probably, yeah.
Disclosure of like that they're getting talking points. But I'm like, just disclose the financial relationship. That's enough. You're not going to get more than that. That's stupid.
But no. I said that I think if they disclosed it, that it almost becomes trivially obvious that if you're saying that, yeah, that sort of material, you would have been briefed or like that enters into the realm of possibility of anybody who sees that. Because again, like an entire like light switches on when you learn somebody is sponsored by somebody, that like, oh, okay, their promotion of Kit Kat, like LeBron James promoting Sprite or Chance the Rapper promoting Kit Kat, he worked with the whole marketing team and Kit Kat and like all of these different people to create this message. He didn't just come up with it himself, right? That's automatically trivially obvious when the affiliation is disclosed.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like if you know someone's getting paid by let me think of someone, the ADL, right?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, you understand that relationship might imply some lack of partiality, or that there's potentially a conflict of interest, and saying that something that's against the ADL's marching orders. Similar thing, like if you're a member of the RNC, you might understand, and you're getting paid by the RNC, that perhaps that there's a conflict of interest there. If you were paid by the DNC. So I agree. That's why I think that the only disclosure I would want is of the financial and associational relationships.
Where are we? Eventually, the creators in the group chat agreed to drop the issues they had. I don't think Chorus is out to screw us. Orland's a creator who was offered $8,000 per month, said in the group chat. Some influencers for Chorus Creator Incubator Program were offered as little as $250 per month, according to one creator who declined to accept the deal, while others were offered membership into the Amplifier cohort, which provides up to $8,000 per month. And it does seem to me that the people that were being offered only $250 were still going to be subject to the same contract. Because they don't make a distinction in this. It's possible that they weren't. But if they were, Jesus, Yeah. The 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder of democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include economic equity, affordable health care, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other quote-unquote essential social change goals. The organization was founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups and organizations like the Koch network, and under Trump, it has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million, according to the org's public tax filings, which Politico said was used in, quote, efforts to unseat then-President Donald Trump and Republican Senate majority. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the fund's revenue in 2023, according to its tax filings. The largest donor gave the group $50.5 million, and with others donating $31.4 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million.
Pause. There's a question in the chat. Pisco, I don't understand your free speech point. How does them having to disclose harm their free speech rights? When it comes to like being paid to disclose who's paid, so disclosing who pays you to give political takes, I think that does have some potential burden on speech. So use my formula, right? Is it a direct regulation of speech? Perhaps not, right? It's not a direct regulation on speech itself, not banning speech, but it might have incidental effects, right? Disclosure has incidental effects on speech, just like the O'Brien, right? So maybe you would calculate that under the O'Brien test or something like that. In which case, yeah, it's not content-based restrictions. It's just disclosures, which are neutral and generally applicable laws in terms of payment with respect to political opinion. But I just don't, it seems like a very burdensome regulation on speech, and it might chill speech if you're forcing anyone
or compel it, right?
Yeah.
You can get it.
Right.
There are like companies have compelling like reasons to want to protect certain like trade secrets, for example. So if there came into, you know, some regulations that started compelling things to the point that they felt that that's running up against their ability to have private information that's proprietary to their products or services that undermine their ability to function within the market properly, then that to me seems like a valid reason to say that, like, hey, I don't know that people, the public interest in this is so compelling that it should undermine my ability to keep this information proprietary or secret, even if I am working with other people or collaborating or whatever.
And then what's a political opinion, right? So anything, like if I pay for a spokesperson for my advertising campaign or for PR who like comments on, and like someone pays for like the memes that, I don't know, KFC does, and they have some commentary on like the public discourse, should that be disclosed, that relationship, how much you're getting paid by KFC or whatever? I just get into I think it's too broad and too burdensome. Whereas with FEC stuff, it's channeled to specific candidates, specific campaigns, specific elections. And at least there's some tailoring to it. It just feels like a general disclosure law on payments related to political opinion is just super, super burdensome on speech. And it might chill speech unnecessarily.
I mean, it's very broad, like what constitutes like a political opinion, but it's
right,
isn't it going to be like any belief in relation to like the government, particular political parties, or
like, and
why political issues or candidates maybe?
And why would that be limited to just politics and not like any kind of public controversy? Like, is it a political controversy about if they're like including, I don't know, a Black Ariel, or if they're including, or, if you're criticizing a movie, could you disclose like, oh, your critiques? Oh, that actually is right. Isn't that Gamergate where they didn't disclose where the money was coming from for some of the game reviews?
Something like that, yeah.
Is comparable. But then I just think it's like an ethical obligation. I don't know if the government needs to get involved, or that it would be, there might still be a First Amendment concern with getting the government involved in like imposing some penalty for not disclosing that you were giving a paid review of a product. Maybe not. I don't know.
The 1630 Fund, which is not required to disclose its contributors, has for years been a major funding source for liberal and progressive causes and groups, including those that spend in elections, says Walker Davis, a research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Though their recent tax returns indicate that they have pulled back from the eye-popping sums they raised and spent in 2020, the org is still one of the top-spending political-oriented nonprofits in the country. Chorus, which is described in contracts reviewed by Wired as a project of the 1630 Fund that handles operations for the Creator Program, launched in November 2024 as a nonprofit arm of Good Influence, a for-profit influencer marketing agency aimed at helping content creators connect with social good campaigns. Good Influence was founded in October 2020 by Stuart Perlmutter, the former communications director for Representative John Yarmouth of Kentucky. Seeing an opportunity after Kamala's loss last November, Perlmutter co-founded Chorus with Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen, who has over 4.6 million subs on YouTube and leads messaging check-ins for the creator cohort on rapid response days. According to records reviewed by Wired, Chorus claims that its initial creator cohort has a collective audience of more than 40 million followers, with more than 100 million weekly viewers, and the org has hundreds of creators signed up and ready to amplify messaging.
And again, if they just disclose that shit, sounds great. It sounds great to have Brian leading a bunch of people to talk about messaging. Like, this is the kind of shit that I want to see Democratic influencers do. Just disclose the money.
Just disclose, yeah.
And we're good, yeah.
But I think that's like the whole thing, right? That really does seem to me to be like the crux of the criticism from this. No?
I think that that's the whole thing. I think that there's the way this is being painted is that there is some substantive restrictions on what creators are allowed to say. That's something that's being suggested or outright said. 2, that they're denied from even establishing or disclosing that they have a relationship with Course at all, separate and apart from the funding, which are different things. 3, that the kind of restrictions, substantive restrictions that are being imposed on what the creators are saying relate to like some kind of centrist programming or some kind of like nefarious bad actors. And so in general, I think that the posture of this article is more than just criticizing for lack of disclosure of the funding. It's basically suggesting that they're astroturfing and forcing these creators to be like
until I see another statement from Taylor Lorenz more explicitly outlining that as her position. That's not what I take away from this. I don't think that she's saying you ought not be able to affiliate or have these sorts of organizations. It's that there is a public interest in disclosure, and therefore that for it to be above board and ethical, that it's fine to do so long as you disclose it. And I think that would also extend to dark money on the right and Republicans. I don't think that this criticism is solely for Democrats. This is probably for any political speech and these sorts of, corporate interests that are now dominating quote unquote independent media spaces, that she would like to see more disclosure. To me, it naturally follows from that.
So you think that that's the extent of her criticism?
Yeah, I think it's because I don't think she's just saying you ought to disclose it, but even if you did disclose it, you still shouldn't do it because that's unethical or whatever. I'm not getting that second part.
I'm looking at her feed right now. She retweeted Hasan. Hasan who said, "We don't have a vertically integrated media landscape." The following 2 points. 1, the independent left is seen as spoilers and antagonistic to Dem goals. That's Taylor. That's Taylor explicitly retweeting Hasan, who is making it a partisan issue, or I should say an ideological issue. And 2, establishment is now playing catch up to build lib content creators. We don't want blue Charlie Kirks. We want the party to fight to improve our lives. So I think that there's plenty of evidence to suggest that Taylor is coming about this from a position of, well, we don't like lib content creators. We want lefty content creators. That, I think, is a position that Taylor holds. And I think that if this kind of shit...
but it doesn't follow from that she doesn't think legally it should be permissible for these organizations to exist. She's just saying they need to be disclosed.
I'm not saying that she said that it's legally impermissible for any of these organizations to exist. I'm not saying that she said that.
I thought that you were saying that's what you could take away from this or whatever.
Here's the question for you. If Hasan had a program like this, do you think she would be attacking it or defending it?
If he had a program that mirrored all the same structure down to the T and the contractual obligations, and it said you cannot disclose it and all of that, I think she would be critical of it.
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I don't think so. That's just my take.
I know you don't think so, but why?
Because I think that her criticism has to do, this angle, even though it's premised on lack of disclosure, and in isolation, I agree that they should disclose. And again, I haven't seen the contractual language that they're citing, which is the problematic language, and I can't wait to see it. And if it is bad, I'll call it out as such. But her other comments about how she's mistrustful of these lib content creators and basically calling them blue Charlie Kirks, to me suggests and saying the independent left is seen as spoilers antagonistic to Dem goals.
Well, Hasan's saying that, but I guess she's endorsing it, right?
She's endorsing it, man. She's endorsing it. That's her position.
But you don't like I can't even find this retweet. I'm trying to find where she retweeted this because she fucking is on Twitter all the time. God damn. Do you have an issue with anything Hasan said here, though? We don't want blue Charlie Kirks. We want the party to fight to improve our lives. Do you take issue with that?
I have an issue with this characterization. The characterization that someone like Brian Tyler Cohen is a blue Charlie Kirk. What the fuck does that mean?
It means that they are replicating the same the same right-wing media apparatus that again exists and is effective, but is not ethical. And that part of the reason.
Oh my God, there are aspects of.
I'm trying to interpret what I think he might mean by that. Sorry, continue.
Okay, go for it. Sorry, no, you go.
No. That's where I'm coming from with that.
I think that a blue Charlie Kirk, you can interpret that a couple ways, right? Charlie Kirk is known on the left as being not just as someone who's a liar, as someone who is a promoter of horrible narratives that isn't critical of his own party, right? As a sycophant, Charlie Kirk is just a party. Tool. He's a tool, an instrument of the Trump White House. So that's one way you could take blue Charlie Kirk. And that's the way I think that Hasan and Taylor are describing it. But of course, Brian Tyler Cohen is critical of the Democratic Party. I know because I've talked to him, right? We had this big conversation both on, I think we invited him on Live and Learn. and have this conversation. Also, on in the post-election, anything else that I was a part of, we talked to Brian Tyler Cohen about this as well. He is highly critical of Democrats. And so I just don't think that it's true to the extent that the blue Charlie Kirk mantra is implying some kind of, I don't know, sycophantic adherence to some established Democratic, candidate. I don't think that that's actually what's being proposed here.
Can I not find criticisms that Charlie Kirk has levied at like MAGA and the Trump administration or conservatives more broadly?
Okay, but it's different.
How is it different?
Completely different. You probably could find some criticisms that Charlie Kirk makes of some people within the Republican sphere, but we understand Charlie Kirk ultimately to be beholden and just like an instrument of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement to the extent that you have to really question, the sincerity of his opinions.
But that's if everything in this article is true, and these were the contractual stipulations of the agreement between Chorus, which is in collaboration with the 1630 thing, and these lib content creators, then is the same not then true of these lib content creators?
No. I think on one hand there's a distinction here between, Charlie Kirk's integration with the RNC and the actual
the White House,
the White House. But also the implication here is negative, right? Charlie Kirk is a bad act. Like what he's appealing to, is not just the lack of disclosure, or Hasan, that is the lack of disclosure that Charlie Kirk may give. It's the whole mission here. The whole mission being that we're trying to like indoctrinate a generation of people, of young people perhaps, to be in a closed system of thought, supporting a fascist democratic agenda or something approaching it. It's a nefarious implication, right?
I know. Well, it's a negative one, sure, but I don't know if it's like,
and it's one that you can make of any like organization. Like
I don't know, but the thing that you pointed to say like is like a mitigating circumstance for Brian Tyler Cohen being compared or in any way likened to sort of blue Charlie Kirk or whatever, an inverse Charlie Kirk, is because, but he's critical of the Democrats, but he does that. But I could point.
And Brian's not a liar. Where's the evidence of him lying blatantly?
I don't know. I don't watch Brian Tyler Cohen, but to me, like this is some of my first introduction to these creators. Like to the extent that I have seen Brian Tyler Cohen's content, it seemed inoffensive to me, and I probably agreed with it, right? But if this is the way that these programs are structured, if this is, I don't like that. No, and I do think it can quickly become a slippery slope where. It starts off like this, again, like kind of like Prager University, because Charlie Kirk didn't from day one have an affiliation with the White House. He started, it was like 10 years ago, Turning Point USA. He's in bed with like, Tea Party types, Koch brother types or whatever. And so this could be, the kind of, year one, this is like their own Turning Point USA. And at some point, does it escalate to the point that we have like, again, a blue Charlie Kirk in the sense that Brian Tyler Cohen is, meeting with the White House and stuff like that. And there is reporting from Current Affairs that like David Pakman and these other influencers were meeting with people from the White House already.
For fucking photo ops. Did you think that like...
Wait, hold on. No. I can show you the article that I'm talking about specifically. Okay. But continue. What point were you going to
make? My point was going to be like, to the extent that you're making comparisons to Charlie Kirk in the sense of, building an organization, an entity to, reach the youth, to spread messaging, that is what we want, right? We do want people to actually go on the streets, go to campuses, and spread the message, right? Why wouldn't we want people, to the extent that the comparison to Charlie Kirk isn't this like negative connotation of being a liar, being a complete total shill, but just of someone who is going on the ground and spreading a unified message? Why wouldn't we want that, right? Like, don't leftists want people like this? If you're a leftist and you want to spread the word of Mom Done, isn't that what like the DSA is about?
I mean, I want it to be effective, but I'm not so like win at all costs that I'd be willing to look past these sorts of issues.
Okay, but we agree on the non-disclosure. We're just talking like I'm
just not so offended by this statement of we don't want blue Charlie Kirk. I know exactly what he's getting at. And I don't know that he's talking about Brian Tyler Cohen specifically. Right, so I thought he was saying that we don't want to create like an army of these people in the first place.
I am suggesting to you that Taylor Lorenz's critique is not simply limited to the non-disclosure of funding. I think it's more than that. I think it has to do with...
Yeah, and your evidence of that was her reposting this thing from Hasan, and then we're getting into the nitty-gritty of what Hasan said, and I'm saying that, like, I mean, I don't find... I didn't think that you would disagree with this point or whatever, but maybe it's not the point, it's just you don't like that it's in the same conversation as Brian Tyler Cohen. But I think the only... If your main thing is that... But the difference is Brian Tyler Cohen tells the truth. I don't find that to be, like, a very compelling thing or whatever. Because they say the same thing about Charlie Kirks. Charlie Kirks fans are going to defend him, but no, he's the real truth teller, and the Dems are the real liars. So I'm not really interested in people's, individual assessments of how honest they are.
So you're never going to take a look at... So if someone says, Barack Obama's the same as Donald Trump, you're like, who can say? Well, someone says Barack Obama, someone says Trump, and so I guess they're the same. So I can't make any kind of, comparative difference between the two, because some people must say that, that he's... Some people agree with Trump and some people agree with Obama, and so...
Well, I'd ask us a follow-up question. I'd say, well, in what respect? Obviously, they were both American presidents, but how do you find them analogous as far as their governing or their policy or whatever? And if they could point to specific realms where they had similarities or overlap in policy, whether it be intentional or incidental, then I'd be willing to hear that out. But a statement as broad as that, I would need to know more to know where they're coming from.
I think when Hasan tweets that, he's being cynical, and he's accusing Brian Tyler Cohen and all these other libtypes of being kind of like cynical party creatures like Charlie Kirk is.
Well, it's in response to somebody saying outside groups paying influencers isn't bad, BTW. It's how we catch up to the right. The issue at hand is how we build this stuff. And then he says that. He's
disagreeing with this. He's like, we don't have a vertically... So he thinks that we should not do this, right? We don't need outside groups paying influencers. And the reason why is ideological, right? He says the independent left is seen as spoilers antagonistic to Dem goals. You think that if someone like Torres reached out to Hasan to be included here, that he would have a problem with it? If these outside investors were like talking to leftists, that they would have a problem with it? Their issue is ideological, that they want to be included into the party, and they want to have, the money come to their types and have their ideology win out. I don't think that it really has to do with this disclosure stuff.
I think it would just depend. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But here's the White House thing that I was talking about. Also, like, to me, I do think it's strange that, like, again, David Pakman is now, in light of this article, disclosing that he is part of it. He doesn't really get into too many details in the response that I watched. But I don't know that you can really call yourself like an independent leftist voice if you have these sorts of ties to these types of programs,
What does it mean to be independent? If what it means to be independent is independent
free from like corporate influence or just that generally.
So or like independent if you take that money. Okay.
Well, yeah, but he still calls himself independent.
Well, if you take any sponsorship money, are you independent?
No, I guess there's a case to be made that, like, yeah, you can take for a product, yeah, but you disclose it. But the issue is that he was doing that secretly and he wasn't disclosing it. And at that point, are you independent?
Okay, so if all it takes to be independent is to disclose a financial, I don't think that's what most people mean. I think when people say independent, there's like a kind of like mainstream that is being alluded to. So when Hasan is saying independent left, I think what he's talking about here are lefties, not people who don't have financial ties. He's talking. Well,
let me flesh it out a little bit more, because I think you've pointed out something true. But I guess the difference is that, like, the discrete promotion of an individual product that is like nonpartisan, like like the way that they show for like these bidet attachments or for like cereal, right? There's no reason unless you think so, to suspect that sponsorship goes above and beyond anything other than solely promoting the product, right? As opposed to being an independent, quote unquote, content creator that is now in affiliation with an entire network of content creators. And the contract says you can't even disparage them. So now there are restrictions on the expression of your opinions and your speech, and that impacts your content. They may have some editorial discretion. If there is another entity that you're in bed with that has editorial discretion over your content, I think that excludes you from being able to call yourself independent in a way that having a sponsorship wouldn't disqualify you, because unless Magic Spoon in their contract is saying, also you have to grant us the ability to have editorial control over your stuff. And if they agreed to that, and then they did not, and then they still called themselves independent, I would think that was dishonest, all the same.
If you take corporate sponsor money, isn't the same kind of incentive? Because people are going to say he's never going to propose the kind of radical solution, because he knows if he proposes a radical solution, or if he's honest about, speaking truth to power, he's going to lose that sponsorship, because the sponsorship doesn't want to endorse radicals. So I'm not so sure. I think that
I don't know. I think people often underestimate capitalism's ability to like consume its criticisms and then literally commodify it and sell it back to people and still portray it as radical when it's not.
So do you think that we're independent, right? Why are we independent?
Because I don't get paid. I don't get money from like Chorus or an affiliation like that. I'm not
we get money from Google,
right?
We get money from Amazon,
right?
Subs.
But what's the distinction there between partnership with these companies versus like again getting a payout from Twitch for like AdSense?
We have a financial relationship with Google and Amazon. And it's just because like there's, Google and Amazon haven't been super imposing of like, we're allowed to criticize them on their platforms, but that is a financial relationship to the two of the biggest corporations in the world.
It is, but there's not like a mandate or directive from Amazon dictating what you can and cannot say outside of their terms of service, Yeah,
I don't know. I just don't know. Like I think the notion that Hasan is using independent here has to do with independent from like the DNC establishment.
I don't think it needs that. That's the only thing that has to be the case for you to call yourself independent. I just don't think so. I think that's then functionally everybody's independent. Then
So let's make sense of that. Do you think people like Josiah doesn't get money from Josiah makes his own money. Same thing that we do, right?
Right.
Do you think that Hasan would be like, oh yeah, Josiah is seen as a spoiler, antagonistic to Dem goals? Of course not. What Hasan is referencing there, what he considers to be the independent left, are the left wingers who go against what he considers to be the mainstream democratic view. It doesn't have to do with the financial.
But the independent, I think he would the delineation that he's making is like between the left and liberals, right? And so the independent liberals are not seen as spoilers or antagonistic to Dem goals, and they don't present themselves as such.
So you're gonna have to repeat that. I'm not following. Sorry.
So I think there is. I think would you agree that Hasan makes a distinction between like liberals and leftists? I don't think
liberals and leftists. Hasan makes a distinction. Yes.
You agreed to that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I think in a conversation, or like if he were to talk about the independent liberals, I think he would say the opposite. He would say that they are not seen as spoilers and they're not seen as antagonistic to Dem goals because they aren't.
Because they're not the left.
Yes.
Oh, so you think when he says the independent left, he's not referring to liberals like Pod Save America or Josiah?
Yeah, I don't think so, no. Do you?
In which case, no, I think that maybe is the right reading. In which case, yeah, this is perfectly in line with what I'm saying, which is that Taylor Lorenz's critique is not just that, failure to disclose. It is ideological in nature, that they should be spending time catering to, quote, the left. That's part of
I really wish that I could get your impression of this article as such without you knowing it had been authored by Taylor Lorenz, because I wonder how different your interpretation or impression of it would be. Because you want to bring in her. What do you mean? Because you want to bring in. Because I wish you could judge it just solely off of the words of the article alone, in and of itself, the arguments presented and contained within it. But you cannot divorce it from where Taylor is coming from, and you're pulling in here's what she said on Twitter, here's what she reposted or whatever, and from that we can know that was her mindset going into when she writes these words and she constructs this narrative. And I just wish it had been written by some random Joe Schmo where you couldn't do that, and you would just be evaluating the arguments on their merits and not trying to also factor in the intentionality of the journalist who wrote it.
Well, if I'm assessing,
I think it would be different. Because you're getting into territory where I'm I'm not reading all of this into it.
So I think that this article, any fair reading of this article, is imposing some kind of negative implication on this arrangement.
Certainly, that is to say, that's unambiguous.
Okay, unambiguously. And the negative implication in the article is that there's some kind of extractive relationship and some kind of both like a domineering relationship, one in which the people who are running chorus are doing something bad by like imposing editorial controls, by moving in silence, by forcing upon creators take it or leave it deals, and essentially having extractive relationships with them. And I think some of these some of these things might be true and a correct critique. I think the lack of disclosure of funding is a problem. But to the extent that she's marshaling critiques that are premised on the notion that like, oh, they're having these update calls, or oh, these, it was a take it or leave it deal. Oh, it's like, what else does she say here?
I guess I just don't know how I find them like relevant to the article, but I don't know how she's supposed to include them without you reading into all of the stuff that it's like, it's an unfair narrative, therefore it ought not be made, or it's unsavory or whatever. Like I find these to be relevant details. You can say that you disagree with the conclusion or like what it's building towards or whatever, but I don't find any issue inherently with the inclusion of any of these things, except for the fact that I thought that random thing of like, Hasan's not been welcome at the campaign events. That's the only statement that stands out to me as unrelated to the rest of the article. Okay, but I disagree with you that like her talking about the Zoom call, like you can disagree with like the framing or whatever. Her talking about the fact that they have creator meetings with like talking points or talking points are discussed.
She's painting that lawyer talking as saying something nefarious. She's basically she's not taking a moment to consider, well, honestly, I think whether or not this endeavor, if there is transparency, would be worth it, and whether it's a good idea. She hasn't like pulled together quotes of individuals who are like, hang on, like and I'm curious. She reached out to Chorus. I'm curious if she reached out to every single one of these creators. I'm assuming she did, but
they did, and now they're like amending all of the. They're like adding stuff in, or like they've like made comments now. This is a comment from my chat. Taylor is so ideology poisoned, but Pisco is quote unquote objective despite his friend's direct involvement. Response?
Which one of my friends' direct involvement?
You said you know Brian Tyler Cohen, and that.
Sorry. Does that mean he's my friend?
No.
Okay.
So let's amend it to Taylor is so.
So I just want to be clear.
You're on good terms with Brian Tyler Cohen, though, right?
I don't know that I'm on good terms. So the last.
Would you say that you're on good terms with Brian Tyler Cohen?
I have no idea.
Okay, if you had to guess one way or the other, do you think that you are?
We have friendly conversations before.
Okay.
Like he follows me on Twitter. I guess we're friendly. That doesn't mean that we're friends. And that isn't why.
So
and I think it's very telling. So I'm willing to defend Hasan Piker when I think that he's in the right. I'm willing to criticize friends when I think that they're in the wrong. And nothing about what I'm doing here is, about protecting friends or anything like that. I'm basically saying that there's some things that could be wrong about the nature of an arrangement, namely I think the lack of disclosure. But certainly, I think we are fools to take Taylor Lorenz at face value. You're kind of saying like, if you had blinders on and I didn't know that it was Taylor Lorenz, how would I think of the article? The answer is it would be different. I would think about the article differently. But
you said at the beginning you're going to be super objective or whatever, and I just went and I think that this is inhibiting your ability to be able to do that.
Objective doesn't mean turning your eyes off to potential bias. Correct? Agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that. But I just kind of wish that you could engage with just solely what is written here and not pull in all of these other things.
I totally am. We went painstakingly through every sentence so far. We haven't finished it just yet of this article, engaging with it, on the merits. But I think that
you go into it with a certain perspective that is like you're very, very skeptical, right? More skeptical of it than you would have been had anyone else authored this. I think.
I don't know. I mean, I can't prove or disprove that. I think if this article came out.
No, you can't. That's why I'm saying like it is kind of unfalsifiable for me. But that's why I'm saying that I wish it could be the case. But I feel like 2 seconds earlier you just said, yeah, like Taylor Lorenz being the one to have written this or whatever is biasing me in a certain respect here.
No. It's not. When you say bias.
Or sorry. Like it is affecting is informing your analysis of it.
Of course it must. Any rational person to have an understanding of what the aim is of this article and whether or not we should take its critique seriously, it must be informed by who wrote it. That in fact is the criticism of like lack of disclosure, right? Like the whole notion of even wanting disclosure in the first place is because people understand that who is behind certain projects influences our understanding of them. So of course we'd be fools not to consider who wrote the article. And also
right. I know, but I wish that I could get a first reaction from you where you didn't know that, and then introduce a secondary analysis where I tell you, okay, what if I told you Taylor Lorenz had written that article? Would you feel the need to go through the article again and see if that changed your interpretation of your previous and like initial impression of it?
But hang on, I don't have a problem saying that Taylor Lorenz is correct about some things. So like if I have no reason to say that Taylor Lorenz is wrong that it prohibited some amount of disclosure, and to the extent that it prohibited some amount of disclosure about the source of the funding, then I think that that's wrong. And I think Taylor Lorenz is correct about that. Like they should be disclosing that they're taking money from Chorus. Okay?
Yeah.
And or the ultimate funder, to the extent that the ultimate funder is the entity that's sending them the money or whatever. I don't know. But that's all I'm saying.
I guess it's like I'm showing you a painting and I'm like, tell me what you think about this painting, and you give you you tell me you like the painting, and then I tell you, what if I told you that George Bush painted this, and then all of a sudden your impression of it changed?
No, you're exactly wrong, right? Because for Taylor Lorenz, for the criticism about non-disclosure, to the extent that that's her criticism, I agree with it. I agree that they should be disclosing where they get the money from.
Okay.
So that's me saying, notwithstanding the fact that it's Taylor Lorenz. And by the way, I don't even think everything Taylor Lorenz does is wrong. I thought that she was based on, she had this conflict with Glenn Greenwald on something where I thought that she was in the right about it. She's had some interesting takes on free speech that I've agreed with.
Has she been? She's willing to criticize people on the left?
100%, yeah. She has been. She has before. She has, criticized.
Well, you said earlier that if Hasan did this or someone else on the left did this,
that's different.
Then she wouldn't be as critical. But I mean, we're pointing to evidence of her.
No, that's different. One thing is saying she's willing to criticize some left-wing people like Glenn Greenwald. Glenn Greenwald, I actually don't even know if I would.
No, he's like a civic nationalist or whatever.
Beyond that,
civic libertarian is what he calls himself.
I don't know that I've heard her criticize Hasan ever.
I don't know that I have either. Maybe it exists or whatever, but it's probably been in a way that's so modest that it's not really a substantive criticism. Yeah. As far as I can tell, because they seem close. They seem close.
I am willing to say that, yeah, they should disclose where they're getting money from, these creators. And to the extent that they were prevented from doing that as a contractual matter, I have a problem with that. I just don't think that, like, if we're specifically asking what Taylor Lorenz's goals are here and whether or not some of the other aspects of the article are true, we should look to other things that Taylor Lorenz says, right? To get to her incentives and what she wants to do, we should look to her other statements, obviously, and we should look to other evidence.
No, I'm not saying that we can't do that. I'm just saying I wish I could also have your impression of the article, absent knowing that she was the one who authored it, because I would be interested to see how it departs from what it is, your analysis currently is now. Although I want you to address this comment, and you're not going to crash out, and I'm going to amend it so you don't freak out over this minor aspect of it. Taylor is so ideology poisoned, but Pisco is objective, quote unquote, despite his somebody who he's collaborated with and is on positive terms with, as far as he knows, direct involvement. Okay. What do you think of that statement now?
It's preposterous. I've been critical of people I frequently collaborate with all the time, including Hutch, including
your boy
Isaiah. Anyone who looks at me and says he's unwilling to criticize people with whom I have a closer relationship, Hutch and Josiah, what about my personality and my track record suggests that I'm going to pull a punch because of a personal relationship in that respect? What about my track record suggests that? So no, but unlike Taylor, I think where there is a demonstrated track record of her, I think, not being even-handed with some of these different. Now, and at this moment, I'm not willing to provide you an example of that. I'll gather them at a later time. But that's been my impression. And
not willing.
In the moment, I can't, immediately recall them. Doesn't mean by that.
But I had to go get a TikTok of Olivia Juliana, or whatever. That was a different thing. That was a different. Yeah, is it different? Okay.
And we are going to watch, by the way, after this, the Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman response.
Okay. Really quick.
Aaron, anything? Say one Christmas. How much, we've been bickering this entire
dude, if you think that there's a lack of conflict between us, you have just turned in for the first fucking time, because there is no shortage of disagreements between this motherfucker and myself. Okay.
Yeah.
Not for starting, first of all, the fact that I'm a fucking communist and he is not a fucking communist. Huge issue. So this is from Current Affairs. The article is called "MeidasTouch Turns Democrats' Mind to Slop." He effectively sees MeidasTouch as like kind of a blue Fox News, right? The decision to avoid
this guy. Who's this motherfucker?
Nathan J. Robinson.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you like him? Thoughts on Nathan?
No, I don't like him. No.
Why not?
Because he's another one of these people. Like the Dems are all the same as the Republicans. Don't vote for Dems. He's one of these people. He's anti-electoral people. I don't like anti-electoral left-wing people who say that there's like a false equivalence between Republicans and Democrats and like advocate that like it doesn't matter if you vote for Democrats or not and just constantly do this whataboutism. I'm not a fan of those people. I've never have been.
Sure. The decision to avoid Palestine by Democratic-aligned media seems to be deliberate, and it goes beyond MeidasTouch. MeidasTouch is part of a broader universe of content creators that are aligned with the Democratic Party, which includes Brian Tyler Cohen, 4 million subs, David Pakman, 3 million subs, among others. Notably, last March, according to a source with the events, Pakman attended a private off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris on the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. During the trip, he met with Cohen, the Mysalis brothers, yep, and dozens of other so-called quote-unquote independent progressive media figures. In an internal email.
See, these people are ideologically inclined. I'm just saying, like, that's
everybody is ideologically inclined. It's a nothing statement.
Yeah. No. But I mean to say is like, it's not just an issue of non-disclosure. These people, in everything they write, they're dripping with contempt.
They are open with their partisanship. Yes, they do. They do not. He does not. He does not hide his partisanship at all.
100%.
I think that's most people. I mean, do you think that it's a secret that David Pakman is a progressive or Brian Tyler Cohen is a progressive?
I don't think that's a secret. No.
So they also have their own, partisan affiliations and biases that they lay bare. I think they want people to know that. I think Nathan J. Robinson wants people to know that. He wants them to know that he is not just he's not just a liberal. He's not just a progressive. He's even further than that. He's a socialist.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the issue?
The issue is like, let's not pretend that these individuals that their criticism is just limited to lack of disclosure.
And let's not pretend that doesn't also go for David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen and progressives.
Okay.
When they criticize the left or whatever, the same way that you read into it, I also read into it with them. I find most liberals tend to be hostile towards left and socialists.
Well, I actually like it when there's some liberals who I think will defend leftists on some stuff, and when some leftists defend liberals on some stuff.
Yes, I'm a fan of that, obviously.
And there are some people who surprise you in that respect, and who I think, notwithstanding their ideological bias, have a track record of sometimes when it's against their own side saying the tough thing. And those people I respect the most.
Like who?
So I've been respecting recently Kyle Kalinske a lot, because even though he doesn't necessarily agree with everything I do, he has been saying that the libs were right, resistance libs were right, and promoting resistance libs on a lot of domestic stuff, even though a lot of lefties, they don't like libs, and they don't like, you don't gain any fans by saying the resistance libs were right in lefty circles, but he's willing to do that, right? And hell, they're even willing sometimes to praise Republicans when they're doing something that's right too, and I think that I respect that as well. Not that I necessarily agree with that, but like, all I'm just saying is there are some individuals who I think have a track record of promoting and saying, hey, the Dems did something good when they do. And Taylor Lorenz is not one such person.
Okay, well,
Hasan is not one such person.
If you respect that, then, you could try. You're trying it with this issue, right? That's you doing that right now. If there's a criticism to be made, that's valid, right?
Sorry, say that one more time.
You say you respect when people call out their own side, even if it's against their own interests, even if it doesn't gain them any favor with the audience that they've currently cultivated. And I'm saying, great. And you're doing that right now, right? If it turns out to be true, you're going to do it, right?
I already have.
Yeah.
I assume that there's.
That's very respectable. It's very respectable.
Not non-disparagement.
Yeah, I respect it.
Or something like that, and or like, I'm sure there's something there. And to the extent, but the thing is, my criticism is going to be calibrated. It's going to be like, oh yeah, they should disclose that money, and I'm not going to freak out about it. Like, yeah, okay, and, it's good to bring this to the attention of the public, and they should disclose that they're getting money from this, and no harm, no foul. It's been disclosed, and we can move on. But
yeah, and the tone that you're taking now, that's the measured tone you've taken as we've reviewed this article. You've been that measured.
Are you going to stick to the issues, or are you going to get mad the whole time?
I'm mad. I'm mad.
I'm just saying. I didn't say you're mad. I said you're getting meta.
Meta. I heard mad at.
No, I said
meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the time is appropriate, I'll get meta.
I think it's super measured to be like, okay, yeah, they should disclose that they're getting money from Chorus / whatever, and they should be allowed to disclose if they're not allowed to disclose. And now, and it's good that we reveal that, but that doesn't. And I wouldn't say something like Chorus needs to shut down their. Like, no, then Chorus should just be based, and they should continue their operations, and they should just disclose
and correct this mistake,
and everything's good. Yeah, that's it. But there are some people who are going to be like, oh, look at these people, like we can never trust them again. Like, no, that's I wouldn't take that position. I would take a more calibrated position, a calibrated critique.
If they show the willingness to, admit to it and say that we're going to improve going forward, blah, 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 then obviously, yeah. Okay. In an internal email, Pakman later told his staff that the content creators at the White House had talked among themselves and everyone had admitted that they deliberately avoided producing Gaza coverage in order to prevent controversy. One could argue that this is probably a big reason why these particular influencers were invited to the White House in the first place. Pakman, for his part, has previously asserted that Israel would never waste, quote unquote, waste ordnance, end quote, on Palestinian civilians, and that's hyperlinked, and that he views Congressman Ritchie Torres, who is perhaps best known for being one of AIPAC's top recipients of funding, as the kind of person he would like to see lead the progressive movement.
Pakman's unhinged on that.
Yes.
That's Pakman's view, all right? Pakman is big Israel supporter.
Big, huge. Did you see the Adam Friedland thing?
Yeah, it was a horrible.
Disastrous. Disgusting.
Disastrous. I thought Torres looked awful.
I think he's a sociopath.
I think he
is an ice chewing sociopath. I think he is a ghoulish bloodsucker, personally.
I thought he looked horrible.
And he was very, very unfunny. And all of his attempts at humor just completely flat, deflection, insane.
It was a disaster. I like Adam Friedland. I think Adam Friedland, I don't know that it was Adam Friedland's best performance either, but
he didn't have to do anything, and he won because Ritchie Torres looked like an absolute fucking unhinged lunatic, man.
I agree.
Give me a second. Okay. I've spent most of my career researching right-wing media and sounding the alarms about the collapse of our old information environment, Ellie Langford, the director of programming at Chorus, said on a Zoom call with dozens of creators in June. Our political systems haven't been able to figure out a real solution, and I've been really excited to see you all treading the path forward. I deeply, deeply believe that the work you are all doing is what's going to make the difference in supporting and frankly resuscitating our democracy. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. This was incredibly cringe. In a new weekly... It's like an example of the content that they've created together. Give me a second.
Let's take a look at it.
Hold on. I want to. Why?
A map of Texas.
What are you doing?
If I change these lines, I can get more people on my side.
Isn't that cheating? Those lines are redrawn every 10 years.
You're doing it early?
If I don't change these districts, I'll lose the...
You're literally erasing the power of people of color to elect leaders that represent them.
Too bad, so sad, power grab. Who are you calling?
A Texas state rep to say no to redistricting. Jerry, what's that?
Money well spent.
Who's this?
These are creators in the program that are creating content together.
Oh, in the Chorus program?
Yeah. And it says racial gerrymandering in Texas.
That wasn't their best effort. Whatever. It's a little cringe.
A little cringe? Just a little bit?
A little bit, yeah. That's just me. That's me. I don't know if this... Listen, I'm not the median voter, all right? So I agree it's cringe. I thought that was cringe as fuck.
Yeah.
What do you want to say? But I'm not the median voter. I don't know.
I mean, I like you, respect when people make statements that go against their own audience's, majority consensus and opinion. So I appreciate that you're expressing emphatically that it's cringe, but then you immediately started going, but I'm not a tastemaker. Who am I to say? I don't fucking know. Maybe it's okay.
I don't fucking know, dude. My content.
You're just fucking say it. You don't like it. If it were a Republican that made content that cringy, you would say it with your fucking chest, and you would not be couching it in all of these. I know, but then you were like, but who am I to say that? Because I'm not a tastemaker. I don't know these things. Give me a break. Just say you don't like it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yes.
I don't want to make that.
That's so hard.
By that. You're so fucking annoying. I'm actually losing my mind. I'm losing my mind right now.
Yeah.
You're trying to get me to cop to things that I'm already coping to.
What am I doing?
It's cringe, but I don't know that it's not a good use of their time to do this kind of schlop for boomer moms. I honestly don't know.
That's who you think is the The target demo for that? You think boomer moms would like that?
Again,
gladly.
Yeah.
A map of Texas.
What are you doing?
If I change these lines, I can get more people on my side.
Isn't that cheating? Those lines are redrawn every 10 years.
You're doing
Oh, you're laughing at it, right? Now it's funny? Is it growing on you? It's growing on you?
Yes, it has.
I didn't know I was in a call with the boomer mom.
These districts all lose that.
You're literally erasing the power of people of color to elect leaders that...
Why are we watching this again? Because it was so good that Pisco wanted to just savor it again on the second try.
Who cares about this though? Like,
well, obviously Chorus does, right?
Okay, so they're being funny.
Well, you asked me who cares. I'm saying I think Chorus does because they're putting money into cultivating content like this. They think it's worth it.
You're acting like it's all like this.
Didn't say that. I'm just analyzing this particular piece of media that was put in front of me because of this lovely article.
You know what I think is cringe? I think Joe Rogan is cringe.
Okay.
But he has an audience of millions of people. You know what?
Yeah, but at least he's curious to me. There's like a sense of curiosity.
At least he's a sense of curiosity.
Because I think that they have a
sense of wonder. They have a sense of curiosity.
Because I think that a lot of these creators, the vibe that I get, I don't really consume their content, so I could be moved on it if I did. But these people, they wake up and all they think about from morning to night, from when they open their eyes to when they shut them again to sleep, is how do Democrats win? How do we get Democrats elected? How do we increase majorities? Like they're just ruthless about wanting to win. And I can respect their drive, right? Like that's what they want to do, right? But sometimes that being your primary goal comes at the expense of other things, and that can sometimes include, being funny, being humorous, being curious or whatever. At least,
Have you seen these fucking rap songs?
At least, hold on.
Rap songs?
Well, hold on. You asked me how this is related to Joe Rogan, as opposed to Joe Rogan, who again platforms a bunch of fucking weirdos, morons, idiots. No shorts of that. He repeats the disinformation. He's irresponsible. He does zero research, but he at least invites on like scientists, sometimes like philosophers, kind of like fucking even these like pseudo academics and stuff like that. I do think that there is a curiosity there that is endearing to people in the same way with Theo Von, right? That is what makes them personable and authentic and engaging to people. There's something there that I feel like sometimes that these Democratic content creators and these like pro-Dem content creators, like it's kind of missing sometimes.
I'm sending you something I want you to show right now. And you tell me who this is for.
Okay. Let's turn this shit up.
From the shores of California, all the way down to the Keys.
Only He will bring us closer when we fall to our knees.
From the shores of California.
They did a fucking music video like "We Are the World" for Trump, and it's cringe as fuck. But like I think that's cringe, and anyone who supported that was like a fucking weirdo, like MAGA rap support. Hang on, here's a longer version of it. One sec. Here's a longer version. I want you to play.
Thank you. I was wondering. I was like, I really need the whole version of this.
Well, I don't know if it's the full, but it's
longer at least. Thank God.
Yeah.
You can take all our money, but you can't have our soul.
Wait, were these J6ers?
No, I don't know. Some of them maybe. I
remember there also being like a choir of J6ers that they like that.
Yeah.
You could burn down our buildings, and we'll still find a home.
We will all stick together, and we'll never surrender. We won't.
They don't have the liberal surrender hands, is what they're saying.
Give up our freedom.
From the shores of California, all the way down to the
This is awesome. I don't know what you're talking about.
Only He will bring us closer when we fall to our knees.
And He'll
like
lift
this?
us from
Love it.
Why do they have this?
Okay, so but like, what is the point of you bringing this up? That they also do fucking cringe shit? Yeah, I do, but I fucking do that. Steven Crowder has like cringy fucking conservative rap music.
It's not
no
for
shit.
Me. It's not for me.
But the thing is that Okay, stop. The thing is that don't you think a lot of conservatives would be willing to call this cringe, or you think no?
I think some would. Yeah. I think some would.
Okay, well, I want that to be.
But someone made that, and I'm like, okay.
Okay, be willing. Okay, and would you agree that you would think that any conservative who's not willing to be like, this is cringe as fuck, might literally be saying that because they don't want to offend or hurt the feelings of these people because they happen to be of the same political persuasion.
I did call it cringe. What do you want to say? But you were like,
I know, but then you immediately undercut that by going, but I'm not a tastemaker, so who am I to say? I'm not, it's not for me. And I think there have been, of course, you'll unambiguously say, though, this is cringe as fuck, and you're not going to qualify it with, but I'm not a tastemaker and it's not for me, right?
No, what I'm saying for this song, like, who the hell knows? There's some crazies that maybe this gets their titties hard. I don't know. Like, this is something that.
To get your titties hard?
I don't know. Maybe.
You don't know?
No, I don't know. I mean, it's a banger. What can I say?
Okay. Check and then let me know.
All right.
In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through political wins. Follow these creators bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling at Sanders Jennings, at E. Orleans, Just Craven 101, Tono Latino, Gemma Talks, the Z Activist they posted. While some creators have been eager to work with Chorus, others distrust the org. This spring, Chorus faced a wave of backlash from prominent content creators whose images were included in the firm's fundraising decks without permission. I was included on some of Chorus's decks, like, we have access to V when you do not, said V. Spahar, a liberal content creator with over 3.5 million followers on TikTok. And the citation for that is a link to her Substack article, but it's like paywalled because I tried to look at it last night. I couldn't read it.
Nice. Love that.
Yeah. The faces of several well-known influencers were featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. However, users who clicked the button were taken to a fundraising page for Chorus instead of anywhere their dollars would go directly to the creators featured. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staff Kate Abugazela, Kat, I don't know how to say her last name, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website included in fundraising decks without her consent. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising purposes. Spahar and other content creators have accused Chorus of attempting to establish themselves as a gatekeeper to Democratic political leaders. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media, says Spahar. Several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout the controversy, including Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Allie O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new creator incubator program. Houston did not respond to requests for comment. O'Brien declined to comment. I do want to point out that a lot of people are criticizing David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen, myself included, for not speaking out against Gaza more, for the Gaza genocide, or feeling like, especially with what Current Affairs reported, that internal email circulated that, like, oh, we avoid talking about Gaza to avoid the controversy, that Elizabeth Booker Houston, when I searched her Instagram, has been outspoken about Palestine, I believe.
Okay, and?
So, well, I'm trying to say that that's not, if you're outspoken against, or for Palestine, that's not going to disqualify you from being affiliated with this organization. So it's a point in their favor, I'm saying. As a point, like, that they actually, they foster some ideological diversity. I think that she did. I mean, I could be misremembering that she talked about Palestine.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you really think that Chorus is going to be, or
like, Israel won't let Dr. Mimi into Gaza? She posted this a week ago. Call your reps, tell them to end this now. So again, point in the favor of Chorus that there are not as many, it's not like stringent, ideological prerequisites necessarily to get into this org.
Like the Democratic base is firmly on the side of, they characterize the situation in Gaza as a genocide. There was recent polling about this where
8% of Democrats support Israel. That's it.
And
something like that.
A majority of the countries there call it a genocide, 50%. And the Democratic base isn't there. It's stupid to think or to suggest, I think, unless there's evidence of it, that what they're trying to do, separate and apart from Dave Pakman, who has always been very, very pro-Israel, that there's been this concerted effort from Chorus to downplay or to limit discussion of Gaza. Like, where is the evidence of that?
Because you look at the fact that, like, Brian Tyler Cohen himself, I don't think that he's really, Like when I searched it last night, I couldn't find any that he doesn't really talk about Zohar Mamdani, surprisingly. And to the extent that he talked about Gaza in 2024, it was to tell people that even if you don't like what's happening in Gaza, you should still vote for Joe Biden. He did not condemn any of the ongoing humanitarian atrocities taking place that the United States was complicit in or anything like that. Only once Trump entered office and there were some more criticisms of Gaza that came his way. I mean, I don't think it's crazy for people to think that, okay, if this is the ideological predisposition of the co-founder of this organization, that might in fact be an ideological prerequisite in the same way that any organization that Hasan starts, I would assume that he's probably not going to make room for Zionists, I'll be honest, in that.
Right. So,
but that would be my basis for thinking that. And is that crazy?
Wait, that Brian Tyler Cohen wouldn't start?
No, because you said like, where's the basis to think that he would exclude these types of voices? And I'm saying I don't think it's unreasonable to look at their digital footprint and see that there's an absence of commentary on a subject as polarizing as that when he's waded into other very, very controversial political topics and given his opinion.
That's different.
How?
That I think is different. Like if what you're doing, if you have a lack of discussion of Gaza or whatever on your channel, like Brian Tyler Cohen, does that suggest to you that he would, as part of an incubator program that's specifically targeted to like foster people who are pro-Democrat, that he would impose on them a likewise limitation? Like I don't.
I think the possibility exists there. Yeah,
it exists, but like it wouldn't be. I don't think that would be something you can just assume. And I think you need to provide evidence for it.
But I would assume it for Hasan as well. I would assume that might be the case, and with Hasan, I would assume that might be the case as well.
If Hasan had an incubator program, yeah, I expect if Hasan had an incubator program, that would be a condition. But he has.
But why is it wrong to assume? Well, but what makes you think that they're not?
Because they're not as openly. Is Brian Tyler Cohen
to omit discussion of an issue like that? Okay. I think that's an editorial choice in and of itself.
Sorry, but does that indicate that you're pro-Israel in the current conflict?
It could be, yeah. I think especially because, if that's the case, like as far as I can tell, David Pakman and if Brian Tyler Cohen they can read the room and see that liberal Zionism ain't so fucking hot right now, and that it's not even an issue that is of huge concern to them because they're more concerned about domestic affairs anyway, that they're not going to make it a point to say that I'm in support of Israel's actions more so than I am being I'm not going to call it a genocide and I support this or whatever. I support the defensive weapons transfers. I might even support some offensive weapons transfers because they realize it doesn't resonate with their audience. In an attempt to, again, not fracture that audience, they don't bring it up, but that doesn't make them any less biased. That just means that their bias manifests in a different way than it does for Hasan.
I just sent you a link, Aaron.
Okay, this person. Yeah. Well, can we read the article and then we'll get to this? This is what I was looking for. I don't know. I'm glad that you have it though. But yeah, 32% in U.S. back Israel's military action in Gaza, a new low. And when you search Dems, what is it? The decline in approval, it says Americans sharply divided by party over Israel's actions. The decline in approval is driven by 16-point drop among both Dems and independents. As has been the case since the start of the conflict, independents, 25%, express higher approval than Dems, 8%, but both groups currently registered their lowest readings to date. In contrast, 71% of Republicans say they approve of Israel's actions in Gaza, up from 66% in September. Ghoulish. What? It is. What are these people other than fucking ghouls? How could you support this? How could you?
I don't.
The UN has declared it a famine. This is very, very, very recent polling, like the last 2 weeks or so. Or last month. A month to the day, July 29th.
Oh my God.
What's up?
I'm about to go so harsh on Taylor Lorenz. If I'm seeing a contract provision right here, I'm about to lose it. But sorry, keep going.
Okay, well, let's finish it before you lose it. Okay, because that's the point of no return. Once you lose it, you will never. Yeah. So do not read it. Do not read it. Okay, liberal surrender hands. Let me see him. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Reach for the sky.
Is it even an episode of Just Press Play if there's at least one Disney reference? There we go. Okay, this person, yeah, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Allie O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new creator incubator program. Neither commented. Still, some creators heard about the 1630 fund and Chorus funding initiative and applied to join. One creator named Chesco, who goes by @SpeechProfessor online, applied to join the program because he viewed it as an opportunity to get access to people that have funding or backing and actual research that I could use, he says. This guy is and he has almost like 1 million followers on Instagram. Ultimately, he wasn't accepted and received an email on June 26 rejecting his application. We are planning to bring more creators into the incubator program in the near future, Chorus wrote. The structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem that the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that the Russian state-sponsored network RT was covertly providing millions in fundings to Tenet Media, company working with major right-wing influencers including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid, an influencer marketing company whose website says it, quotes, connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, according to an analysis of campaign finance filings from the Washington Post. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist at City St. George's, University of London, says that these sorts of programs have been quote, happening in the right wing for ages. But Hyder said that the structure of the 1630 fund deal raises the question, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? The Democrats appear to have no real counter to the system. Democrats miss the next generation of media, says Brendan Gahan, a co-founder of influencer marketing agency Creator Authority. Historically, they owned Hollywood, but this next generation of influence is digital, and they've miscalculated that. I don't think that they feel comfortable in arenas where they lack control. That's the end.
Okay. Let's see this clip I sent you.
This TikTok, yeah. So I believe this is a TikTok from Allie O'Brien, who we just saw mentioned, because she, a progressive creator with more than 600 followers on TikTok, who doggedly defended Chorus throughout the controversy, where they had like used people's images without and likeness without their permission. Why do I have to log in? This is new. Give me a second. Let me log in. I really should not have to do this.
This is real. I'm gonna lose it on Taylor.
You said you weren't gonna look. You said you weren't gonna do it.
I'm not.
Are you? Are you really not doing that right now while I'm doing this? You promise?
Yeah, I'm not.
Account doesn't exist. It does fucking exist. Hold on. Maybe if I use a QR code. There we go. Logged in, finally.
Hello, I am a leftist that is...
Whoa, leftist. Hold on.
I can't see it. I can't see it.
Hold on. Chill. I know that. I know that. I'm not logging in on my stream so everybody can see it. Chill.
Yeah.
Is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of...
A 10-minute TikTok? God fucking damn it. Hold on.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Not the platform for a 10 minutes.
Training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very inaccurate. And I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet. And I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment, so I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus...
But can she name them? Because of the disparagement clause that allegedly exists with this organization. Maybe that's the most she can say.
All right, let's go.
Let's fucking go.
is my receipts. Okay, so the first main big scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program or that Chorus existed. No. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly have an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking.
Do you buy that? That's for creator safety to that extent?
No, I don't really buy it. I think that's for brand and reputational risks and just making sure that any statement about Chorus is cleared with Chorus.
And it's not for the benefit of the creator, so they're not targeted by a Republican what?
I mean, that might be a side benefit to it that they, but
okay, yeah, but to present that as the primary motivating factor for that seems unbelievable to me.
Yeah, but you're not banned from disclosing your association with Chorus. I want to see the actual contractual language about what it entails, and I'm concerned if she doesn't show it to us, if she shows other contractual language.
As far as I know, no one has shown a contract.
Talking about it was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people, check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number 2, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings.
I don't think that really makes any sense. So the notion that this is there for the protection of the members, that I just don't understand. No, I don't think that's what it's there for.
Things with lawmakers,
or it's if you believe that I have some valuetainment to sell you, Missy. Come on.
And political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's
shows it for 2 seconds, bitch. I just want to see this. You're fucking yapping.
All bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again.
Okay, here.
Move your big ass head. Sorry.
There we go. Whoa.
So
whoa.
One is,
that's a woman. That's a woman that you're referring to. Watch it.
I didn't say she wasn't.
I'm just saying watch it. Okay.
All right, I am watching it. You watch it.
I will.
So, first off, I think you should show us the Chorus, whatever the contractual term about disclosing your association with Chorus. But one thing is, I think, abundantly clear, that the aim of Chorus isn't to hide. Wow, Hutch, my boy Hutch. Thank you, Raiders from Hutch. Hutch, my boy. Hey, Baldy Raid, we saw you own Ogre Boy on your stream, bro. Congratulations. Pro Abundance, pro Hutch, anti Ogre Boy. You owned him. Oh shit. My headphones disconnected. But thank you. We're going over this this Wired article and the responses to it. So you can hear me, right, Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
Hutch's Himothy. Super appreciate the raid, Hutch. Love Hutch. Love the Hutch supporters. Come on in. We're talking about something. So number 1. Taylor Lorenz is painting this program as trying to hide Chorus's involvement with the creators. That is absolutely, unequivocally, 100% the impression that she leaves with her article. And that is just fundamentally false, right? To the extent that we know anything about this contractual provision that is pre-clearing statements about Chorus itself, I don't think necessarily that I buy that this PR spin that it's for the benefit of the creators from being harassed, but it's not to
Do you think that she intimated that from
100%,
or do you think that they told her that?
Let me finish what I was saying.
Sure.
It is not done, right? This disclosure clearance statement to hide the overall relationship. It is almost certainly for the protection of Chorus, no doubt. And I think that this is kind of pie in the sky to imply that it's done for the protection of the content creator. But to paint this as them trying to hide the association with Chorus is a laughable implication. That I think is completely debunked, completely fucking dishonest to after now having been shown, demonstrated that Chorus is, in fact, sometimes being criticized for doing associations too much, right? Like the whole argument is from the current affairs is that they improperly promoted someone as being associated with Chorus. And so
wait, from current affairs? You mean Wired or Taylor?
Yeah. In what world?
Why from current affairs?
Sorry, whoever was saying, that was from Taylor, right?
Yeah.
So Taylor on the one hand is saying, oh, look at this Chorus taking credit for all these different creators. Oh, but Chorus is a shadowy thing, and they're being.
Whoa. I thought that the shadowy thing is 100%. The 1630 fund.
No. It's not just the 1340 fund.
1630.
1630 fund. She is implying that it's that the secretive Chorus creator and incubator program.
The program itself is potentially, you couldn't find at the beginning of this any mention publicly of the Chorus creator incubator program before August 27th. But okay, so from your cursory glance, this was not a program that the public knew existed. They knew that Chorus existed, but they did not know that this pilot program existed. Correct?
I'm not so sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, but if that's the case, if that is the case, let's just grant it, right? If that's the case, can we say
much to call it secretive?
Okay, but is it dishonest? I don't mind if you say that it's hyperbolic, but do you think that it's dishonest to represent it as secretive?
It depends on what was required to be not disclosed or under the terms of the contract.
Okay.
If that they were prevented from saying that they were a part of this program. But the thing is, they're advertising now. I don't know if they advertised it before. This program, presumably, right? This program, this incubator program, would have to be spread around by word of mouth. And so do we really think that there was an expectation on behalf of Chorus that word wasn't going to get out that you could apply for this program? Like, what's the argument here? Like, how was Chorus
No. That gets out. But what they don't know is until if they want to be part of it, that they can't acknowledge the existence of it, right? That they're part of it.
No, but that's like you can't acknowledge Fight Club if you're going to be a part of Fight Club, right? That's the kind of argument there. But the whole point of that phrase is you have to acknowledge Fight Club. You have to spread it of word of mouth. And so it's not going to be a secret. The first time that someone is rejected from the program, you really think the Chorus creators are like, oh, we're going to keep this under wraps after someone has been rejected? Like the notion that this was going to be expected, that word wouldn't get out, that there's a Chorus incubator program.
But you don't know who's in it.
Fanciful.
The issue is that you don't know who's in it. Because creators covert
program?
Yeah.
Well, then that requires clarification. Is the problem so is the program itself secretive, or what is secretive about the
right? It's like, okay, so like PragerU. Let's say PragerU has a thing like this. Again, the thing that would be revelatory is not that that program exists through Prager University. It would be that if I learned that you had applied and you were part of it and had been for several weeks and you had not disclosed it to your stream, not disclosed it to me, not disclosed it to anybody. And the reason being is because the contract that you entered into with the Prager University Creator Incubator Program is that you cannot disclose that once you applied, once you got in, once you started accepting money, is that you were part of the program.
That would require looking at the terms of the contract, whether or not they're allowed to disclose their presence on the program. I imagine this is the thing that'd be like, yeah.
Well, she alleges in the article that they couldn't do that.
She alleges the following. She says, the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent.
And this is wait. This says here. The program kicked off last month and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. So not like just the existence of it, that they were part of it. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restricted clauses in the contract. Okay.
So, this is a quote from Taylor Lorenz. The contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. Now, this is, I don't know where.
This is a Twitter? I'm on the article.
I'm on my article as well. I'm reading some other part.
Okay, well, it says, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all.
And the implication that Taylor is trying to imply there is that the expectation was that they would never disclose the fact that they're working with Chorus. That 100% is the implication that Taylor Lorenz provides, is that...
Well, wait.
That,
she is giving voice to the creators. She's giving voice to the creators that interpreted it this way. That's not Taylor. That's Taylor reporting what creators who were privy to the contract and then what they reviewed.
Taylor is suggesting that she is painting the picture that this is a shadowy system, a shadowy organization, and that Chorus is operating from the secret. And look, they're even preventing them from talking about their association with Chorus. That is part of Taylor's narrative. And if she's just giving voice to some of the creators, she's not being skeptical or thoughtful about that at all. Because obviously, Chorus is not being quiet. Chorus is not going into these associations with the expectation that it'll never be disclosed, given the evidence that we've just seen and the fact that, right, on the one hand, and if she hasn't made this connection,
okay, give me a second.
No, sorry, let me finish this. On the one hand, Taylor is criticizing Chorus for being too shadowy in the sense of putting in provisions to limit the exposure of the relationship with Chorus, but then saying that Chorus is like way too gun-ho about announcing relationships that don't even exist. So which is it? Is Chorus being like too public about relationships that don't exist and that aren't formalized? Or are they just being shadowy and behind the scenes and trying to operate in silence?
Okay, so this is from Chorus's website. I don't know when they created this. Join the Chorus Creator Community. The Chorus Creator Incubator is a learning community for pro-democracy creators. We host weekly technical trainings to help creators navigate growth on different platforms. Provide creators the opportunity to learn from guest speakers about topical news and issues. Provide them with technical tools and equipment to help them level up their production processes. Apply now. FAQs. Will I be publicly listed as a Chorus creator? Your privacy and safety is a top priority for us, and therefore we don't list individual participants in the program. We also ask Chorus members to refrain from discussing program details for these reasons.
Yeah, so
this is Chorus's
in the program, not association with Chorus at all.
Right. Okay, but she never presented Chorus like it was this like it was like a private thing or whatever. Like that it was.
No, but she is painting. So maybe what they want to do. This is my guess. Okay. That Chorus doesn't want to disclose who's getting paid and who's not getting paid, and that's the critique that I agree with. Right? And that might be as a matter of preventing. Knowledge of other Chorus creators when they're in negotiations or whatever for how much they're going to get paid by Chorus or something. If I had to guess, that the reason they don't want people to disclose who's getting paid and who's not getting paid is for this kind of comparison to be done, and it's for like maybe even scummy internal reasons about who gets paid and who and avoiding all of that bullshit. It's who's part of the incubator program. That's my guess. And to the extent that the criticism is about failure to disclose where the payment is coming from, on that part, I agree. I've already agree with that. But the issue is that's not just Taylor's criticism. Taylor's criticism is that the association with Chorus at all is being hidden and secretive. And that's and that basically they're all trying to hide the association in any respect with Chorus.
I mean, wouldn't that be kind of like the natural impression by virtue of the fact that Chorus itself is not really a known entity right now? So kind of any discussion about it entity. And I didn't know about it. Or like I knew that Brian Tyler Cohen had co-founded something, but I didn't realize it was called Chorus. I thought it was called something else because doesn't he have two?
You don't run in lib circles, maybe.
I think I would disagree with that. But I mean, like, what leftist circles do you think I'm running in, or what?
I don't know. But
okay, well, like
Chorus was a known entity. Brian has talked about it before. I've seen his clips about it, and I didn't see this specific influencers, interactions about it. But they're a known entity. They were a known entity.
Okay, but they're not like. Didn't you say at the beginning of the stream that like they're not huge yet, or that like it's like that you didn't like the pretty much the conflation that just because they happen to not be so well known now that means it's shadowy, and you said those are two different things, but now you're saying that they are well known. When I think at the beginning of the stream you didn't say that.
No, sorry. Identify a contradiction. What's the contradiction?
That earlier in this, at the very beginning of the stream, you said that you don't like the conflation that because they happen to be more relatively unknown or obscure, that necessarily means that something was shadowy or intentionally hidden from the public or anything like that. Because you're saying like, then that's just a function of the fact that they're just not that visible, or they're not like a major program or something like that. But that's different from being intentionally shadowy with the company,
correct.
Right?
So
but now you're saying that like, no, people know what Chorus is.
People among lib circles, what I'm saying is like they were not intentionally hidden.
Okay, well, if you're narrowing the claim to just people among lib circles know what Chorus is, then that's fine.
There is no narrowing of any claim. Identify the claim that I narrowed right now.
You went from saying people know who Chorus is, and then you said, well, you don't run in liberal circles, so that's why you don't know. And now you're saying, well, people in liberal circles and creators know that Chorus is what Chorus is. And I was saying, I knew that Brian Tyler Cohen had companies, but I didn't remember that it was Chorus.
So when I said when people know what Chorus meant, did you mean that I thought or was implying that Chorus was a household name?
No, I thought that you meant anybody who's involved in online political spheres that's in any way probably affiliated with like center left to, you know, further left, should know or ought to know what Chorus is by this point. Were you not saying that? Were you not saying that? I thought that's what you were saying.
No, I was saying that people who run in liberal circles, that's what I was suggesting. People who run in liberal circles, they knew what, or a lot of people at least knew what Chorus was. And I knew what Chorus was, and that these people promoted Chorus. It's like Tenet in that respect.
So the creators knew, but do the audiences know?
People know what Tenet is. People knew what Tenet was, and more importantly, Tenet.
Wait. By people, do you mean the creators, or do you mean the audiences?
So I don't know, some interaction of creators and audiences and people.
What is that? Oh my fucking God, when you don't even have like a straight answer to that. I'm trying to clarify things and you're fucking losing your mind.
So what I mean to say is Chorus was not hiding itself. That's what I mean.
Right.
Okay, so Chorus was not occulting itself, wasn't hiding itself. Brian Tyler Cohen promoted Chorus on his social media. Other people I know promoted Chorus on their social media. That's what I mean, is that it wasn't being hidden actively. It was a program, or I should say an organization that was known about, in the sense that it wasn't actively being hidden and, you know, from public view. That's what I mean.
Okay, so do you think that the majority of even like Brian Tyler Cohen's audience knows what Chorus is?
Who the fuck knows? Why does that matter to anything?
I'm asking you to ascertain how visible or how prominent this thing is, because I feel like.
I don't know that. So you're asking, is the majority of Brian Tyler Cohen's audience know what?
Since he's the co-founder of Chorus and he has one of the largest platforms, I would assume that he has probably promoted it more than any other creator affiliated with it.
Yes, it's probably not. What's your point?
Why do you insist on interrupting me like that?
I guess it's probably not. What's your point?
Why do you insist on interrupting me? Can you just let me finish?
Yeah. I think that probably the majority of Brian Tyler Cohen's audience does not know about.
On another one today.
What's your point?
My point is that I was trying to clarify when you made the claim. You're like, people know what Chorus is. You don't know what it is because you don't run in lib circles. And then I said, well, do like people in lib circles, to what extent do you think that they know about it? And then I couldn't get you to delineate between whether I couldn't get you to delineate between whether lib creators know or if they're lib creators and their audiences know.
I think lib creators know.
Lib creators for sure. Do you think that their audiences know? You said no. You said no.
My guess is you asked no. You asked a majority of Brian Tyler Cohen's audience.
Yeah,
that's what you asked, right? Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. My intuition is that a majority of Brian Tyler audience isn't aware of it.
Okay.
What is your point? I'm
Brian Tyler Cohen, I'm trying to explain. You asked me a question. I'm trying to explain. Yeah. Okay, so if Brian Tyler Cohen, who was the co-founder of Chorus, who is probably doing more promotion of Chorus than any other creator affiliated with Chorus that's paid to do that, and has one of the largest platforms, if not even a majority, maybe not even a plurality of his own audience realize that this exists, right? Then that does call into question like how readily
Yeah. So just because the majority of people don't know about like some offshoot program that they're running for influencers, that it shows what actually?
Because you were saying, you're like, again, you started from saying people know what Chorus is, and then I said, well, I didn't. Wait. Can I get a point out without you interrupting?
This is actually fucking embarrassing.
So you said that people know what Chorus is. I said, well, I knew that Brian Tyler Cohen had companies, but I didn't know it was Chorus. And then you said, well, people in lib circles know. And then you said you're not in lib circles. And then I got you to clarify that you mean lib creators know. Then you said that Brian Tyler Cohen's audience, like a majority, probably don't even know what Chorus is. And then you said you were agnostic as to whether or not you knew how much of the liberal audiences of these liberal content creators know about Chorus, correct? That's where we're at so far, right?
You're just recapitulating the conversation for no reason because you have no point.
I do have a point, but you're not listening to it. I'm trying to walk you through my thought process, but you're so tripped up on assuming that I don't have a point that you're not willing to hear me out.
All you just did was completely summarize the conversation so far. I agree largely with your characterization of the summary. You have no point. What's your point?
I'm trying to. Can you let me arrive at it? You keep interrupting to tell me that I'm just recapitulating the conversation. I was about to arrive at the point.
I didn't interrupt
Where,
you.
Again,
Sorry, you asked me a question. I responded. So you agree? I didn't interrupt you there. I let you finish.
Okay. So
yeah,
you.
Wait. I did let you finish.
You
said I interrupted you. Wait, no. You just said I interrupted you when you asked me. Was that right? And I said I largely agree with your characterization. You're just recapitulating because you have no point. I didn't interrupt you when I made that point.
So you're saying, well, the point that I was making by going over all of that is that the claim shifted from people know what this is, and the only reason why you don't is because you're not a liberal, to then you admitted that even their audiences probably don't really know about it.
So no, I hope you didn't think that I was implying that Chorus was a household name among millions of people.
But I clarified and said that that's not what I was implying.
Okay, so I hope that you trust that my point was that Chorus wasn't hiding itself and wasn't taking active measures to hide itself.
But I never thought that. I never thought that.
Okay, so and Taylor absolutely is implying that Chorus is taking measures to hide its association with other content creators.
And what is written in the article that gives you the impression that that's what she's attempting to communicate?
Sorry, first I'm going to ask you, do you agree with that characterization that I just had of the article, yes or no?
Not entirely, because I think the thing that she's saying is like the dark money group is more in reference to the 1630 fund that works with Chorus. So even if people knew about Chorus, they didn't necessarily know about the affiliation between 1630 fund and Chorus, and that the Chorus creator incubation program is obscure. And that creators that are involved in the program might be contractually obligated to not disclose that they are a part of it. And that further obscures it from public knowledge.
So you think that Taylor Lorenz's comments about secretiveness should be limited to just the 1630 fund and the program itself?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
So you think that the secretiveness that Taylor is implying, you agree she is implying some secretiveness, correct? Right. Well, it says a dark money group, so obviously. Okay. So the dark money group that here you're talking about, that is the 1630 fund, right?
Right.
Or 1630 fund.
1630 fund, yeah, in affiliation with Chorus, yeah.
And the only thing that we should read Taylor Lorenz's secretiveness comments to be referring to only the program itself and to this organization, 1630 fund, and not to Chorus itself.
Wait, say that again. Sorry. Say that again.
That I'm incorrect for suggesting that Taylor Lorenz is suggesting that Chorus is trying to limit its reach or its known associations with other with its creators, and that I should only read Taylor Lorenz to be implying secretiveness as relates to the program and as relates the funding source.
Well, I don't know that I'm comfortable saying that you're categorically wrong. More information could come to light that was the intention. That was like the narrative that she was propagating. I'm just giving you my impression based off how I read it both last night and today. And that what I believe that she was referring to based off my now twice reading of the article, when Dark Money Group is talking primarily about, it is in reference to the 1630 fund, not to Chorus. And that the extent to which it's shadowy, it's because people didn't know about the affiliation. And then the program itself, to the extent that she's indicting Chorus in that, she's saying just not Chorus as a company or as a nonprofit, just the creator incubation program.
So when Taylor cites the notion that creators are forbidden from not publicizing their relationship with Chorus, why do you think she includes that?
Because she's saying that the funding and the program are what's like secretive or shadowy, but not Chorus itself. That's not the impression that I got.
No, but she is suggesting that creators are disincentivized from publicizing their relationship with Chorus.
Yes, but Chorus admits that. Chorus admits that.
No, it doesn't.
Wait. Hold on.
Doesn't. No,
Will I be publicly listed as a Chorus creator? Your privacy and safety is a top priority for us, and therefore we don't list individual participants in the program. We also ask Chorus members to refrain from discussing program details for these reasons.
For the incubator program.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what
incubator program.
Yep.
But that's not the only thing that Taylor Lorenz is suggesting. She's suggesting that they're being shifty about their relationship with creators more globally, more generally, not just with the program, but with a Chorus affiliation at all, not publicize their relationship with Chorus.
I don't know. I think that I think that it's more narrow than that. But honestly, if they what?
Okay, go for it. Sorry.
What did you say?
Well, I was going to say, like, if all she's saying is, well, I think that these Chorus affiliated people who are taking money should just disclose the money, and that's her only point. I agree with that. They should disclose that they're taking money. I don't know that, like,
but I mean, if Chorus included this in their creator contract agreements, is that not accurate at that point to characterize that as like shady or secret?
I think it is by definition secret in the sense that you're not disclosing that you're a member of the program or that you're getting money from Chorus, but it's more narrow, as you suggest, than what I think Taylor is implying, which is that Chorus is like trying to get these content creators to like not be upfront about their relationship.
Well, if it's a contractual obligation that they don't, if they're part of the program, then yeah, right? Like, that makes sense. No,
it doesn't. It doesn't really make much sense, because if you're going to do this program, you're going to use their Chorus studio, right? And their Chorus events that they're going to. So it is going to, by its nature.
I think it depends. I think that's on a creator by creator basis.
No, but like, hang on a second.
I could be wrong. Maybe they are all doing. Hold on. If I put events, because I remember they mentioned events. Hold on.
Right? No. Taylor herself is citing that they are going to have check-ins, and also they're going to require members to attend newsroom events, public newsroom events.
Wait,
so in what respect, right? Like, how could it be the case?
Which are events? Oh, wait, are they remote events, or by events? I'm thinking like in person or whatever. Maybe that's not even what you were thinking. You just mean even if it's remote, it's an event.
Quote from Taylor.
Yeah, the goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who joined the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days. The creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus, quote-unquote, newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers. But you're saying that this is public?
Yes, Chorus wants to build a newsroom, and that was also when we actually eventually go to the lady, this TikTok, they have a newsroom where they're going to have lawmakers go to the newsroom so they can interact with creators in the Chorus newsroom. So this just like the association between Chorus and the creators was obviously going to be known, right? And so really what we're talking about here now is like the disclosure that these people are getting paid at all. And yeah, they should disclose that they're getting paid by Chorus. 100%. I agree with this. But even by Taylor's own words, the association obviously eventually was going to be exposed, but the way she paints it is somehow more shadowy and somehow like, oh, this is all like behind, like, and I think that more broader implication of nefariousness, because even the association with Chorus might not be disclosed, that is ridiculous.
Okay, so this is a part of the contract, right? Book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policies, and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. Contractor arranges through other something, mediators, I don't know, collaborations, and then I can't read the rest because it's obscured.
Yeah, so
but is this not saying that you do have to disclose it, but what they're saying is that there's a good reason or a compelling reason to do that?
Sorry, what? Disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials. That to me suggests that, before you book the room for engagements with government officials or on topics related to our platform policy agenda or whatever the policy agenda is, that you let the Chorus newsroom staff know. So I didn't get your question.
Because what is it? Let me go back to the article. I remember somebody mentioned like Mamdani when talking about this. Mamdani. No, this was definitely in the article. Or wait, they put still run maybe. Yeah, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract reviewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it.
That creator's interpretation of what the contract says.
Right, which is what she's reporting on. If I get Zoran and he asks and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. So they can't use like any resources or whatever without authorization from Chorus. Well, it's hard to read it because of this. But like that to me, you asked me like, okay, what's like the problem here or whatever is like once you become affiliated with this program, does that prevent you from reaching out to like, let's say I want to reach out to Ro Khanna on my own. If Chorus learns that I did that without ever cluing them in, am I going to get in trouble? Is me taking that stipend per month and then maybe I use that towards content, whether they know it or not, or whatever that I created with Ro Khanna without ever cluing them in, am I going to be in violation of this contract?
Doubtful. Do you think that like David Pakman is going to be reporting to Brian Tyler Cohen every time he books a fucking politician? Do you think that like they're expecting people like Aaron Parnas to every time he's like talking?
I don't know. I was surprised that David Pakman is part of this program and all, and I don't know to what extent that he is, because he says that he's like a mentor, not like a creator in it, that he like helps mentor these people. So I don't know like what his stipend looks like. He probably has a different contract from all of these people as somebody who is a mentor rather than a creator part of it.
Well, you know, but it says disclose to Chorus Newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials, or play the video and see if she moves her head.
Sure.
Literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran
So this is her,
campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurred out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda. That contractor, that's me.
Wait, I want to like
to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus.
What are you doing?
His policy agenda. That contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too.
So this does seem to require potentially her interpretation of it is it requires disclosure. Wait, go back real quick. I just want to read the
accidentally.
On topics related to Chorus policy agenda and the contract arranges through other means, to tell them when you arrange engagements with government officials or on other topics related to Chorus policy agenda. So I might read this as being limited to engagements that are, booking engagements through the Chorus newsroom, given the, contractual language here. I don't know what the intent was behind this provision. I think it's arguably ambiguous that, maybe this applies to other kinds of bookings. If they're suggesting, if it's the case that Chorus is asking for them to like give them all of their contact information of people that they engage with, government officials, I think that's bad. But I don't think that that's the only way to read this provision of the contract.
No, it's not. But what you have is a bunch of laymen who are presented with a contract, and they said it said like, well, even if you interact with a lawyer and you want to like redline certain things, it's not going to happen. So you have a bunch of creators that are just reading it.
Well, we should ask Brian.
And is he a friend of yours?
No, he's not a friend. Well,
No?
I mean, we're friendly, but I don't know. I wouldn't describe him as a friend. I mean, would you describe like, I don't know, Wick TV as a friend?
Sure. A work buddy, I don't know. Yeah.
Would you describe I don't know, what's another fucking example? Would you describe, let me think. I don't even know a good analog. Have you done
You and I are friends.
Yeah, but the Whatever Bot podcast, I mean, that's not the same.
No, they're an acquaintance.
Yeah. All right, keep playing.
What? Did you think I was going to say no, Wick's not my friend, or what?
I thought you were going to say no, Wick's not my friend.
No, Wick and I are cool. We're friends. I would say that we're friends, yeah.
I always forget to let chorus know, like I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like here it is clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false, like that is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity. Like I get that these contracts are long and confusing.
So let's see what Lauren, wait, is it Lauren? I can't even, my brain is, oh my God, Taylor Lorenz. I'm crazy. Let's see what she said specifically about this.
Oh, you said Lauren?
Yeah, I don't know when I said that.
Well, because she's Lorenz, I guess maybe Lauren. But I mean, I don't know. Your tone just like dropped a lot. You just chilled the fuck out a lot after. No,
I'm just tired of you. Like I'm so tired of your shit.
Okay, I'm wondering like. Again, you were kind of gung-ho based off what you had seen so far that like, no, like that's not, that's, wait, hold on. Then you can scream. That you were insistent that like, no, I don't think that this contract forbids them from engaging, like trying to interact with other politicians without disclosing or letting chorus know like, hey, I'm doing this of my own volition or whatever. If they're going to be using chorus's like assets, any equipment, their room, that would make sense to me that they're like, we have to be clued in on this because we're like integral to the logistics of that happening, right?
But hang on. So I would, if I were these people, like given the context of this like booking engagement section, that it seems to be relevant to the chorus newsroom. And so I wouldn't like, and it seems like the common practice is like they're not actively sending at least the course of dealing, right? The course of how they're proceeding isn't to like let chorus know every time they talk to someone. So, that seems to be either she thinks she's violating the contract. I wouldn't read it that way. I don't know if that's the best way to read it, but even put that aside.
Wait, she thinks she's not violating it. She's like, they don't control who I talk to because here's me reaching out to Zoran and it's fine.
So Taylor Lorenz, this is how she says it. Creators also have to loop chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Now, when she says loop chorus in, what do you think is a normal?
No. That is true. That is true. Like when I'm paying attention to like the brass tacks of the language that she used to characterize what the creators reported to her,
right.
She did say that she does not say it was this creator's interpretation that based on the language they viewed in the contract that they would need to do this to be in compliance with it. She is saying that's what they interpreted and that's my interpretation of this contract, that if they do not do that, I agree
with what you just said, right? But like, even just look there. Creators also have to loop chorus in on any independently organized engagement with the government officials or political leaders. That I think leaves the notion that they're forcing, right, chorus to be a middleman in all these communications, right? Looping someone into a communication means including them typically, right?
Well, not necessarily. At least notifying them that you have an obligation to notify them that if you want to talk to Rokana, that, if I am a creator in this program and then I decide I want to interview Ritchie Torres, that before I go do that, I have to I have to ask chorus for permission to, or I have to disclose that I'm doing that to them.
But hang on a second, hang on. So before that, it says, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wire, creators in this program must funnel all bookings through chorus. That's not true.
Wait, let's see.
The contract clearly anticipates independently obtained. Even if you read it in the way that I think that you don't need to read it, but even if you read it that way, it's not the case that creators in the program must funnel all bookings through chorus. Because it says...
Well, the thing is, hold on. The thing in the contract, it says on topics related to chorus's policy agenda, but I don't like... Do they mean by chorus's policy agenda, do they mean if you ever want to talk to a politician about things that they have stated, which is like the racial justice thing, affordable healthcare, etc., or is it only when you are explicitly stating like, no, chorus's policy agenda, not just these policy items? You know what I mean?
I don't know. Let's do them one thing at a time. I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm not seeing how that's responsive to the basic, contradiction that I'm trying to show you. So the contradiction I'm trying to show you is in the article, quote, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wire, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through chorus.
Right.
Here, it specifically lists at least two categories of carve-outs, right? So go back to the video. One category of carve-out where they don't have to disclose to chorus and they don't have to channel through, is if it doesn't relate to courses. It's categorical with government officials. But so the one category is when a contractor arranges this meeting through other means. So by definition, it means that the contract anticipates bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through other means, not through chorus. So that's a contradiction, right? Like, it can't be the case that they must funnel all bookings, but that some bookings need not be funneled. That's the contradiction. Taylor is saying that all bookings need to be funneled through chorus, but the contract clearly anticipates that there will be engagements that the contractor can arrange through other means. And so it can't be the case that all bookings must be done through chorus.
Well, I do want to point out what somebody else said. This is like one part of the contract. So there could be other language elsewhere within this contract that pertains to this that affirms what Taylor wrote for the Wired article. The other thing is, like, I'm tripped up on this disclose to chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials, full stop. Or others on topics related. And so it's like, isn't just, I don't know that this really, this additional thing really negates the fact that, like, if they're saying any engagements with government officials, is that not saying anything?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's why it's ambiguous to me, and it's really hard to tell. And I honestly don't think so. Even if you disagree with this interpretation, I don't think it's necessarily dishonest to interpret it in that way.
It's dishonest. Wait, no,
you do or you don't?
Yeah, I do think it's dishonest. So
no, because I feel like, to me, they're saying that, like, she was saying, like, no, we don't do that, but it's like, we do, but there's a reason to do it.
No, I don't think that's what's going on. So let me try to explain. So sub 4, book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and, quote, others whose experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. And so that's saying an obligation of Chorus is to provide this newsroom. Contractor agrees to actually use the newsroom, to disclose to the newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related. So the government officials, right? So it doesn't include policy and national policy and nonprofit experts, right? So before, in the book engagement section, there's government officials, policy nonprofit experts, and others. So I don't know if this is a fucking drafting error, who the fuck made this fucking contract or whatever, whoever made it, but there's not parallelism on that. But just note that any engagement with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor arranges through other means. So there's a utilization requirement that the contractor actually has to use the Chorus newsroom. They have to disclose to Chorus newsroom some amount of stuff, and they have to collaborate with respect to certain engagements. I think that that's best read as pertaining to the Chorus newsroom, right? Like, do we really interpret this contract to be creators need to, like, disclose to Chorus every time they have an engagement with an other on a topic related to Chorus's policy agenda? Like, so when I'm talking to Straighterade, because you're other, right? You're like, you're not a government official. You're not a policy nonprofit expert, but you're an other. Are we really interpreting this contract to require disclosure to Chorus newsroom personnel, right? Not Chorus, but Chorus newsroom personnel with you, because you're an other, on a topic related to your policy agenda, that I would be required to disclose that to Chorus if I were a member of Chorus program? I don't think so.
If this is the only part of the contract that pertains to the booking engagements and the relationship that they have entered into between Chorus as far as disclosure, with any other engagement that they have with a politician or whatever, then I would agree with you. But I don't know, because this is only one part of the contract.
I'm reading this. I don't agree with this person's reading. I'm reading this as about the section about booking engagement. Now, Chorus has coordinators who will book and engage for the newsroom, right? So the newsroom is a thing, and Chorus has hired officials to coordinate booking and engagement. And they're saying, you need to tell us when you're going to use this Chorus newsroom on anything related to our topics or with government officials. And if you book to use the Chorus newsroom not through our booking coordinators, you need to let us know. For the Chorus newsroom, I would read this as limited to booking engagements specific to the Chorus newsroom. And I think more evidence of that is the fact that who are you disclosing to? You're disclosing to Chorus newsroom personnel. So why would you disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel engagements you're having that don't pertain to Chorus newsroom? It just doesn't seem like, I think the best reading of this contractual provision is, well, if you're not coordinating booking through our coordinating booking officials, you need to let us know if you're arranging privately to bring them to the Chorus newsroom if they are, talking about things that relate to our policy agenda or.
Okay, that's the thing. Let me give you an alternative perspective because this is what's tripping me up. So if it touches Chorus's agenda, then this language from this contract seems to say that you must report it. And keep in mind their agenda. Hold on. No. Wait, healthcare maybe. Here. Here's their. This is the 1630 fund agenda. I don't know what Chorus's policy agenda is, right? But they're saying that if the conversation that you intend to have with this government official that you contact of your own volition is going to touch on Chorus's agenda, then you must report it. And it doesn't matter if Chorus help you set it up or not, you have to let them know. So if I'm trying to think of what is a practical example of what this might look like, if I'm an LA resident, right, and I go to a local city council meeting and they're going to talk about zoning, and I want to talk with the mayor who's present at the city council meeting or with the city council person about the zoning laws. And even if I set this up myself, if zoning laws are part of Chorus's policy agenda, do I now need to tell Chorus about this interaction because that touches on Chorus's policy agenda?
No,
I need to know what their policy agenda is or how expansive it is. Because if that's the case, can you understand how I can see that no, they are functionally mandating that you disclose almost every interaction that you have with the politician?
I think that's based on a bad reading of this clause, right? They start off by saying that we're going to provide contractors, right? Contractors aren't necessarily. Chorus will provide contract with access to the Chorus newsroom, which introduces the notion of a Chorus newsroom, and where the Chorus newsroom has personnel to coordinate booking and engagement opportunities. I think if you were to read it the way that you're suggesting, where you're going to a local government official to talk about zoning, which is part of, let's say, the progressive
Chorus's policy agenda, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So to think that Chorus is wanting to micromanage even an interaction outside of the Chorus newsroom with these people, I think that's fucking an insane reading of this provision.
So if Chorus tried to argue that that's what they were attempting to do to a creator that had done exactly what I said, and they said, you're in violation of your contract because you did this, you would say that that is not a valid way to enforce the contract.
I think that's not valid. I think that's what they were planning to do. I think the honest to God reason why this provision is in there is because they don't want you bringing government officials on Chorus newsroom without prior authorization, prior not even authorization, prior notice. We want to know whenever you bring in a government official on, into the Chorus newsroom, we want a heads up before you bring in a government official or someone, or if you're talking about something pertinent to our agenda. I think that's what the purpose of this is to micromanage, or not even micromanage, but at least have some fucking control over what happens in our newsroom, not you having a fucking, this really, if you interpreted it the way that Taylor is suggesting, you would be interpreting this to mean anytime I talk to an other, remember, quote, other, about a topic related to Chorus, that means I would have to disclose to Chorus every time I'm fucking talking to you about something in the fucking Chorus agenda book. You get me?
Yeah.
Because you're an other, right? So that can't be what they're suggesting, right? They can't be suggesting that every time that you interact with an other person and have a public engagement.
Well, wait. You're presupposing that this is necessarily the section that Taylor is characterizing in this article. It may not be because we haven't seen the whole contract.
Okay, maybe not, but this seems to be the most pertinent section about disclosing.
Well, we've seen this is the only thing that we've seen, and this is what this creator is saying that it pertains to, but we don't know until they show the whole contract.
If this is it, right? This ain't it. This to me, it would be such a ridiculous reading of this contract, right? To think,
I do, because I think the or others thing really, really undermines the idea that you would need to involve them in every single communication, because it would be literally so encompassing that it's micromanagement, it's unenforceable. It's not a reasonable way to interpret this, in my opinion.
Insane. Yeah. So I want to make sure I know you understand it.
What is Chorus's policy agenda?
I don't know, but I just want to make sure that the audience understands. So Aaron understands for sure. This is what I'm suggesting, right? If you read this as pertaining to things outside of the Chorus newsroom, because this disclosure requirement applies to both government officials or to quote others, right? Others, that would include on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. That would include, if it's unconnected to the Chorus newsroom, basically any interaction with any person that relates to whatever Chorus's progressive policy agenda is, which is probably like anything related to national politics right now, right? I'm sure they have things on healthcare, have things on fucking, democracy, on things on cost of living. So are we really to interpret this provision as requiring specific disclosure, not to Chorus generally, but to Chorus's newsroom, right? The specific people running the Chorus's newsroom on your, interactions, an interview that you have with your grandma about what she's doing with the cost of living? That's really what you think this provision is suggesting? Or is the better way to interpret it?
Well, if you create content with them, yeah.
Yeah. If you're making like an interview with your grandma
about that,
cost of living, like, did you have to disclose the newsroom? No. Or is the better way to interpret this provision as, hey, if you're coming on stream at all to talk to any government official at all, you need to let us know on the newsroom. And if you're coming to the newsroom to talk about anything related to our policy platform, as opposed to maybe some fun thing that you're doing, you got to let us know and give us some disclosure. That, I think, is the much better reading in a section that's called booking engagements. All right. I think that to imply otherwise would be such a far-reaching implication here that I almost don't know if it would be enforceable to apply as to these. I mean, it's just so broad.
Maybe by Chorus's policy agenda, they mean that if you intend to name drop Chorus or invoke Chorus's proprietary policy agenda, like Chorus TM, then you would have to include them in, even if it's a conversation with your grandmother.
No. It's saying topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. It's not saying on Chorus's policy agenda. It's on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. And that certainly includes topics. If all it needs is like minimal relation, like something that's related to it, like why wouldn't it include the political ideas that underpin the policy agenda? Chorus's lawyer responded to this in the corrections. Wait,
they're not corrections, they're updates. She hasn't corrected anything to my understanding.
Do you have a link to that, Faith?
I mean, well, is it a bad faith assumption on our part to assume that or others could literally mean any other person and not just a person that might in some way be related to Chorus's work potentially? You know what I mean?
I think that others means other
like
persons.
Maybe like you wouldn't have to disclose to them that you're talking to me, but if you were talking to like the head of a think tank maybe, or if you were talking to another head of a nonprofit, or like, a journalist or something, that maybe they'd want to know about it or whatever. But again, it's a huge thing that we don't know that this is what they're characterizing, because we don't know the whole contract, right? Which no one wants to release.
Well, I think that they should release it at this point because to clarify something.
Well, yeah, of course, but like Brian Tyler Cohen hasn't released it. She's not releasing it. This person's only releasing part of it, so we're really at like a standstill until we can do that.
Like I don't know, man. Like to interpret this Taylor should have at least put like this language at a bare minimum, right? At a bare minimum is arguably like ambiguous, Right.
Well, because you're saying like it's a bad faith interpretation. I think maybe it's more apt to say it's a correct it's an incorrect interpretation, right? Because I think it's bad faith. Why do you think well, hold on.
Because
you and I kind of had difficulty understanding this at first. It did take a minute, but I mean, you could say it's bad faith because she's the journalist, and as the author of this article, she has to do the work and do all the due diligence to really, really understand it or whatever.
No, because we haven't there's no good explanation for the second sentence. The second sentence, which was let me find it. That according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. But the contract clearly anticipates that they don't have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. It says
because the and others thing makes
and others, right?
That and others things
that anticipates that some bookings are not going to be funneled through the booking personnel of the Chorus newsroom. And so that is a blatant, there's no
wait, I thought that it was saying the opposite point.
What? Who's saying that?
No. That like if it says or others, that they're trying to include any potential guest that you might be inviting into the Chorus newsroom or whatever.
Sorry. So now I'm not referring to or others. Now we're referring to, no, go back to the, it's through other means, right? On topics related to course policy agenda, that contractor arranges through other means. So the other means here is suggesting that you don't need, so if the contractor is arranging engagements through other means, they're specifically not arranging them through the booking coordinators of the Chorus newsroom. So it's anticipating that the contractor be arranging through other means engagements with government officials. And so therefore, it must be wrong to suggest the contract does not allow for bookings that are not being done through Chorus. It's clearly suggesting that the contractor would be establishing relationships and arranging engagements through other means, that is to say, not means related to the Chorus newsroom.
Okay, what you just said, unless I might have totally misunderstood it because I was also reading at the same time. Does that not suggest exactly what Taylor's interpretation is? And let me hold on. Let me explain to you why I got the impression that it pretty much did match what she had said, which is that you were saying it's carved out an exception that some people don't need to have disclose. Like there does not need to be disclosure to Chorus for some people, correct? You just said that because of the or others thing?
No. So sorry. The or others things relates to the interpreting the contract at its broadest is ridiculous. That's what the or others argument that I was in. This is talking about not or others, but through other means. And it's to contradict the notion of this sentence from Taylor's or of article, which is, according to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus, where here it says the disclosure requirements are that contractor anticipates that contractor will arrange engagements through other means.
But disclose first and foremost.
Yeah, so therefore, these kinds of disclosures, right? Like you obviously wouldn't need to disclose, right? You wouldn't need to disclose things that the Chorus newsroom books for you, right? So the disclosure requirement only applies to things that you arrange outside of the Chorus newsroom, right? The disclosure requirement is there for any engagement that you book, not through the newsroom, because you wouldn't obviously need to disclose bookings that are done through the newsroom because they're being done through the newsroom. Does that make sense? So the mere fact that there's a disclosure provision about you arranging engagements means that these engagements are not being funneled.
Well, not necessarily, because the first part says it provides the creators with access to the newsroom. And it says which coordinates, but it doesn't say that they're the sole people to coordinate it. I thought it's basically saying that you as a creator affiliated with Chorus are not empowered to independently or unilaterally book through the newsroom without cluing us in. Right?
Only certain people. It seems to suggest, right? You only need to disclose. You don't need to disclose all engagements in the newsroom. You just need to disclose, other means bookings, right? That are done with government personnel or officials or on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. All I'm suggesting is that sub 2 is necessarily implying that the bookings are going to be done through the other means, that is to say, with the creators themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be. It's not saying that you have to book. What is
funneled?
Chorus newsroom.
What is funneled versus disclosed?
Oh my God.
No, I'm asking you.
Funnel clearly through Chorus. The clear implication here is that the bookings need to be done through Chorus. That is to say, they must, all bookings, right, need to be done with Chorus involved in the booking itself. But of course, booking, notifying isn't the same as booking, right?
Right.
I book. What do you think it means to book a guest? Like when I book a guest, I'm arranging with that person to this is when
meet them at a particular time.
Yeah, this come in here. So it's not saying that you need to book through Chorus newsroom. It's saying you need to disclose to them. All right, I have a person coming in here at this time, and so the person doing the booking is the creator. The contractor is doing the booking.
Must funnel all bookings with lawmakers through Chorus.
So what they're suggesting here, even by the way, I think this only applies. I think the contractual provision that we're examining only applies to the Chorus newsroom. That's how I interpret it. I think that's the best way to interpret it. I think that's the clear intention behind what the.
I need to see. I can't even see this third clause for this section. Again, that we're presupposing is what she's characterizing in this article, because we are not privy to the entire contract, because no one will release the whole fucking contract.
I think that this is. I think this suggests that this is saying that you can't book anyone on a. Remember, this is and there's a key. This is so deceptive. I think that what Taylor's doing. She says government officials and political leaders, but that's not what clause number 2 says. It says others. It includes others, and so she doesn't include that there because it would sound ridiculous. Like, okay, from now on, all Chorus creators need to funnel all of their bookings, right? And look what she says: all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders. But all this—that's not what it says. It says government officials. Not political leaders.
Do you think she didn't include it because people would read it and they would get the impression like, or others? So they mandated everybody, and then people would be like, they'd go read the language and be 100%. Like, doesn't that mean that? Isn't it more reasonable to think that that's just not what they meant by that?
Because look at the term there. I mean, I think that, again, this is assuming that this is the provision that she's looking at. I think that this is the most on point provision, probably if unless this person's an idiot.
We have nothing to compare it against or whatever, so we don't know that.
Whatever. But assuming that this is the provision that she's looking at, right? Assuming that she's looking at this provision, she says the words lawmakers and political leaders. This provision says government officials, quote, government officials or others. Why does she say lawmakers and political leaders if it's government officials or others? Presumably because if she says lawmakers and political leaders and excludes others, well, wait a second. They're saying all bookings for everything that they ever do.
Why did she say funnel instead of book?
I think that she's being intentionally, in some cases, not aligning with contractual language and vague to imply something nefarious and suggesting that Chorus has more control than they actually do. That's what I think is going on. I think the best way to read this provision is that it's specific to the Chorus newsroom and anticipating that other content creators are going to use the newsroom for other stuff, right? This is a place where we want you to use it. If you're going to be part of the incubator program, we want to promote this newsroom. And part of it is you actually using it. So one, you have to use it. But if you're going to use it for these express purposes, to talk to a politician, right, a government or someone on something related to our policy agenda, you got to disclose to us first, right? And note that, right? The fact that it's saying that there's a disclosure requirement for some bookings, but not for others, seems to suggest that, it's more limited in terms of why, and it has to do with protection of the newsroom as opposed to trying to domineer and control every booking that the fucking
I have a chatter that says, I do understand, but the rebuttal, I guess, is I think that's a stretch. Who else would a political YouTuber or creator book for the newsroom if not political leaders?
So you could be using the newsroom for TikTok content, right? To be recording something with another content creator, right? You could be using the newsroom to do like a fun little dance, right? This is just for social stuff. You could be booking it to do. Maybe they use the newsroom for some.
And you would need to disclose that. Is what you're saying?
Wait, why? Wait, you wouldn't? Not necessarily. You wouldn't, right? Like you wouldn't need to disclose using the newsroom if you're using it to do a little TikTok dance trend. You wouldn't need to disclose if you're talking to like a random someone about like culture. Let's say you're using the newsroom for some like culture thing because they want to be the Joe Rogan on the left. Like the mere fact, if they wanted to say that.
So there's some ways to use the newsroom where you don't have to actually engage in any disclosure, is what you're saying.
Right. There's some situations in which you don't need to disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel. Otherwise, why would they just say disclose to Chorus newsroom any engagement in the Chorus newsroom?
Well, I don't know, because that or others thing leaves it open to like everybody needs to be disclosed potentially, no?
But then why specify on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda? The mere fact that they're specifying there means the disclosure applies to some things and not to others.
That's true. Okay, you want to continue this?
Yeah, Super Chat first says, funnel could mean they must tell Chorus newsroom. The newsroom seems to be about a division of Chorus. It doesn't say it's a location or platform. No, it seems like the Chorus newsroom looks like an actual... Oh, you don't think that's an actual physical space?
Well, that's what I asked you, if these are like these events. When we were talking about these events, I was like, are these remote events or are these in-person events? Because I hadn't even... thought, like, again, events, Chorus plans. Like, what is this newsroom? Is it a remote? Is it a remote thing? Is it a Zoom meeting? Is it an actual facility? What is this? They're connecting with creators across the United States. So it seems to me, I guess we're like already presupposing that, like, yeah, this is a physical location when it very well may not be. May actually be some sort of like online infrastructure that they have.
Okay. Yeah. So it doesn't change anything, right? So like, if it's a virtual infrastructure, that doesn't change anything. That seems to suggest that you could use the newsroom, right? Because look, right? Hang on, go back to the contract real quick. Oh, you're saying that the Chorus newsroom is a literal, is all they are bookers?
Yeah, we don't know, right? Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities. But this newsroom, it might be like a misnomer where we've been like presupposing and assuming that this is an actual location, whether it be remote or physical, when it could actually be in reference to what the bookers for Chorus themselves, and not actually reference to a physical location or a remote location at all.
All right, so let me read this with that understanding. One sec. It doesn't change that second sentence being inaccurate. Because, okay, so if it's the case that the quote Chorus newsroom is not either a virtual or physical space in which shows are like done, right? Whatever the infrastructure is, and Chorus newsroom is just like, I guess, a euphemism to refer to the behind the scenes bookers, which I will note that is an odd thing to call your bookers. The newsroom. You would agree with that, right, Aaron?
100%. I mean, that we just spent the last, I don't know how many dozens of minutes going over this with the understanding that it might be in reference to a physical potential or at least remote location. And now we're to understand it might be a collection of employees that serve at a specific function or like capacity for. That
would be an odd. So just to be clear, it would be odd to say all of our bookers, we call our behind the scenes bookers
the newsroom. Right?
That is like a very odd thing. If that's true, but like, let's work on that assumption that the newsroom is not a reference to a physical or digital infrastructure by which the news is reported, but just a booking, how they refer to their booking employees, right? If that's the case, it's still a lie to say that all bookings need to be done through Chorus.
Well, how?
Because it requires disclosure to, replace Chorus.
Because if that's the case, then I actually think that her summation of this is correct. No,
because funneling things through Chorus, right? Funneling
the Chorus bookings, newsroom, again, newsroom meaning employees and meaning bookers effectively, then again must be disclosed. Must go through them. Must go through the bookers.
No. Again, the same thing applies. Arranging an engagement through other means you're not using the newsroom to book. It means you're booking. So the funneling, the booking is not happening through the Chorus newsroom.
No, you just have to disclose it necessarily. Like, you'll either utilize, again, wait. It's an either or thing, right? Like, contractor agrees to utilize the Chorus newsroom, aka bookers, to book engagements. And then if you're not going to go through them, if you do it on your own, if you book on your own and you serve as your own newsroom, let us know.
Okay, so if that's what it means, then it puts to a lie the notion that all bookings need to be done through Chorus.
But no. So it can be done by you, but you have to disclose to them.
But that's not funneling bookings through Chorus.
It functionally is if when they say you can do it yourself, but you just have to tell us, then you kind of do have to loop them in. No, that is funneling.
And just keep in mind what I said before about the or others on topics. Are we meant to suggest that what Chorus wants you to do is anytime you you book an engagement with someone on a topic related to Chorus's policy agenda, policy agenda, that you need to let Chorus newsroom, which are bookers, know about that?
Wait, are we meant to what? Sorry, repeat that again?
If that's the case, that is an insane suggestion to do, and I would heavily criticize Chorus if that's the interpretation that they want to have for their contract.
Well, we need to clarify what newsroom means, because again, if it is those employees, then I actually do think that you do functionally have to funnel or like that disclosure or whatever. Like, it's not inaccurate to say that you have to funnel them in and you have to clue them into every single thing that you're doing with the political leader or something like that.
You think funneling through is the same thing as disclosure. So if I have to let you know anytime I interact with a politician, hey, I interacted with them, I interacted with that, is that funneling the booking through you, or is that just letting you know?
I think that's funneling. It's effectively funneling.
That's fucking dumb. That's
like, I guess here's another, like to answer your question, although I do think that that's not the right question to be asking. Like, let's say that I'm your talent agency, or like I'm your talent agent, okay? And I say, Pisco, I'm going to book all engagements for your stream. Anyone that you have on is going to go through me. But if I'm not available, or you have the opportunity to book someone yourself, that's fine. You just always have to let me know and that you've done that, or that you're going to do that.
Yeah. So I don't need to. So I am allowed to go book my own. I just got to let you know about it.
Okay, so maybe like not funnel, but again, that disclosure loops chorus back in, or in this hypothetical loops the agent and the talent agency back in. So you so like the middleman is always present, is the point, right?
In terms of them knowing about it, potentially. But again, this is interpreting Chorus Newsroom to not be a digital or physical space, and to simply just be bookers and people who just do booking. If that's the case, then this disclosure requirement is anticipating individuals going and talking to politicians. And one reason that it might make sense for them as a content creator to do that is maybe to cross promote this appearance or whatever.
Well, I mean, like,
it isn't saying that the chorus needs to be CC'd on every interaction you have with a politician, which is what the implication is by Taylor. The clear implication of what Taylor is suggesting is they want chorus CC'd on every engagement, right? Everything you're doing with these lawmakers.
No, they have to be notified, not necessarily CC'd on every single thing.
I'm saying someone who reads this, according to copies of contracts, creators and brokers must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through chorus. The implication they get is that chorus is being CC'd, chorus is facilitating, chorus is engaging.
I think that you're imparting too much onto that. I don't think that you can read that into the requirement of disclosure. And also, like, if again, and back into the talent agent thing where I'm the talent agent, would you even agree to terms like that with the talent agent, that if you wanted to book somebody of your own volition outside of your talent agent's like assistance, that you ought to have to disclose it to them if they do that? If you do that.
Wait. So if I have an arrangement with a talent agent,
yeah, let's say you're assigned to the talent agency and you're assigned a talent agent, and they book guests for your stream, but then there is a provision within your contract that says there might be an opportunity that presents itself to Pisco, where you are able to network personally yourself. The agent doesn't need to do it for you. And you come face to face with Jake Tapper, right? And you book Jake Tapper for your stream. Do you think that you ought to and have to like disclose to them that you did that before or after you did so? As a contractual, okay.
Yes, I'll tell you why. Because if you don't have that provision, you have the danger of A, double booking, or B, like if there's more than one people booking the same people, and synergies that could be a change. Yes, you don't want as a talent agent to have the person that you're managing not be telling you who they're talking to. It can present huge problems, because what happens. And by the way, I'm not going to disclose everything that happened here, right? But there were some moments, right, when we were interfacing with politicians where one part of what we were doing was talking to someone and another part was talking to someone else, and it was almost a train wreck. It was a huge problem that there was one part of this politician talking to one person and another part of the politician's team talking to someone else. That creates huge problems of expectation. So if this is treated as like a talent agent situation, I do expect there to be disclosure so that people aren't double booking.
So you're talking about for logistical purposes, but what if the purpose is to understand, like, who are you talking to? Like the identity of the person. It's not simply enough to say, I'm talking to a person at a particular time, and the talent agent says to you, well, who are you talking to? You know, do you think that you ought to have to disclose the identity of that person?
Sorry, you're asking me my preference?
Well, because you're presupposing that the reason why that's a reasonable thing to include is because they need to know for like logistical reasons, so that there's not conflicts, like time conflicts and stuff like that. But what if the reason, I wouldn't necessarily assume that that's the intention behind that clause in that contract. I would assume that they want to know the partisan affiliation and personalities that you're talking to, right?
I think they want.
And if that's the intention, then I do think that that's more intrusive. And I also think like look, past this. Creators also have to loop chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Like they'll like loop chorus in. You don't think that that's accurate to say? They must be looped in. It's more accurate than funnel, certainly, to me.
Well, hang on, because, and this is what a chatter says, funneling implies a bottleneck such as review or approval. Disclosure does not. If she meant just disclosure, she would have said just disclose. I mean, I agree with that, number one. But number two, I think that contradicts, right? The fact that there are independently organized engagements contradicts the notion that all bookings must be funneled through chorus. So I agree with you that the second sentence is more accurate if, by the way, the interpretation of Chorus Newsroom that you're providing, which they're just bookers, which I think that's weird, but maybe that's true. Who the fuck knows? Maybe that's what they call them. And then I think that that's like a weird name for them. But if that's true, then that last sentence is a more correct statement. But even that, I think, is...
If that's what you're taking funnel to mean, then I agree that it would not be... Like, funnel is distinct from disclosure. Because then your interpretation of you must necessarily CC all of this, I can see how you're getting that. If that's your understanding of a funnel. If it's
bookings through... So if I say funnel all your bookings through me, what do you take that to mean? Let me know about them?
That was what my first impression was, but now that you've explained that it could be this, then what the follow-up definition makes more sense to me. It is more accurate.
Aaron, if I said to you,
like, it's more comprehensive than just that. Obviously, like, yeah, it could entail, ongoing communication and CCing and all of that. Like, there's never any part of the communication that's going to go forward without their involvement.
Wait, hang on, Aaron. If I said to you, you need to funnel all bookings for Just Press Play through me, what would you take that to mean?
Yeah, that you have to be involved, I guess, at every step.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that's what most people would take that to mean.
Okay. Well, at first I'm saying that at first I wasn't thinking that that's what it meant. I was conflating it with just disclosure, but now I do think that I think this is more. It's more like what you're saying.
Yeah, and also the second sentence isn't even accurate either, because it is too under-inclusive, right? This says creators also have to loop chorus in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. By not including others, by not including the others with the policy agenda, it appears to be suggesting a far too limiting scope of what in a way that seems to suggest that what chorus is really interested in is these like political connections, when it's much broader than that. It seems to be suggesting, if we take it at face value, that the Chorus Newsroom are just bookers, that we want to know about any time you talk to someone.
Well, that's the thing, is like, what the hell is the difference between a booking and an engagement opportunity? What the hell is the difference between those two things?
Wait, booking and engagement opportunity.
Which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities. So what the hell is the difference between those two things?
I think booking an engagement means
they felt the need to delineate between these two things, because now engagement could mean an informal chat, that like happens to, like versus a booking, which is like an interview. Maybe I don't know.
Not a very clear contractual provision.
Okay.
No, at least in that, because then you ask, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators. So is it booking with government officials, policy and nonprofits and others, or is it just engagement opportunities for creators with government officials? So does booking and engagement?
And then there's collaborations. Look, collaborate fully, like.
I just don't think that we should read this. I think.
Oh, suddenly we don't want to draw any conclusions. We don't want to conclude.
Stop laughing. Stop laughing like you're vindicated.
No, I'm not vindicated. No. I'm not vindicated. I just think that, like, that pointing out that one detail, you already kind of are like, now it's even more ambiguous. That opens a whole other can of worms. We can't know what newsroom really means. Is it in reference to a physical location or remote location, a collection of employees that manage booking? Now we have to they made a delineation between booking and engagement and collaborations, and we have to understand what these things mean. And then from there we have to, like, again, there's government officials or others. Whose or others? Is an others reference to people that could reasonably be classified alongside government officials or something pertinent to that? Or is it, or are we talking about someone like your grandmother or just a random person?
You guys don't understand.
This
what
is a classic contract to me, where it's like it's so ambiguous. It's so ambiguous, and it's so all encompassing that, you know what? If you fuck up, according to them, they could just say, "Well, you're in violation of this part." And it's so broad and it's so vague that they could just fucking terminate you.
All right. Someone says you don't understand what the Newsroom is. It's brand name for their influencer management software. Okay. So
well, the reason why we don't understand what that means is because no one will show us a full fucking contract, so we're having to divine these things based on the context. But the context is only more confusing.
Why is Taylor Lorenz? Why is she stating things that aren't true then? If this is, proprietary software.
Because she saw the whole contract and we did not. And so she may not have said something untrue.
I think that she said something untrue.
You don't know that. You haven't seen the whole contract, Pisco.
So you think that this alone, of book and engagement section, that there's a possibility that the other parts of the contract, or reasonable possibility that the other parts of this contract,
I would hope that there's some sort of appendix. No. There's some sort of appendix that clarifies what the hell the Chorus Newsroom is, what the hell the difference between a booking and engagement booking versus an engagement opportunity, and then from there, the stipulations are laid out, and we can better understand what is being said here.
All right, let's press play. Oh, we've looped enough.
Okay. Well, I like to think it's not looping because we kept coming up with different angles to understand the language of this contract through. If you're keeping in mind certain like a different interpretation of what constitutes a newsroom, or now again the latest wrench that has been thrown into it is what booking and engagement is, and it sounds like both of us were off. It might not even be in reference to a location. It might not be in reference to employees. It might be in reference to a fucking software.
Don't you think this is like all relevant context that should have been disclosed in Taylor's article?
Not necessarily, because I don't know what the whole contract is. This is one paragraph that this TikToker is drawing attention to exonerate herself, seemingly, or defend herself.
Don't you think that, like, if she's implying that Chorus is trying to micromanage all of these different interactions, but there are multiple plausible readings of this contract.
Not necessarily. Well, I guess, yeah, micromanage. Okay. Micromanage, right.
That's the implication, I think, that what she's suggesting. She is suggesting, and some of the quotes.
Yeah, with the funnel thing. Yeah, with the funnel thing.
I think that she's suggesting that, and I think that the best reading of these contractual provisions, at a bare minimum, anticipates coordination of bookings through other means that is not through the newsroom.
Assuming this is what she's referencing, assuming that there's no other part of this contract that negates that or could change one's interpretation of it, assuming that they all got this contract. All of these creators might not have gotten this same contract.
Press play.
Nothing to say to that? Don't you think there's also the possibility of that?
It's possible that they're different contracts. There's possible different contracts.
Okay, well, you only began that little spiel at the end there before we're going to press play because you were saying, like, it's bad faith or something, right?
Okay, she might have. So,
and I'm saying that, like, there's all of this other information that we may not be privy to.
Okay, if there are a bunch of different,
but it's Taylor, right?
Taylor is saying no. I'm not saying it's, but it's Taylor. You said that.
You literally just said, but it's Taylor herself.
I know, but you didn't let me finish. You're like, but it's Taylor, and you stopped there as though I was saying.
Oh, okay. If you were gonna say something else, sorry.
Yeah, but it's Taylor who is the one who's saying that all these contracts are the same. They're all take it or leave it. She seems to be the one suggesting that they're all, uniform in nature.
As far as the creators understood, because the creators aren't privy to each other's contracts.
All right, press on.
They were told it's a take it or leave it thing, but we don't know. There's 90 creators in this program. She only talked to a handful of them. She was only aware of the names of a handful of them, or she didn't disclose if she's aware of the name of all, like the roster of 90 different creators. Is it that unreasonable to assume that of 90 different creators of varying platform sizes, that some might have been actually able to negotiate or have red lines and others were not given that option? Or do you think that it's more likely than not that all 90 creators have identical contracts?
I don't know if they're all the same. They seem to suggest no redlining, and so I don't know if they're all the same. And
I think I'm just saying it's a definite possibility that when you have 90 creators signed onto this incubator program, that there could have been some, especially as they're getting into the larger ones that have like maybe over almost like approaching 1 million subscribers, that you would have more leverage and you would be able to have negotiated, even though they told everybody from the start you can't, but then you actually started to like enter into negotiations and then maybe they allowed it.
But Parnas is a big creator, so if Parnas can say no, if he had, we would take it or leave it.
Well, wait. How do you spell his name?
Aaron Parnas. Aaron Parnas.
Parnas.
He's a big name. Trust me.
Yeah. Oh, this is the Cronkite guy, right? Don't feel strongly about pushing. Lauded in. They aren't going to modify it. But again, we talked about earlier how like TikTok followers don't necessarily translate to being
he's a big guy. Aaron
but I'll take you. I was about to say I'll take you at your word that if he's big, he's big.
He's also a lawyer, by the way. He's a lawyer.
Okay.
All right, let's press play.
That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there's someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo, pissed at Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can, but feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video, and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, your partnership labels work. But I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized. And this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section I accidentally talked about.
I mean, I don't think that she did. It was like a Wired team also reviewed this. She's not the only, she doesn't have like sole editorial discretion at Wired.
Speaking of which, Wired said, following the publication of this article, Graham Wilson of the Elias Law Group, whose participation in a Zoom call was reported upon and who did not respond to Wired pre-publication email requesting comment, reached out to Wired on several points. These include whether members of the cohort can publicly talk about working with Chorus and Chorus's connection to good influence, both of which Wired has clarified. We've also included comment from Wilson regarding Chorus's placing restrictions on content and whether speaker hair was included in any Chorus materials. So you might be using an outdated version of the article.
Possibly. Well, let me see. Oh wait, probably because there was like corrections, right? Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's good that we read it before we got the corrections. No.
Yeah. Let's actually hang on. I'm gonna try to redline this. One sec. Oh, is there an easy way to do this? Fuck. I don't have the software.
Oh wait, so this was like paywalled yesterday, I swear.
I'm gonna try to.
And it's actually good that we have the first version of this article so we can compare it against the new one.
Yeah. By the way, I have to go in like 20 minutes to get ready for a dinner.
Yeah.
Not lying.
You have to do your douche routine or whatever.
What the fuck?
The everything shower.
How dare you? Let me see what.
Notice he's not disputing. He's just saying, "How dare you?"
I'll try to see. I'm just gonna try to eyeball it because I can't see right now. All right, first probably on the video while I look at this.
About it already earlier in the video. The creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil and then Chorus has to sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more examples of people who've publicly talked about Chorus for a while, I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have 2 more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But the first is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, a plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off to blindly obey them. Now that that's been...
I do not know where people are getting this DNC thing. I think it's like totally they are inserting that. I just don't know where it's coming from.
Let's talk about what Chorus...
People like Hasan, who retweeted, who was retweeted by Taylor, seem to suggest that there's some connection to the DNC here.
So in response to outside groups paying influencers isn't bad BTW, it's how we catch up to the right. The issue at hand is how we build up this stuff. So outside groups meaning people not affiliated with the DNC,
Right, but like, so
where does he imply that the DNC is behind this?
No. The notion that there's a connection between these groups and the Dem goals being like the Democratic Party. Well, I don't know. Do you take Dem goals as Democratic Party, or do you take Dem goals? What do you take Dem goals to be?
Where's Dem goals? Hold on. Oh, wait, this antagonistic to Dem goals. It's like to like the establishment agenda, I guess.
Yeah. So that's what I think. I think the establishment.
Unless he's referencing like the literal platform of the Democratic Party, but you have members of the Democratic Party whose policy agenda, the thing that they have pushed for, literally outside of the Democratic policy agenda, the stated one. Like, you have Democratic politicians who are the death penalty, as far as abolishing the death penalty, as far as I know, has been removed from the official platform of the DNC, right? But nonetheless, there are Democratic politicians who push for there to be the abolition of the death penalty.
I think this is hyper parsing. I think that they're...
I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm trying to give you my fully fleshed out thoughts on this.
Okay.
You want yes, no answer to Pisco. That's what you want always.
No. I think that the implication here is that there is an idea from establishment types to basically exclude leftists and push.
By establishment types, you mean the DNC? Or do you mean certain figures within the Democratic Party?
I think that the implication here is that it's... I don't know if there's a distinction that they're making there between specifically. Like, maybe you're right. They aren't specifically in this retweet saying DNC. But I don't know. It's an idea that they...
Well, I only came back to this because your claim... Or she said, people think that the DNC is behind that. And I said, why are people reading that into this? And you're saying, because the Taylor Lorenz repost of the Hasanabi tweet. And so we go to the Hasanabi tweet, and I still don't understand where they're getting DNC.
So I think it's pushing the notion, and it's... I think one that they largely agree with, and they've talked about before, that Democratic insiders, and also in Taylor Lorenz's article, she mentions the White House and the Kamala campaign, that there's a kind of coordination there. There's some kind of I think that's a suggestion. It might be a loose one. Maybe I can't.
In that article? Because she said that people are getting that from that article. And I'm saying, how are people getting that from that article? And now you're pointing to a repost that occurred after the article was published by another creator entirely.
The article references the White House and how the White House and Kamala would not abide by any influencers that were like off message and criticizing them. And so I think the implication is, and maybe it's not a direct quote, that now instead of having
No, it's not a direct quote, because then I would not be confused as to why people think that the DNC like are getting from this that she's implying that the DNC is behind this. When again, I think that is just a lack of media literacy, because I do not know where that is coming from. I am not getting that.
So read that next paragraph. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape, while Republicans, blah 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 blah.
And I remember when we first read this, I said, does that to you mean when she says Republicans, she means the RNC? Not necessarily. It's not necessarily in reference to the RNC if we're invoking Republicans in the next sentence.
When you talk about the party, what are you invoking?
Well, you told me, okay, she's talking about the Democrats.
Who lost, right? Like the party lost.
She's saying Democrat. Okay, but she doesn't say that. She says the Democrat. She's saying Democrats here. Does the party even appear once in this?
Yes.
It was clear that the party there. Wait.
Yeah.
The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online posting in support of Democrats, and they're key to wherever the party moves next. So I don't think that that's really that. She does say this by the end. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. Oh wait. Oh shit! It literally said it right next to this or whatever. Okay, I totally missed this. I totally missed this.
The party being the people who run the organ, right? It's the Democrat establishment. It's the people who make up.
So here you think she's talking about the RNC?
Yes.
Okay, I don't get that from this. This is
people who
matter of disagreement.
Yes, people who run the Republican Party, Democrats, same thing, right? How, in what sense did the party fail to successfully navigate the new media landscape? It was like Kamala and Biden and the Democratic representatives. That's who people are criticizing the party. Now the Democrats hope, when she says Democrats there, what do you think she means when she says now Democrats hope that the secretive chorus creator incubator program? Do you think that when she says Democrats there, she means the people who haven't heard of the secretive chorus program? Like, you
I just think if she meant the DNC, she would say the DNC.
Wait a second. So when she says, right, so let's just read this sentence. Quote, now Democrats hope that the secretive chorus creator incubator program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group, might tip the scales. Well, if it's such a secret, then how is Democrats there a reference to the rank and file? Clearly there. No, sorry, the next part. Now, comma, Democrats hope that the secretive chorus creator incubator program, funded by powerful liberal dark money groups, might tip the scales. Clearly. That is a reference to Democrats who are in the know, right? Like who knows about this but right? People who are inside these circles. So this
so only the DNC, the only Democrats that are in the circle are the DNC?
No, I'm not saying that, but like this is a
okay. Well, then that leaves room for there to be other things that she could be that Democrats could be in reference to.
So that it's not. So which is it? Is this a very secretive? Who's hoping, right? Who's hoping?
I'm only telling you that I'm confused as to where people are getting DNC from.
I think that this reference to Democrat here,
like even this, it just seems like this is context. That this is context that is being provided for the landscape that they're operating within. It's not necessarily implicating the DNC.
I think this is.
I think that she would just say the DNC. That's not hyper charitable. I'm giving you what my impressions, my first and second impressions were reading this article last night and reading it again now.
I think that this is a reference to.
It's not charitability though. It's just like again the way that I understood this as I took it in.
Okay, I think that this Democrat thing is a reference to insiders. It's not. It's putting the notion that like right because only the Democrats here as a reference to party insiders. They're the only ones in the position to have known, right? Like according to you, about the secretive.
I mean, you're laughing at me, but you've yet to find really like a silver bullet. It's a lot of kind of it's a lot of like this is a wink and a nod to this. This is a clear implication here. This is a like. This is what she's angling at here. This repost from Hasan after it was published is where he says Blue Charlie Kirk, which then can be interpreted with my hieroglyphic like. That's how you're getting at DNC. It was like all of this outside stuff that you brought in, and then you're like, no, we don't need anything. No. Return to the article, and now suddenly you're getting it from this.
I think the through line here is clear. The through line here is clear. They start by talking about Kamala Harris in the White House and campaign events. You agree that those are like DNC insider types, members of the party, officials in the party, higher ups in the party.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
That first, so of this series of three paragraphs, go up to the first, is a reference to Democrats have struggled with influencers. Who's the Democrats have struggled to work with influencers? That's a reference to politicians, right? That's a reference to politicians.
This is anybody who runs with a D next to their name.
Right.
Or wants Democrats, or is a registered Democratic voter.
No. It's not talking about registered voters struggling with working with influencers. It's talking about party types. It's talking about insiders, right? That's clear what that.
Wait, this I don't think. Yeah, I don't think here that they're referencing voters. You're right.
Right. So then, after the Democrats lost in November, again, it's just carrying through.
Well, maybe it could include voters. I'm going back and forth on that now, actually, because like there are people who, again, you're not a part. Well, no, hold on. That you're not necessarily a party type, but you could be with a grassroots organization, and you're not part of the Democratic elite. You're smart. You're part of like a small, like I do canvassing locally with my church or something like that. You're a registered Democrat, and that's not ever been like a proposed thing. You know, or something like that.
Taylor means here. She's saying for years Democrats have struggled to work with influence. Who struggled, right? People like Joe Biden.
But I like even if I disagree with you on that, I'll concede to you that I don't think it's in reference to voters here. Even if I think that the interpretation could include that, sure.
And after that, when Democrats lost, who lost? Kamala Harris lost. The Democratic Party lost. This is a reference to the people who are insiders in the party. That is what is being referenced here.
It's giving context again for the media environment that Democrats have operated in before she goes into the article.
Democratic Party insider.
But context is different than saying providing context is different than saying that they're behind the thing that she's criticizing.
No, but later, go scroll down, right? So
because is Brian Tyler Cohen like a party elite?
I don't know that Brian Tyler Cohen is a party elite. He's not a party elite. No.
Okay, well, he's obviously implicated in this article, right? Not the DNC. That's why I'm saying, like, how is it? You know, that's why I'm going back and forth on this, like whether or not it could include voters. I don't know.
Hang on. So this is a reference. I think anyone who reads this, when they say the Democrats have lost, that this is a reference to the insiders, and because the examples used are Joe Biden, the White House, and Kamala Harris and her campaign, and whether they are treating well, like who's not doing well with Hasan, who is like snubbing prominent content creators after they lightly criticize. It's the Democratic insiders. It's the people who are doing the machinations. Now scroll down, right? So that's paragraph 1. Then it says after the Democrats lost, they faced a reckoning. Who faced the reckoning? The insiders, the people who were responsible for the strategy. It was good the party, that is to say, the insiders, had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. The Republican insiders, right?
After the Democrats lost, they faced a reckoning.
Right. And now look at that last sentence.
But then that's in contrast to her saying it's clear that the party had failed, but like Democrats here, this actually could be in reference to voters.
No.
To not only party officials, but also voters.
This is so annoying. So, and look at that last couple lines. The Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. Who's the Democrats there? That's a reference to the Democrats who make the strategies, the Democrats who go on traditional media, the Democrats who are in charge of the party. Obviously. And then when it says now Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator program, obviously that's a reference not to the Democratic rank and file, but the Democratic insiders. And so the notion that there's a connection between
insiders, think tanks, consultants, strategists,
they're making the connection that the Democrats, like, there's a through line between the insider Democrats and this kind of initiative, in the sense that the Democrats are hoping that this is tipping the scales. That is, the Democratic insiders, the ones who failed.
If she means the DNC, why do you think she didn't just say the DNC? Because she'd get sued or what?
It's broader than the DNC. It's not just DNC. It's candidates as well.
So why doesn't she ever mention DNC except for in reference to a meme account?
Sorry, because DNC is too narrow. I just explained that to you. DNC would be too narrow. DNC doesn't include if it's too narrow, then it's an unreasonable interpretation. That's why I'm saying I don't even understand. Then don't you agree with me that how are people even getting that from this article then? Because you're saying it's much more broad than that, and it could include that, but. Because again, listen to what she just said.
To sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more examples of people who've publicly talked about Chorus for a while, I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have 2 more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But the first is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, a plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off to blindly obey them.
Okay, the plot up by the DNC to be able to.
I think that's a shorthand reference to the notion of like the Democratic elite establishment. And what does she say in response to that? Right. So keep playing this. So what does this creator say in response?
Now that's been debunked, let's talk about what course actually is. I have my Google Calendar for the week here to explain. Every morning we start off with a news update meeting. Okay, we meet for 15 minutes.
Wait. Go to the part where she's saying, I criticize Chuck Schumer.
Where, do I go back or forward or what?
Back, I think. She's like, I criticize Chuck Schumer.
Earlier in the video, creators went. You're correct that Torres does the video. And what policy during National Guard in DC. So I learned things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video. And what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, your partnership labels work. But I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized.
Where's the Schumer thing or what?
Yeah, she was like, I criticize Schumer. So the impression given by Taylor is that the establishment types, the insider types,
the DNC though, the DNC specifically.
I don't know that it's atomized,
because that's what I thought you'd been claiming this whole time.
I didn't know. Stop with your nonsense.
No. That's a reasonable interpretation that people could get from this.
Stop with your nonsense. No, at no point did I say that this critique carries forward only to the specific entity known as a DNC. No. Sorry.
What I was saying, that I thought you were saying this whole time that it's reasonable to impart that she's talking about the DNC from what she wrote.
DNC as in the specific entity DNC? No, it's too narrow. But DNC is a shorthand for the insider Democratic establishment. That is to say, the people who run the party. Yes, I think that is a reasonable conclusion someone can draw, is that even if they're not the ones, the ownership structure behind.
Sounds like you're just DNC a shorthand for whatever you wanted to mean at that point. Then
no. I've been so clear. You're really annoying me.
Well, how is that different than any other episode of the stream that we do together?
I mean, this is so it's laughable. I think it's so obvious that she's trying to say, like, look at the Democrats, right? They fucked up in this election, and now they're just trying to, create this fucking entity of people who are just. She's speaking broad.
It's a broad overview of the context of the media environment in which this is occurring in.
You're closing your eyes to. Don't you think if I tell it to you, do you think that this sparkles with your understanding, right?
Sparkles.
That what Lauren is saying is like, the Democrats failed so hard, and now look at what they're trying to do, and what they're trying to do is and look at how fucking horrible what they're trying to do is.
Not they, but some within the Democratic establishment are trying to do. That's the most, but where's that's different than the DNC.
The story
Pelosi is not in the DNC, but she's Democratic establishment.
The story that she's painting is one of like. The Democratic failure has led to this sort of nonsense, and look at how they've reacted, and it's been so fucking stupid that they've done this, and they've been so stupid about it, and that story sees the them, and that them are the establishment types and the Democratic insider types, and she stands in opposition to that by, for example, contrasting Hasan Piker, who says, oh, they didn't do it with Hasan Piker, and they're still not, right?
Yeah, but I granted to you that's the one thing that I was like, again, this whole content creators who challenge Kamala Harris, including Hasan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. I said she provides no citation for this, and it's a red herring at best, that I thought it was irrelevant. Like this specific part.
Okay. What do you think the overall point of the article is?
To be critical of this program and the lack of disclosure and transparency from the creators involved, but they were hamstrung by the contract that they accepted and the terms that they entered into, and the fact that this program would even request that of any creators that they work with in the first place.
Okay, so I think.
Do you disagree?
I think it's more broad than that. I think that there are narrow critiques as to the disclosure, and even some that I might agree with, and I think I do. I agree that they should disclose that they're getting paid from Chorus, and I think it's bad that they didn't disclose that, or that Chorus is telling them that they shouldn't disclose that. I do think that, and I don't say it's bad because it's illegal or that it's bad because it's corrupt, but I think it's bad because it's best practice, and there should be a social norm for political commentators, I believe, to disclose where they're getting money from. I think that's a good.
And if they don't, you can write articles like this, yeah?
No, not like this. Not article. Because so my issue with the article relate to the following categories of things. Number one is I think that some statements are false, at least based on available information.
No.
The statement about funneling, I think
that's not what you said earlier. You said they might be, but we haven't seen the whole contract. We don't know that all creators were issued the same contract, and there could be other context that makes the interpretation more reasonable.
She's wrong either way, right? If
no,
at least one person,
that's not what you had said earlier.
I think it's most likely the case that she's saying false statements. Notwithstanding the fact that it's technically possible that there are contracts with materially different terms about how to engage with the Chorus newsroom, I think at a bare minimum, that funneling through statement is a false statement.
It's not just Taylor that worked on this. There was other people at Wired that also reviewed it.
Whoever made it, this article.
You've been saying Taylor, she, but it would not just be, she wouldn't be, she is the,
I can't believe you're doing this right now. So in any other situation, right, where there's an author of a work, and I would say, as a shorthand, that she is saying this, that is the principal author of this piece says this, you would never stop me and say, well, there's a whole thing behind them. This is you're saying you're not doing pedantry. For you to stop me like that and say, well, it's not just Taylor when she's the sole author of the piece. Isn't she the sole author?
She's the sole author, but you're saying that there was a lie concocted and deliberately placed into this article when I'm saying she is not the only one who had, false statements, but she's not the only one who had editorial control over what this article looked like. So it's not just Taylor Lorenz, and you're saying that a lot of this is motivated by her ideological disposition and bias against Democrats. And so are we now saying that anybody who reviewed it that helped contribute to the publication of this article also has those same sorts of biases and ideological predispositions to be hostile to the Democratic Party?
Listen, I think that Taylor has her view. I'm not saying that it necessarily informed
Taylor and the editors. And the Wired team that reviewed the contracts.
What do you think I'm saying?
Oh, I'm asking if you're indicting them as well.
I'm not indicting anyone. I'm just telling you my thoughts. So
you're not indicting somebody who you believe intentionally put false statements in a news article.
You're not letting. So I think that Taylor has her view. I'm not saying that the view contributed to what I think are the most likely false statements.
Okay.
Because I'm not saying that, but I just think that there's one more than likely false statements in this article. At least one. Two, that some of the implications here, I think, omit context so as to be a half-truth, which is basically, I think, a smear. The notion that, Chorus is both the secretive organization, that implication, I'm not saying that it's a direct statement, but
a smear of Chorus or Brian or who?
Of course.
Who's co-founded by Brian, your friend.
Okay, you're mean. I'm gonna
that I am
because this is so dumb. I mean,
no, finish.
I think that you're.
I like that you did change it to it's more than likely false. You amended it. You went from she has published false statements to she has more than likely published false statements.
Yeah,
which I can accept if that's your interpretation. Thus far, we don't have all of the information that we need.
Do you agree or not?
I don't know yet. But
you don't know whether you think more likely than not it's false statement?
No, I don't, because I need to see the whole contract.
Okay.
And Wired is a reputable publication. They don't seem to be in the habit of printing, false information. Don't you trust? The last time I read a Wired article, I was not guys, we have to take into consideration that this is Wired. They're not a reputable publication. I read it. The last article that I read from Wired was related to the Jeffrey Epstein footage that the government released, not being edited or not being raw footage. I took it at its word.
Listen, I didn't. Oh wait. Would you repeat what you just said? Last sentence.
That this is a reputable publication because the last Wired article that I read on my stream was related to them consulting experts about how they knew that the Jeffrey Epstein footage released by the White House was not actually raw footage like they'd claimed, and that it had been tampered with or whatever.
I'm not saying that Wired is not a good reputable organ. I criticize.
I know, but back up 2 seconds later, you were so you're just taking it at their word, and it's
taking what at their word?
Her characterization of this, and it's well, for the most part, until I see evidence that to the contrary,
I don't even know what that you're referencing. I think you're gaslighting me. I really do think I just don't understand what you think I'm referencing. So I would like to see contractual language that suggests what she's saying, and to the extent that we have had contractual language, I think that she has both had material omissions that take out of context certain provisions and outright likely falsehoods. Now, I can't know because technically I don't have access to the full contract, and so I can't know that there isn't some provision that like annuls the clear provision that we read about the disclosure requirement. I would be profoundly surprised if within that contract there was a provision that made that disclosure standard like a nullity. But regardless, I'm not saying that Wired is a disreputable journal.
But they allowed false statements to be published in their publication. They've not updated or corrected them or retracted them.
Well, they're in the process of doing some updating. I think that they are more likely than not having a false statement with the funnel through at a bare minimum, that one. And in general, I just want to say my criticism of the disclosure stuff is fairly narrow. It's like, yeah, you should disclose that you're getting money. But they seem to have a problem with this whole endeavor about paying influencers money to be influencers for Democratic
without disclosure.
No. I think it's a little broader. I think that they would have a problem with this kind of payment structure, even if it were disclosed. The fact that it's dark money, they would have a problem with that setup, even if it was disclosed.
Possibly.
And what my position is, as long as you're disclosing that relationship, at this point, I think that that's what people are asking for. They're asking for Democrats to invest in Democratic influencers. That's what everyone has been asking for. And not everyone is able to do the gold standard of only having like default ads on Google and Twitch or whatever, plus memberships. Not everyone is so lucky. And if we want to compete with the right, I think that we should be prepared to have investors invest in programming. Why is that wrong? Right? Why is it wrong to have investors invest in programming in this country? As long as we're disclosing the funding, and as long as it's not coming from like, the Russian government, presumably, I don't really see the issue. And in fact, I think we want to see more funding of independent democratic media.
Somebody else put they're updating because people who previously refused to comment are now commenting.
Okay, that doesn't mean that there aren't more likely than not false statements in the piece, just because some updates are coming as a result of now people choosing to talk when they didn't before doesn't mean that there aren't more likely than not false statements in the article.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm writing into you. This was longer than I expected.
It's on you.
I'm not getting any money from any other content stream, so be sure to like the stream, give me a follow, give me a like. And I really appreciate you. And Aaron, this was a feisty conversation, but always appreciate your input, and we'll talk again soon.
It was feisty because of you, for once.
No. Well, you think it's usually feisty because of you?
For sure. 100%.
Yeah. I happen to agree with that. All right. I'm rating it to you on both Twitch and YouTube. Enjoy the rest of your stream. I've been live for 8.5 hours. Thanks.
Oh my God. A whole day's work for once. Crazy.
Shut the...
I know it's hard for you.
All right. Bye. Bye.
Hold on. Pisco rating with a party and never mentioned Taylor Lorenz around Pisco? I guess not. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Let's see. What's going on here? Oh, my raid notification barely showing up. Please ask what the source for the Taylor vote. Where did he hear that? I should have asked that because I don't know. Did she not vote for Kamala Harris? It was quite a conversation, you guys. Yeah, welcome. You two are both stubborn as hell. I know. You think I don't fucking know that? I know. If you're watching on Twitch, you're not following me already, you should be. I go live practically every day at varying times. I don't know when I go live. I just kind of go live. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream if you haven't already. Pushes it out to other people. Subscribe to me as well as hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live. On YouTube, you can also look through my past VODs, which are timestamps, so you can skip around to my segments very easily. If you want to support me, you should sub to me on Twitch. You can get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience. You can also give subs throughout the chat to give other people the same experience. If you want to support me directly, you can donate through the donation links in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at straighterade on everything. Thank you very much. So what do we think, you guys? What do we think? I enjoyed that. That was way more intense than we never even got to her take, you guys. We never even fucking got to her take. We spent so long on that. I had no, and you know what's funny? Is like right before I was going to say like, actually there's some other stuff that I kind of want to cover more. And this is like a developing story. So let's save it for next week. But I noticed it was in his title already. And I was like, fuck it. We can just cover it today. Right. But holy shit. What an episode. That was so stupid. I'm sorry that who's being so impatient. No. Pisco's okay. We should watch it. Destroyed Pisco with facts and logic. Taylor is right. Everyone is coping. My chat's very divided on Taylor. It's very, very polarizing. I'm seeing critical support from YouTube chat. So people that don't really like her, but they think she's right in this instance. I'm seeing more love from her from, I think, Twitch chat. And then to the extent that I saw people who were like, fuck Taylor, they were in my YouTube chat. Pisco with the, you're annoying me. That was kind of sick. Yeah, I made him tired. What I've done is I made Pisco tired. And now he has to go prepare for dinner, you guys. Oh, that's an arduous process. Everything shower, douching. You guys don't even want to know. You don't even want to know. You should go ask Pisco about that. He really loves talking about the process for getting ready for dinner and the everything shower. What that has. Just got here, Taylor Lorenz. Man, you are so ridiculously charitable to the article tone and intent. Is it that, or is it that I don't have a hate boner for Taylor and I'm not giving it any more undue skepticism or critical analysis than I would any other article from Wired? You know, I'm not claiming to be like completely objective. I obviously have my own biases and shit. But to the extent that I've talked about Taylor on this fucking channel, it has really not been to defend her. I was like, how do you lose to Ethan Klein? She had this back and forth over, he reached out to me, begging me to like get him in contact with Reddit. And then when she revealed the communications, that did not seem to be the case. When she talked about with, what is it? What did she say? Oh, she tried to obscure that an Instagram account that is hers was actually hers. She said, no, that's not mine, but it turned out to be hers. And then she like kind of like downplayed that. Does Pisco have a hate boner for Taylor? He says he doesn't, but he's very, very sus of her. People say you're being too charitable. It means they want you to make assumptions outside of what you're reading. I suppose so. I'm just not, not seeing this. I felt like I'm like, again, he thinks that I'm being obtuse, I'm being pedantic, but he's the one who's like saying that it's reasonable for people to think that the DNC is like behind the strings. He clearly thinks that this article is like conspiratorial, when I feel like the claims that it's making and the criticisms are quite pointed, and you know exactly who she is calling out in this article. Don't think it's an indictment of the entire Democratic establishment entirely, even if she personally has those political beliefs and affiliations. She went on Piers Morgan and made a fool out of herself and watched that on stream. It's not like you had a thing for her. Oh, yeah. And she also said insane things on Piers Morgan. She was like, when I learned that the CEO was... that Luigi, like, allegedly gunned down that CEO, she was like, I was filled with joy. And then she was like, well, wait a minute. After she said that. She's wildin' sometimes. No need to make assumptions, but I had super hard Jordan Peterson flashbacks. He's not saying anything bad. He is just saying that women statistically, blah, blah. No, I know what you're talking about, but that's not what I'm attempting to do. With little author context, we can make inferences. That's the thing that I don't know that we can do. I think that there were leaps being made that are not necessarily reasonable to be making. And if it were anybody else or any other journalist, I don't know that we would, but I guess you can say that, like, well, because it's this specific journalist, we ought to do that. Yeah, she's super cringe. I'm not in the business of defending her. The reaction to that article is just insane. I feel like the reaction, again, like David Pakman's reaction was like, dude, he's like, this is what I've been advocating for my entire time, like that I've been a progressive or whatever. And it's like, really? People being in these like programs that people are kind of like shielded from public view, potentially even contractually mandated that they remain so. That's what you were been pushing for. He also tried to construe it as, this is just drama. Here, now that I have the Pisco Raiders, and we can go back to the David Pakman response that we saw. Sorry, Jillian, we're not getting to you. Let's see. Don't even search, David. You cook him, to be fair. Thank you, Male Rights USA. Why is it Male Rights? Oh, wait. Are you? Let's see. No, you're still subscribed. Okay, good. My DEI conservative chatter on YouTube. Where was it? It's this. They're trying to take us down. Let's speed you up, Mr. Pakman. Again, I like some of David Pakman's commentary. I think David Pakman is like, his like kind of dry, like sarcastic tone is like, makes a lot of like the comments that he makes unintentionally or intentionally very, very funny. So.
All right, I was not even going to talk about this because I hate participating in the drama. I hate the circular firing squad that often builds on the left.
Again, you having any heat or potential criticisms or questions for David Pakman surrounding his involvement with this program and demanding more transparency, a thing that he literally said he does, and obviously he takes sponsorships. His website literally has his sponsors listed. Hold on, we didn't even get to this article. David Pakman sponsors. David Pakman Show. Affiliated with 3-Day Blind, Smalls, Ground News, Lumen, StartMail, Naked, MD Hearing, Magic Spoon Cereal, Babbel, Incogni, Aura, Paired, Sheath, AG1, Private Internet Access, Helix, Sleep, Fume. So, you know, he obviously does think that it's important to disclose certain financial ties, right? But he only disclosed these financial ties after this article came out. He wasn't forthcoming with it.
But it's really important that my audience know what's going on, so I am going to talk about it. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday, and the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus, and I'm named in the article along with other creators as being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David, is the DNC telling you what to say? How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also
his relationship with me specifically as a subscriber, very, very important.
Told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hasan Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating falsehoods about.
Pakman infamously pushed a crypto scam. Yeah, I know. I've seen that.
What is and isn't going on.
You aren't subscribed. What the fuck? This isn't my main account. This is like new one.
I can't speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on, and then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. For years, I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even.
Like, again, this is where we get into like, aren't we at a contradiction in terms? Fund independent creators. You know, past a certain point, isn't that, if you're like nothing, if you're only like, I think only audience funding really constitutes independent creators, or having sponsors that don't dictate or have any sort of control over the editorial decisions of your content.
And arguably presidential elections because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for.
And again, if this is exactly what you've been advocating for, then why weren't you so gung-ho about the disclosure? Why didn't you just say, this is who I'm working with. I'm really proud to be working with them. This is the left's version of Turning Point USA. This is the only way that we're going to be able to challenge right-wing independent media in this country is with our own sort of apparatuses. Because like, if he's done that, he doesn't talk about that in this video at all.
Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC.
Where do people think this? Where does it say it? Like, the article has inaccuracies. It says nothing to do with the DNC. There is no mention of the DNC besides a reference to a fucking American Girl doll meme account. I don't get it. I don't get it. DNC, one of one. Influencers included in comms about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 fund, include Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro DNC meme account. There is nothing to me that that again, that you could just directly intimate, like, an inaccuracy within this is that she reports that the DNC is affiliated with this. So it's like, I'm addressing a specific claim. I'm not saying that, I guess there are some people who are imparting from this that she is implicating or indicting the DNC. But he just said an inaccuracy in her reporting is that she says the DNC is behind this. It does not say that in that article.
People writing saying the Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number 2, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run.
He specified he isn't just talking about the article, but in that sentence, in that claim, he did though. Look, hold on. Look.
And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies. And
the article is riddled with inaccuracies.
They're not minor inaccuracies.
They're not minor inaccuracies.
First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC.
First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the DNC. That follows the claim that the article is riddled with inaccuracies, suggesting that if that's the first example that he brings up after invoking inaccuracies present within the article, that he is talking about that being an example of an inaccuracy presented within the article.
People writing saying the Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number 2, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done, not a single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with Chorus. They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me how to cover a story. There are no restrictions of any kind on my content. I've never covered a story because Chorus suggests.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case for his specific contract, because again, his relationship with Chorus is not that of just kind of like bog standard content creator. He's like a mentor is what he goes on to explain. So
did I do it? I've never not covered a story because Chorus suggested I not do.
So maybe he doesn't have the non-disparagement clause. Maybe he doesn't have the you can't even mention this or whatever, but so he just like voluntarily chose not to mention it.
Do it. There is no content relationship of any kind. So what does Chorus do? They run technical trainings, how to produce content, how to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and put content out on multiple platforms the way I've been doing successfully for decades? They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing. They do advocacy trainings. They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media, reporters with bad intentions who contact you? They do legal training so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us? How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know
something about this guy's delivery makes me want a bowl of cereal, but I have gluten allergies. You should find a video of David Pakman's where he shills for Magic Spoon. It's probably fucking gluten-free on top of everything else.
Know that 99% did. That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization...
It's just outside haters that have criticisms. No one in David Pakman's native audience could potentially have an issue with this.
That required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything.
Or like, we're also going to suddenly like pretend like we don't understand how like soft power works. You know, the way that this manifests is like, you do not need to be handed talking points. You do not need to be handed like direct things for you to say, to repeat, for you to be financially incentivized to toe a certain line in order to stay in the good graces of organizations that provide you with funding. You know, they approached you at a particular time in your content when you held XYZ beliefs, and you understand that it's possible that if you depart too much from those initial beliefs that they approached you when they first approached you, that you might lose access to the money. You know, David Pakman has like a lot of money, it seems. I don't know that he'd care about that, but that is the way that the soft power kind of manifests as far as media goes. You know, it's like did they pay you to think a certain thing? No, but if you believed anything else, you would not be offered this money.
like that. I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that. Now, I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people. I want to grow.
But that is not problematic. This is how political organizations associate. If it's not problematic, why did it take this article dropping for him to finally disclose that he was affiliated in this capacity with this organization? They'll say in one breath it's not problematic, but then in the other, they're kind of like defensive about having to disclose it, even though they say it doesn't affect any of their content. Well, if it doesn't affect any of your content, why are you upset about having to disclose it? Why didn't you disclose it already?
Grow the left media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going. You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other.
This shit. TikTok. Him playing, like pretending to be this like boomer that doesn't know what's going on, that doesn't know like I don't even know what TikTok is. I'm just a normal guy with this, with my YouTube channel. Like, come on, dude. You fucking know what TikTok is. You've been on the internet for over a decade, practically like approaching like 15 fucking years or something like that. I know that you know more about social media than you're letting on at this or trying to present in some way for whatever fucking reason. And the other thing is that like, if you don't even know what TikTok is, what TikTok is, why are you a mentor to these creators? Because part of it, like a lot of the creators that Chorus works with are TikTok creators. Or ones that want to become TikTok creators, but maybe he only mentors the ones that want to become YouTubers, not TikTok creators.
Most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about what's happening. Now, let me go to another aspect of this. I've seen messages like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia from 2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2020.
You're just so mad about this. He's so mad over this. The shit that he got for the Bolivia take. He's still mad.
22. It must have been because Chorus told you to. Even if you wrongly believed that I was now completely
To be fair to him, TikTok is a Trump thing. Maybe. I don't know.
Compromised by my participation in this group. This thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that. Maybe 10 weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand why David. Not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen.
It's like the story itself on its own isn't so crazy, but the response to it in defense of it from the creators has been so sketchy and kind of bizarre. No, 100%.
Is the co-founder of this group.
And I can understand, again, with this stuff being levied against you, like that you would be defensive or whatever. But I just feel like, again, the way that they respond to it is not like, there's no charity or like any sort of signaling that like, oh, I can understand why if you thought that's highly like, probably, like, again, he kind of gets to it at this point, like, halfway through this or whatever. But he starts with like, this is drama. This is the leftist infighting. They're just coming for me again. This is cancel culture run amok. There's nothing to see here. This is totally normal, you guys. I've always wanted this. And I just don't know that really conforms to anything I've ever seen David Pakman advocate for. But I maybe I just haven't watched enough David Pakman. I don't know. But that's weird. And I feel like, again, they're engaging. Like the first thing is like, you do want to, again, like, not engage only with strawman. Like it's fine to kind of like debunk the strawman or address the misconceptions, like the most egregious misconceptions, right? Like, no, this has nothing to do with the DNC. But then it's another to kind of not go on to explain the more like steelman or substantial criticism that you've been met with.
And now he's being attacked as well. His motives being impugned.
This guy's level of calm gives me anxiety. This is impassionate.
Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me, believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content creators, as am I. And so
I'm like, I can't speak to this. I have to know more about it. Like, okay, Brian's a selfless guy who is like he's not taking a penny. He's not doing this. Or there's like no broader financial incentive. Like, if that is the case, would that be so bad? I mean, I don't know. I thought no to these people, but like, if that's the case, I just like, maybe, I don't know.
Framing of Brian as some kind of villain in this entire thing. It's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom...
Straighterade, there was not that long ago, I think 2 or 3 years ago, when he was advertising some sort of crypto coins in his channel. It was not... Yeah, I saw that.
Line is, we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization. And
it's hard to be charitable to an article painting you as the pockets of... I'm not talking just about being charitable to the article. I'm talking about being charitable to the people that have gotten that impression or whatever, if you're convinced that it is categorically false. Because the people that are most upset are probably going to there's going to be some that have this like a ridiculous caricature or whatever, and you can easily debunk that if that's the case. But then there's also going to be people with a more sophisticated criticism about the lack of transparency and disclosure, and I feel like he's kind of just skating over that, and they're trivializing it or saying it's like a ridiculous thing to want, or that you must be in opposition to power if you view this as suspect in any way.
Infrastructure and people understanding, how do you build a content machine? How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed to attack and degrade. I can't speak to the motives of the people behind it, so I won't even speculate. My involvement is as I've described it here.
If this thing is just a few weeks old, it is suspicious there was already a hit piece thrown out to derail it. I mean, how do you say it's only a few weeks old, but then say there's already a hit piece? Isn't that kind of in contradiction? Like, it's a short time. It would be a short timeline for both. Either it's only a few weeks old and there's only been an article around for so long to publicize, like the the backdoor dealings that are going down or whatever the fuck, or it's already a few weeks old and yet there's already an article. Like, I don't know.
There's nothing more and there's nothing less. It's up to you to decide whether you trust a particular creator. It's up to you to decide.
Straighterade, Brian Tyler Cohen starts his response by calling Lorenz an internet troll and being upset that he has to give them attention.
What sort of
These Pakman acknowledges there were multiple people. There's multiple people behind every article. Like, that's not pedantry. That's literally just true. Even if you're the author of an article, there are still fact checkers. Like, if you work for Rolling Stone and you do a profile on a band, right, and they make claims about themselves or whatever, doesn't Rolling Stone have fact checkers that come in and review? There's editors. There's people that loop you in with publishers. Like, there's a whole editorial team surrounding one piece.
Actual organization the left should pursue.
But the way that they're credited or whatever is not necessarily with a byline or a co-authorship. It just depends on their contributions.
But what I can tell you is that the circular firing squad is how the left loses, when we start turning each other over what at the end of the day. So I'm sick of the losing. I'm trying to win. Join me if you also are trying to win. And then maybe we can have...
It would be funny if there was a sponsorship at the end of that, but there's not. Okay, this is where he said, this is the thing.
Know how we're here on a number of things. Primary question. Am I one of these influencers in some indirect way? The answer is no. Now, how do I know that? Well,
so, not a Russia cell. I don't think anyone thought that he was, but he's not.
Because I know every one of our revenue sources. There is no weird company with people attached to it whose names we don't know that could be connected to this thing. We talk about, we get money from being...
Again, so if you're in bed with Chorus, and Chorus is in fact in bed with, who is it, 1630? And the 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder of democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the orgs include economic equity, blah, 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 blah. The organization was founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups and organizations like the Koch network. Under Trump, it soared. And it provided more than $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, obtained by a tax filing by Politico. And in 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million, according to the org's public tax filings, which Politico said was used in efforts to unseat then-President Donald Trump and the Republican Senate majority. In 2022, they've spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the fund's revenue in 2023, according to its tax filings. The largest donor gave the group $50.5 million, others donating $31.4, $21.8, and $13.6 million. So maybe people don't think that this is analogous because it's a domestic organization or it's affiliated with Chorus, which they trust because they like Brian Tyler Cohen or whatever, but
part of YouTube. There is no weird company with people attached to it whose names we don't know that could be connected to this thing. We talk about, we get money from being part of YouTube's partner program. Now, could there be an advertiser on YouTube that is somehow funded by Russia, this, that, and maybe an ad appears on our channel? Who the hell knows? But then that means everybody could be on that list. And of course, we have no contact with any YouTube advertisers or anything like it. Similarly, we are part of revenue programs on TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook. We're part of the Amazon affiliate program. If you buy the books I recommend on my website, we may get 50 cents. Or if you buy one of my children's books, like this one that I'm holding up on Amazon, Amazon prints it, they get some money, we get some money. And then this is why I always say, you know, when I say one of the great things about having our biggest revenue source be the membership program is there's no one there who can say, David, you've got to say this or you'd better say that or we will pull funding. When we distribute our support across our viewers and listeners, and everybody's giving 2, 3, 4, 7, 20, 30 bucks a month, there's no one person, even though they try. I get emails like this all the time. There's no one person who's going to shift the positions of the show by writing in and saying, David, I don't like what you said about X. I'm going to cancel my $7 a month if you say it again. We just ignore those messages. We are not controlled in that way. I decide and I talk about whatever I want, and I'm completely transparent in the revenue sources. So
Yeah, David? Completely transparent in revenue sources? Or you're only transparent after there's articles that implicate you sometimes? Because, you know, you were transparent about these revenue sources. I don't disagree. But what about Chorus? Which you say you're proud to work with, and the left needs this, and I've wanted this for years. I've always dedicated my platform to talking about this and saying we need something like this. Okay, well, if you said that, why did it take this to disclose it? You know,
I am not one of these influencers in any way. Now, there's one other thing I want to say because
I'll link to a video of him advertising course. Okay, let's see. Advertise it. Let's see what this looks like.
I've been talking with you and with my fellow progressive creators since the election about the need for something on the left to compete with the media ecosystem that the right has built. If we want to win, we have to figure this out. And today I want to announce to you the plan to do exactly that with Chorus. Chorus is a new creator-led initiative of some of the most powerful online voices on the left coming together to drive the...
This was 9 months ago.
Conversation and take power back from the far right. And the whole point here is coordinate, get people watching. Chorus is going to help with production support for newer creators, editing, equipment, booking. Chorus will coordinate on messaging and streamline access to research and data. Chorus will find new talent to grow the ecosystem even more. We lost an election. There's no reason to lose the country. Check out davidpakman.com/chorus.
Okay, so we have to go to this website to see in what capacity he was involved with from the start. But the issue is that, like, this, there's an, like, if he, did he sign a contract that said he could not acknowledge, like, the existence of certain things or that he was part of it or whatever? Because he's speaking very generally, right? Or wait, it's not .com, wait, /davidpakman.com/chorus. Let's see. This page doesn't exist. Error 404. Sorry. Even here, it's not clear that he's being paid. Yeah, he says he's working with them. It doesn't necessarily imply a financial stake or tie to them. Was there even a hashtag ad? No, but there's probably no, like, he probably doesn't have to do that. Let's see, like, way back. If I do the Wayback Machine. No. Wayback Machine. Let's see if anybody entered this URL. I sincerely doubt it, but maybe. No, but it's like internet. Oh wait, this is the same thing. So I don't know.
Come up a lot. Tim Pool and others have said, when we were offered what is reportedly...
ActBlue, like, does the ActBlue go to Chorus or does it go to David Pakman? Because based on the article, it's like it doesn't go to the individual. Like, if I donate, like... You know, the face of several well-known influencers were featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. However, users who clicked the button were taken to a fundraising page for Chorus instead of anywhere their dollars would go directly to the creators featured. See, I want to know, like, so a thing that they faced backlash for was using creators' likenesses and images without their permission, right? But then there were these creators that defended them throughout that controversy, and I want to see Allie O'Brien, whose TikTok we've been watching. Like, what did she say when that dropped? So let me search that up on TikTok. If I search Allie O'Brien. Brian. Maybe I should just... Where's the TikTok? This. Okay. Search for it off screen because I don't know what the fuck could come up on TikTok. Okay. Allie O'Brien. Fuck, this woman has so many fucking TikToks. I'm gonna freaking... I can't say it because I'm on Twitch. When did this happen? Like, lady, kill me. In a video game. In a video game. Okay, if I search, let's see. Like, her thing. Let's close some tabs here. All the different versions of this article. Let's save this.
$100,000 a week to do some videos for a YouTube channel that gets no views, right? I mean,
you play video game? Yeah, I play Roller Coaster Tycoon and Neopets. That's it.
Tenet Media YouTube channel was getting statistically close to 0 views. We got 110 million views in the last month. Okay, the Tenet Media YouTube channel was they had thousands, tens of thousands, maybe a few 100,000. Tim Pool and others have used the term market value. They've said when we were offered $100,000 a week, there was no red flag. Because it was market value. People don't know how much money you can make doing stuff like this. It is not market value. And I'm going to offer to you how to figure it out for yourself. It is open source how many views Dave Rubin's channel gets, Tim Pool's channel gets, and all of these channels. You go on a website called Social Blade, okay? The David Pakman Show YouTube channel currently gets more views than Ben Shapiro's YouTube channel. But forget about subscribers, because what matters is views. We right now...
Oh my God. New Taylor Lorenz video, 48 minutes, just dropped an hour ago while we're doing Just Press Play, you guys. Should we? Should we do it?
A powerful liberal...
Or will it just be her reading the article? What are we doing, you guys? I am so hungry. But fuck it. We must do it. Let's do it. You guys better subscribe or donate, please.
Dark money group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influence.
Before you watch that, can you watch Brian Tyler Cohen's response? Yeah. Actually, that's the right order to do this in. That is the correct. Let's do this first. Okay.
An internet troll more.
Wait, Brian, hold on. Brian, hold on. Okay.
Troll more attention. I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I help.
Like, what would help is instead of this 5.5 minute, just not only this 5.5 minute Yap Fest, if he would just release the contract, release a copy of the contract.
Found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, does not control who they talk to.
Well, no, but like you provide them with money. It's like, but they don't have deliverables, but you provide them with money or whatever. But like, there are things that you could do that would probably get you kicked out of the Creator Scholarship program. Thank you so much, Lasso, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Rokus, and you have gifted 4 subs. And that reminds me, I think LMC Fig, you had gifted a sub earlier, but I was closing out my conversation with Pisco. I didn't want to interrupt him. So thank you so much for doing that. I really, really appreciate it. So there is obviously a kind of a line that you have to toe to be able to continue working with Chorus, right? In the same way, Daily Wire is like, we're pro free speech, we're fucking, we love diversity of thought and opinion, but then Candace Owens starts being anti-Semitic and critical of Israel, and then suddenly it's bye-bye Candace Owens. So clearly there is some sort of Overton window that exists within the Daily Wire, and they do have some sort of editorial standards that they expect and ideological viewpoints that they expect their employees to be in conformity with. Candace Owens no longer fit the bill, so she was gone. Similarly, it's a scholarship for these up-and-coming creators. We don't require that they have deliverables. They don't have to think certain things. But if one of their creators made a pivot and started becoming more, I'm unaligned and independent. I'm skeptical about voting in certain races. I don't know about, opposing partisan gerrymandering with more gerrymandering. That seems wrong. Maybe Trump is okay. I think that would get you kicked out, right? So there are some sort of ideological requirements effectively that you have to be able to continue working with this.
To or work with, and there,
but I guess that will fall under we're pro-democracy, so that's not pro-democracy. And then that would be the basis.
There's absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know us talk to or work with. We're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content.
Which isn't even the problem if that's the case. I don't care whether it's so angry. Yeah, that's the thing. That's I would expect that a liberal or progressive organization to have effectively ideological prerequisites for the creators that they work with to hold and to promote. And that if you are very, very homophobic, if you are not in favor, if you were in favor of the big, beautiful bill, even that could jeopardize them wanting to have a partnership with you.
Does not tell them what to say. It does not control who they talk to or work with.
And it's again, it doesn't control who they talk to or work with, but potentially, we won't know until we see the whole contract. They want you to disclose to them who you're talking to, if it's a politician or otherwise,
And there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say.
See, again, so if your contract is so stunning and it's so creator friendly, then release the contract and let us see.
That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that.
Okay, free to talk about Chorus, but were they free to talk? That's again, were they free to talk about their involvement in the incubator program if that's what the contract that they agreed to? It's not just Chorus, right? What privacy is that protecting? Well, you might end up knowing that the full names of some people that you're working with for whatever reason, and that's not something that you can disclose or whatever, they want to offer them that. But we saw that with, because we were looking at the Chorus website, and they did say, that yeah, will I be publicly listed as a Chorus creator? Your privacy and safety is a top priority for us, and therefore we don't list individual participants in the program. We also ask Chorus members to refrain from discussing program details for these reasons. I lost track of... Okay, here.
That in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC or the Democratic Party. We have literally...
I don't think there's the, again, the Democratic Party, sure, I could see how you could get that. The arm of the DNC, I still think is a huge stretch. The first rule of Chorus is... think the dark money fund behind Chorus was a more damning thing. That's what I thought was the biggest criticism the whole time.
Nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are...
There has to be a party line. If you are pro-democracy, if you're a progressive organization, there has to be a line. There has to be something that delineates between and distinguishes a creator, a progressive content creator from a liberal one, from a moderate one, from a MAGA one. There has to be some sort of party line. Why does he even deny this? It's fine if there's a party line, but just say that there's a party line. Maybe they don't have to adopt certain line item agendas as far as like a political like policy agreements that they have, but there has to be some sort of party line. I mean, or maybe that is in reference to there's no DNC Democratic Party line that we're towing, and it's like, no, but then it's an internal line that you're towing. So what's the internal line?
Absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, course creators should and do.
And again, they always point to this. Charlie Kirk, like, I've criticized Trump. I didn't like it when he did this very specific thing. I criticized Elon Musk. I criticized Tucker Carlson that one time in that one show, and for those 3 minutes I did it. Yeah. Like, it's not really like as mitigating as they think. Like, again, you know, to be like, it's more sophisticated than that. It's not as simple as, oh, you're literally never allowed to criticize them.
Criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most course creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza.
Okay. Where are your YouTube videos on Gaza? Let's see. I don't watch this guy. Let's see. Brian Tyler Cohen. Is it only condemnation of what Trump was doing, or did you talk about it with Biden? Because on Twitter he had nothing. But like Gaza, 7 months ago, he clashed with Cenk.
Now we've got the founder.
Let's see. If I put Gaza, 1, 2, wherever it's coming up is not in the transcript, I don't think. Oh, wait. Where is it? Why isn't it highlighting it for me? Or Israel? That's like here. No. Palestine? No. Famine? No. Bomb? No. October 7th? No. I guess it like that really just like never came up if I put nothing. Yahoo, no. Settlements. I don't even know what to put. Okay, so I guess he didn't talk about it there. I don't know where he would have done this. Brian Tyler Cohen is very specifically said, yeah, that's the thing. That's what the MeidasTouch article alleges. Where's the MeidasTouch or the current affairs thing? This was, yeah, during the trip, notably last March, no. The decision to avoid Palestine by Democratic-aligned media seems to be deliberate, and it goes beyond MeidasTouch. MeidasTouch is part of a broader universe of content creators that are aligned with the Democratic Party, which include Brian Tyler Cohen, 4 million subs, David Pakman, 3 million subs, among others. Notably last March, according to a source at the events, Pakman attended a private off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris on the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. During the trip, he met with Cohen, the Mycelis brothers, and dozens of other so-called independent progressive media figures. And it's funny that these people got their start with Diddy. I'm just going to put that out there, whatever. I think that's funny. I think they mentioned that in this article, right? That they literally... Yeah, MeidasTouch political podcast has rapidly become the most successful in the U.S. As the Wall Street Journal writes, downloads and views of MeidasTouch on platforms including YouTube, Spotify, and Apple more than doubled over the past month to top 115 million. This is more than twice what Rogan had during the same period. MeidasTouch is run by 3 brothers, Ben, Brett, and Jordy Mycelis. Ben, a lawyer, got his start interning for Sean Diddy Combs at Bad Boy Records before working in the offices of Hillary Clinton and Representative Steve Israel. Just thought that was fucking funny. Why all these connections? Why does everyone have these connections to Diddy, man? I don't get it. Okay, let's go back. Email. Okay. Yeah. Notably last March, according to a source at the events, Pakman attended a private off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris on the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. During the trip, he met with Cohen, the Mycelis brothers, and dozens of other so-called independent progressive media figures. In an internal email, Pakman later told his staff that the content creators of the White House had talked among themselves, and everyone had admitted that they deliberately avoided producing Gaza coverage in order to prevent controversy. One could argue that this is probably a big reason why these particular influencers were invited to the White House in the first place. Pakman, for his part, has previously asserted that Israel would never, quote, waste ordnance on Palestinian civilians, that he views Congressman Ritchie Torres, who is perhaps well known for being one of AIPAC's top recipients of funding, as the kind of person he would like to see lead the progressive movement. So, you know, I don't know what he's talking about when he says, like, you know, I've called out the atrocities in Gaza. Like, let's go to Twitter. If I search Brian Tyler Cohen. How do I spell your name? Like, let's search this. If I put Gaza, it's this. He's saying, for those who want to use their vote to punish Biden over Israel/Gaza/inflation, he's like, don't do that. You should still vote for Biden. This is June 21st, 2024. June 21st, I feel pretty sorry for all those MAGA sheep who blindly gobbled up Trump's bullshit lies that the Russian-Ukraine war would have never happened if I was president. The Israel-Gaza war, not genocide, war would have never happened if I was president. Elon's tweet propping up the Gaza condom lie had 46 million impressions. This isn't about telling the truth. It's expressly about spreading the lie. I don't know if that's condemnation of I don't think that's a condemnation of an atrocity. Elon has also claimed that $50 million worth of condoms are being sent to Gaza. So, okay, this is calling out, again, Elon for a lie. That's different than condemning atrocities being perpetuated by the United States government in Israel against Palestinians. This is not a condemnation, Brian. Where is it? Maybe it exists somewhere, but it's certainly not visible or easily accessible because, again, if you have made that abundantly clear, I would probably be able to find it a lot easier. If it's buried in some video that the title is unrelated to Israel, Gaza, Palestinians, October 7th, Hamas, anything that could be tangentially related to the United States, foreign policy, Israel, Palestine, Gaza, the West Bank, etc., then how am I supposed to find it? If it's buried in, if it's buried in some video that's like unrelated and it just happens to come up and you condemn it there.
Isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, course creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is AIPAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most course creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630...
Like, where can somebody find it? Brian Tyler Cohen is decent on some things, but does align establishment pretty hard. That's what I figured. Like, this article talks about how, if I put Bernie, likewise, the existence of the left is virtually shut out on these channels. Brian Tyler Cohen, who calls himself an independent progressive political host, he previously worked part-time for MSNBC, has been regularly covering news and politics on YouTube since 2018. But a review of his channel shows that during the 2020 election cycle, he never once featured Bernie Sanders in a video title or thumbnail, despite posting daily content and racking up millions of views. While Cohen has eagerly platformed establishment Dems like Pelosi, Jamie Harrison, Pete Buttigieg, Adam Schiff, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, he ignored the only independent progressive candidate in the 2020 Democratic primary. So, like, how? How are you a progressive? You wouldn't support like, if I put, like, Mamdani? So you're trying to, August 25th, so 4 days ago, the only mention of Mamdani, you're trying to dunk on Mamdani by curling 25-pound dumbbells. So this is not him praising Zoran, or talking about, like, wow, this is what we need, Zoran's success. Zoran, no, wait, there. How do you not mention Zoran Mamdani? Do I still have his YouTube thing open? Like this. Brian Tyler Cohen, Zoran Mamdani, maybe here it comes up. Gloves off, Zoran demolishes Trump.
Donald Trump said that I should be arrested. He said that I should be deported. He said that I should be denationalized.
So this is him. This is not like editorializing surrounding him. It's just a clip of him. That's it. There's no mention of Zoran Mamdani. How are you a progressive and you're not excited about Zoran Mamdani? Search Cuomo. Let's see. Cuomo. Chris Cuomo, spars. What's next to the Democratic Party? Okay, he's talking to Brian Tyler Cohen. Chris Cuomo is talking to Brian Tyler Cohen. Brian Tyler Cohen on National Guard deployment on Cuomo's thing. Brian Tyler Cohen shuts down Chris Cuomo with truth bombs. Okay, so like their thing was antagonistic, it seems. Eric Adams? No. Maybe if I put New York? No. How do you not mention these things? How are you a progressive and you don't mention these things? I don't get it. This is just like a lib or like a moderate Democrat or whatever. He has progressive policy agendas that he will know that will never be passed / advocated for. I don't know, man. This like again, it's probably inoffensive resistance lib shit that I agree with when he's shitting on Trump. Cool, but like, yeah, I have my own. I'm not gonna lie, I got my own party line for what constitutes a progressive in 2025, and it's you know like some of these are prerequisites. No, like no mention of Gaza, Palestine, no mention of Zoran Mamdani. In 2020, you didn't talk about Bernie Sanders. How? This is, you want Democrats to win. Zoran Mamdani has so much fucking aura. He's one of the, like, the only Democrat that anybody is excited about, except outside of, like, AOC and Bernie Sanders. How do you not mention that? If you want Democrats to win at all costs, if you're a progressive, you should be jumping up and down. You should be talking about this.
30 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors.
I don't know what is there, but the main YouTube search has been less and less reliable, even when I look for something I know exists. Well, Pale Horse 99999. If you can find me, Brian Tyler Cohen speaking out against the genocide, condemning atrocities in Gaza, the West Bank, condemning Israel. If you can find him, shitting on Eric Adams, shitting on Andrew Cuomo. You know, saying Zoran, even if he doesn't endorse Mamdani, just something positive about him. You can find anything. Please link it in this chat. I will eat my hat live on stream for free. I don't think you're going to find it.
The 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that
now we're throwing out, throwing out another allegation, there's no way she didn't respond to this. Let's see. Taylor Lorenz. I can't even go through her thing because sometimes she reposts stuff from like the genocide. She take dark money. But again, this is not really contending with the merits of the argument. This is just no you. No, you did that, Taylor. Where is it?
I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one.
She might be a hypocrite, but that doesn't negate the article. Dude, everybody wants to personalize it so much to her. It's like, just contend with the arguments in the article.
Else.
And then we can talk about what conclusions you think she's trying to lead you to or like breadcrumb you to. Fine, but like, can we just contend with the arguments within the article?
Stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security.
Okay, here. Security blanket. Seemingly Jessica L. Burbank is the one who started the complete lie that I am somehow funded by 1630 Fund, or that Omidyar's network's reporting is. Owen has, this network has received zero funding from 1630. I have received zero funding from 1630. This is a disgusting thing to do to another reporter. LOL at the source equaling ChatGPT. Page 82 of a financial disclosure in 2022. I just DM'd it to Ken Clip because I saw him retweeting Taylor. This screenshot is from a refund 1630 sent from a program that Omidyar funded years ago before the Reporters in Residence program even began. The fact that at Jessica Burbank, who's this? A sometimes journalist. Okay. Is spreading complete fabrications about me in a coordinated group chat of influencers is revealing. Omidia Group has clarified that those funding streams are different. Do you have... Where could I, find that? Jessica talking about how she's leveraged her connections in media to spread this stuff too. What other journalists has she been boosting the smear campaign to? My story with Bard is factual. Participating in a coordinating smear campaign is so low. Here it is. Direful. Here's the statement from Omidyar on the network's Reporters in Residence program. Neither I nor they have ever received funding from the 1630 Fund. I have never received $1 from any dark money group or political organization. So this is what it says. Omidyar Network receives no funding for the Reporters in Residence program via the 1630 Fund or any other outside source. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. More information about where we focus and how we invest is publicly available on our website. So that's what that says. Did Brian Tyler Cohen retract it? Or did he have another explanation as to why it's still true? Let's see. Okay, so what was this claim again?
For as long as they're in the program. Just documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Omidyar's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else.
Yeah, this would just be deflection. This is not substantively addressing it. I would expect him to bring it up, but he really hasn't substantively addressed it to this point.
The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want.
Wait, so he's saying a 1630 funder is also funding one of her funds then? I have no clue. I'm so lost in the sauce as to what the claim is at this point.
I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create
Okay, but can you name those creators? Can you disclose those creators? Can those creators disclose themselves?
Democracy content full time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the
because there's no party line, remember.
Next cohort, we would love
links,
for you to
yeah,
apply.
links are allowed.
That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while
Pale
I started
Horse
this program,
999, what is this? What's in this David Pakman videotape minutes? Tell me what's in it. And maybe I'll watch it if it's relevant.
I have never and will never democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively.
Like our anti-Trump Republicans, pro-democracy creators that you'd work with?
As possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job.
About Mamdani, okay. Wait, did you just give me... Does Brian Tyler Cohen talk about or Zoran Mamdani or this is David Pakman. I said specifically I want Brian Tyler Cohen talking about Zoran. I knew that he had talked about Zoran Mamdani. And he says, I'm pretty sure I've seen this. And he was like, even though I don't agree with Zoran's policies or whatever, I'm glad to see young energy or something like that.
I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is
build it up, but do they have to disclose it? Do you think they ought to disclose it?
Decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says.
Totally
you get what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson.
Oh my god, that is so fucking dishonest, dude. Crab Navy General, thank you so much for the $3. I don't know if you had a message attached to it, but if it did, it's not showing it to me. So you could just put it in chat and I will read it out. Thank you so much.
And Candace Owens. I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say.
I don't know. It's just like, unless you could say like, why did she praise her or whatever? That's like some like Hitler also drinks water type shit to me. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right. Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it.
No, Pale Horse 999. I'm about to time you out. I already looked at this. I looked at this on stream. I know that he uploaded this. This is not him doing any sort of praise surrounding Zoran Mamdani. This is not him endorsing Mamdani. This is not him saying do not vote for Andrew Cuomo. This is not him calling out Eric Adams for being a corrupt piece of shit. This is nothing. This is an upload of a clip of Zoran Mamdani demolishing Trump. There is no commentary, as far as I can tell, about like where Brian Tyler Cohen expresses enthusiasm for Zoran Mamdani, any of his policies or his campaign or the direction that he's taken the party in. Nothing, not a word, even though he says he cares about Dems winning. Zoran Mamdani is somebody who is like an asset to Democrats and they don't want to touch him. No need to time me out or yell, take care. Oh my God. Oh my God. Banned. Gone. Shadow Realm. You want to ban, fucking message me on Discord. Jesus Christ. I said specific. You sent me multiple video. You sent me a thing I had already watched. You weren't paying attention. And you sent me a thing from David Pakman, a thing I didn't ask. I knew David Pakman had talked about Zoran Mamdani and I knew he had said he didn't agree with his policies, but that he liked to see the enthusiasm for his candidacy.
But we do. If you also want to get in the fight, apply to the program at wearechorus.com.
We are chorus. Okay. So somebody else sent me this. Okay, so that person. Not saying you can't criticize him, but the way people talk is insane. It should not be that hard to find praise from Zoran from him. It's a bit surprising. As somebody who is like a self-avowed, I'm an independent progressive content creator, how? A different creator. So this is her saying that like, yeah, this is a false accusation. She started it. Different creator made a video with the financial disclosure last night. Go tweet at him. I'm guessing you're talking about Brian Tyler Cohen. All I did was find a link and put it in a private group chat this morning. Why are you still tweeting at me? This is really weird. Oh my God. Then an Instagram reel. Anyone can watch Sam's video after. Oh, maybe it wasn't Brian Tyler Cohen. It was this guy. And after watching, I wanted to find the 990 form. After I saw a screenshot, I posted the link in the group chat. I don't know why she's coming for me instead of the creators who started talking about this first. Let's see.
The point is that none of them disclosed that they were receiving money from a dark money group, the 1630 fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 fund is the...
Crab Navy General, did you consider she supports Hasan Piker, the Antichrist who will lead our nation to ruin? I forgot. Worse than Trump, worse than Stalin, you know, the whole nine. Satan himself, Hasan Piker.
Powerful dark money group that is
funding for the $3.
This effort. And so...
Do you know what's just so crazy about this, Tay-Tay? We haven't seen your financial disclosure about accepting money from this exact same fund, the 1630 fund, which funds your cohort that you are accepting, get this, audience, $8,000 a month from. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Oh, I hate reels.
Right here. This is the place that pays you 1630. That's...
To this article. The point is that
again, sorry.
None of them disclosed that they were receiving money from a dark money group, the 1630 fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 fund is the powerful dark money group that is funding this effort. And so...
Do you know what's just so crazy about this, Tay-Tay? We haven't seen your financial disclosure about accepting money from this exact same fund, the 1630 fund, which is just a your cohort that you are accepting, get this, audience, $8,000 a month from. Isn't that fucking crazy? Here it is, right here. This is the place that pays you 1630. That's you accepting dark money, right? I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding, right? I'm just a massive fuck. We're all just so dumb that we just fucking missed this. It's almost like you as a creator were not privy to every single financial line item of the people paying you. It's almost as if, Taylor, I've hesitated to make this fucking video because the material harm that
I like that multiple people were like, Tay-Tay, what an ass, not liking that he called it that.
This is doing, this dumb dick conversation, but it is worth mentioning that this dark money that you are rallying so hard against also funds climate change orgs and voter rights organizations and abortion rights protections.
It doesn't change the fact that they're dark money. This is not a normative assessment of whether or not they are good or bad or whatever. It is just saying that they are objectively a dark money group. Doesn't matter if they use it for good ends.
And also, not for nothing, reporter residencies of which you are a beneficiary, Taylor. Sorry, we're just going to need that disclosure whenever you get a chance, okay?
This article.
Okay. You're doubling down on pushing ChatGPT misinformation as part of a coordinate smear campaign because you personally don't like me. Absolutely wild. The Omidyar network, which you did not reach out to for comment before boosting conspiracy theories, debunked you on the record. And I guess you did not respond. Interesting. It's demeaning, not a big deal, but I hate subtle intonation. Yeah, it's like paternalistic or whatever, of course. Okay, so let's do the vid. The Taylor Lorenz video. Where's the Taylor Lorenz video? Okay, so this is Taylor Lorenz 2 hours ago. The dark money group secretly funding Democratic influencers.
Influencers on the internet. And I got a hold of their contracts, payment terms, recordings of their meetings, pitch decks for the program, email and text messages between the creators discussing terms, company communication, and more. My story is out right now on Wired, and it's linked in the description below. But before we dive into the nitty-gritty details of who is secretly funding some of the most prominent Democratic voices on
brought to you by Magic Spoon
internet, it's important.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Understand what's been happening over the past 9 years. In 2016, I was a politics reporter covering the election. I was traveling across the country, attending Trump rallies and talking to voters. And one thing that a lot of them had in common is that they had discovered Donald Trump and his MAGA movement on the internet. They were bombarded by his content on platforms like Facebook and Reddit and fed his messaging through a burgeoning ecosystem of far-right online influencers and forum admins. Online influence was central to Trump's rise and played a huge role in his 2016 win. On election night in 2016, while almost the entire mainstream media was huddled up in the Javits Center watching Clinton lose, I and a small handful of other journalists were across town at
it's not her mic, it's my thing is like too high or whatever, and it's making it sound like she's peaking. Sorry, hold on.
Hilton, where Donald Trump was camped out with his family and campaign advisors. I was in the room at the Hilton when Trump won and stayed at that event until 6 in the morning. What was notable that night and why I think that evening was such a watershed moment is that when Donald Trump took the stage for the first time as the incoming president, he was surrounded by new media. That big party room at the Hilton was packed with MAGA influencers, far-right internet personalities, and popular online figures. And when Trump took office just a few months later, those influencers were there again. They all got together to celebrate the night before his inauguration at an event called the Deplorable. The event was a who's who of early MAGA content creators. It was organized by right-wing influencers Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich. Other online figures like Cassandra Fairbanks and Gavin McInnes were also in attendance. The Deplorable was held at the National Press Club, and a Peter Thiel associate involved with planning the event said, quote, "Doing it at the press club asserts that we're the new force in town." The whole night, and I was there, was about how MAGA influencers were the new media. Attendees vlogged the party and posted an endless stream of content to Instagram and Twitter. The Deplorable was live streamed on YouTube and the conservative live streaming platform Right Side Broadcast Network. When Cernovich spoke to the crowd, he talked about how the influencers had been able to see—
Please play Mike Cernovich talking. Please include a clip of him fucking talking. This dude is so fucking insane. Hold on, there's a really, really good video. We have to do this detour. Critical. Where in hell Kanye West? There's a clip from Cernovich here that's insane.
Hi, everyone.
This video essay is fantastic. I'm linking it in Twitch chat. But there's a point in this where Mike Cernovich is like, the past isn't real. Who cares? You can just lie all the time. Hold on. I put Mike. Where is it? He says like maybe he says like the past, or it's like real memories aren't real. He says the past isn't real. Where does he say it? Okay, let's see. Maybe if I just scrub through it. Oh, here it is. Okay. The shit is dystopian.
That we're probably better off for.
To see how this can get more sinister, we'll have to journey deep.
Remember when Cernovich tried to cancel Sam Cedar? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
The wife's parents' basement of one of the key figures of the so-called intellectual dark web. I'm speaking, of course, of the gorilla himself, Mike Cernovich. In his Breakfast Club interview, T.I. said that Kanye needs a translator to get his ideas across, and perhaps Adams, the Kanye West of libertarian newspaper comic strip authors, is no different. Let's sit back and watch as Cernovich explicates Scott Adams' thought process for us.
So it is all connected, because you can't do what I do if you're not reading books like this, you know? You can't, if you don't view yourself as the architect of reality, then you're going to walk down the roads other people walk down, that other people have built, and you want to build your own roads. Another thing Kanye said that, you know, is going to ring a bell. Kanye said, you live in the past, you're always in the past. Adams built on it. I've talked about that too. Here's what I mean. When people bring up things about me from years ago they don't like, I will pass a polygraph saying that isn't even true. People go, yeah, it is. It's true. You ever notice people want to...
He's so powerful.
...try to drag me down with things from the past that they claim happened?
The past?
If you put me on a polygraph and said, Cernovich, why did you say this or do this? I would say, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Never said it. You're a liar. No, I didn't. The past isn't real. The past exists in your mind.
Where is Smug? You would love this.
As images and constructs, but it's no different than a film. And by the way, science has proven that most of your memories are false. This has been, you can go read the science of it. Science has even proven, you know, the whole where were you when JFK died? If it's a real strong memory, you're going to remember it. That's actually been proven false. It doesn't matter.
Not true.
Where were you when 9/11 happened? Your memories are false. And I can show you in a very easy way that your memories are false. Well, how do you do that? Think about a significant time that happened in your life.
Okay.
For example,
think
when 9/11 happened, maybe you won something.
Think about a specific time in your life. Like when 9/11 happened and you wanted something, or when you want something.
Imagine that for a minute.
Would I interview Taylor Lorenz? Yeah, but she would never talk. I don't see why she would talk to me, but I'd love to, sure.
Describe the picture. You know, draw a picture of what is happening. Draw a picture, explain it, visualize it in your mind. Well, you know what you just did? You viewed yourself in that image. Do you understand? If I told you, remember where you were when 9/11 happened, you wouldn't look at yourself because you don't look at yourself. You would be looking at other people. You would say that your image would be a description.
Yeah, we're egocentric. We have first person perspective. Yes.
Of everything seen outside of you. But instead, because this is the way your memories are constructed, you actually saw yourself in a movie. So then, if memories are false and memories no different than a movie, why don't you just create a new movie? Do you understand? Because if you believe, which is false, but if you believe Newtonian physics and you believe the future is dictated by the past, then what you must do is you must reconstruct your past.
If you believe the future is dictated by the past, you must reconstruct your past.
You have to reimagine. People go, well, that's lying to yourself. No, it isn't, because your memories are false. And this is easily proven. So you're not lying to yourself because your memories are false, because we're evolved to lie to ourselves about our past. You're going to, any memory you have, no matter how...
I wouldn't say that we're evolved to do that in the way that he's implying. It's like a massive cognitive pitfall that, yeah, we don't like to, we're human beings are stubborn and don't like to admit when they're wrong, and we have incredibly faulty memories. It's not like a camcorder that just continuously records or whatever. Our memories are highly malleable and influential. It's like correct, but it's not like an evolution. That's like a disadvantage.
honest you're trying to be, you're going to be the hero, you're going to be better, everybody else is going to be dumb. It's the way it is. So if you start from the proposition that your memories are false anyway, and you want to change your future, then you just reconstruct your memories, and then suddenly you're living a different future. So what is, well, that connects to Scott Adams' lecture on Kanye.
He's just riffing. Okay, this all ties back to, again, the past being not real, and the fact that you can just always lie and get yourself out of any tricky situation. That's going to connect to Scott Adams' lecture on Kanye West.
Right? If you have a view of the past which is negative,
he's going to guide us into the Matrix, yeah.
If you
his
have
child
a perception of the past that is negative, then your present's going to be negative. If you believe, because bad things happen to people. If you believe, though, that the past defines you and that's who you are, then that's how you're going to live in the present. And then how you live in the present.
But the past is not real, so you don't need to worry about that.
And how you live in the future. So for me, the mistakes that I allegedly made in the past never even happened as far as I'm concerned. Polygraph me. Just polygraph me, never happened. And people go, oh, well, that's delusional. Well, you're delusional too, but at least my delusions help me.
What the fuck? It's like so insane. You kind of have to respect it in this weird way. That's insane. Everyone's crazy. Well, you're crazy too, but at least mine help me. Like, there's like paranoid schizophrenics, and then there's like, what's the opposite of paranoid? Like, calm and touch schizophrenics. That's what he is. 10 of 10. He's in control. That's who is that the what the fuck did we call this? Deplorable?
He's controlled and Twitter. The Deplorable was live streamed on YouTube and the conservative.
At least his delusions help him.
Streaming platform Right Side Broadcast Network. When Cernovich spoke to the crowd, he talked about how the influencers had been able to seize control of the media through the internet. He said, quote, "We ran Twitter. The ground had shifted and media had been permanently upended. But back then, legacy media and certainly the Democrats absolutely refused to acknowledge it. I will never forget getting up on stage at a DC event in 2016 to give
a schizophrenic, yeah,
slideshow presentation about influencers like Jake Paul and the entire crowd just laughing. Throughout the 2010s, the mainstream media continually declared that the influencer industry was dead, that content creators were just selfie-obsessed narcissists. Not a single mainstream media outlet had a dedicated beat reporter covering the content creator industry. Instead, legacy outlets declared this whole shift towards independent influencers as a fad. They refused to acknowledge how online influence played a pivotal role in Trump's win, aside from blaming Russia for buying Facebook ads. They ignored the MAGA movement's very real and very organic grassroots support online and acted like Trump's win was an anomaly.
I don't know that I would say it's very organic because, again, if you are inclined to accept a lot of like right-wing framing ideas, beliefs, there's an entire media architecture that already existed prior to the internet to like putting like right-wing propaganda and like think tank literature and information in people's minds.
Anomaly. But the reality is,
or like in front of voters, you know.
Conservatives had been laying the groundwork for total online dominance for years. The far right began cultivating a personality-driven media ecosystem back.
But it is true. I mean, Republicans do and conservatives do, like talk radio. Like they dominate talk radio.
Of talk radio in the 90s. And when the internet came along and social media began to really take hold in the 2010s, conservatives leaned in hard. Turning Point, a nonprofit that advocates for conservative politics in high school and college, was founded by Charlie Kirks in 2012 and quickly emerged as a de facto influencer network. Ben Shapiro founded the Daily Wire, which birthed a slew of right-wing influencers just a couple years later in 2015. Around that same time, Gamergate, a misogynistic hate campaign aimed at driving progressive women out of video games and media, provided
Pisco brought up Gamergate as well.
A blueprint for how the internet could be weaponized by the far right. Gamergate also catapulted the first generation of MAGA influencers to fame. The alliances that formed around Gamergate's participants, including Milo Yiannopoulos, Candace Owens, and other future right-wing internet stars, eventually metastasized into a sprawling network. In their book, Meme Wars, the writers Joan Donovan, Emily Dreyfus, and Brian Friedberg argue that Gamergate funneled an entire Donovan, Emily Dreyfus.
The subtitles of this, the untold story of the online battles upending democracy in America.
Brian Friedberg argue that Gamergate funneled an entire generation of young reactionaries to MAGA. Steve Bannon, who was central to Donald Trump's win, praised MAGA influencers like Milo for creating an online army that got turned on to politics and Trump.
This reminds me, remember when fucking Bill Maher said that Milo fucking Yiannopoulos reminded him of a young Christopher Hitchens?
Far-right online creators and the groups of reactionaries who followed in their footsteps eventually came to amass enormous power and serve as the backbone for the broader right-wing media ecosystem even today. When 2020 hit and the pandemic forced everyone online, you'd think that the Democrats would have embraced new media. But after all coalescing around Joe Biden, it was primarily progressive and Democrat influencers themselves who banded together to try to get Trump out of office, with minimal support from the party. In late 2020, hundreds of Gen Z...
They can't vote, but they can meme how these TikTokers are trying to get Biden elected. Your age doesn't stop you from being involved in what's going on today, said Julia Juarez, 16, of TikTok for Biden.
Content creators joined up under the name...
I remember they were like, all of these hype houses were popping up, like the Democratic hype house on TikTok, the Republican hype house on TikTok.
For Biden, and produced a steady stream of content urging young people to get out and vote Democrat. After Joe Biden won, he thanked this group specifically and told members of TikTok for Biden, which rebranded as Gen Z for Change, that they were integral to rallying support online and delivering him a win. Biden's White House attempted to engage more with influencers, especially in its early days. COVID had made everyone, including the media and even men in Silicon Valley who had maligned the influencer industry for years, realize that the creator economy was probably here to stay. But they still...
Damn. Okay. I have to take my puppies out and I will be right back. In the meantime, we're going to listen to music. So I will be back in like less than 10 minutes. As fast as I can. I'll be back. Bye. Okay, we back. All right, let's get into this. Sorry. Lycan tells me they need to go out. They really did not need to go out, and I feel like I just wasted a bunch of time standing outside with them for no reason. But thanks to everyone who stayed. Let's see.
Sort of treated it as a sideshow that was secondary to traditional media outlets like CNN and the New York Times. In 2021, the Biden White House...
The doggos are well. I would show them. I put the things up so they can be in here, so they're not alone because Lycan's not here. But they abandoned me because they don't like me.
Worked with influencers to promote the rollout of the COVID vaccines. And in 2022, the administration began briefing TikTokers about the war in Ukraine. But soon, influencers began asking hard questions, especially those progressive Gen Z influencers who helped get Biden elected. When Biden falsely declared that the pandemic was over in 2020,
she harps on this so much.
And started to dismantle.
Are they yours? Yeah, they're mine. I have 2 Boston Terriers.
Public health and enact policies on COVID that were further to the right of Donald Trump, disability justice influencers challenged him. And when Biden approved drilling projects that would devastate the environment, climate activists on TikTok fought back. Then, after October 7th, when Biden began manufacturing consent for a genocide against the Palestinians and sought to ban TikTok because it was allowing young people to see what was actually happening in Gaza, content creators began asking tough questions of the administration. Biden's response, though, was to completely cut them off. The White House began leaving progressive content creators off invite lists and only working with milquetoast Democrat creators who towed the party line and basically never spoke out against injustice. Khalil Green, a history content creator, told me at the time, quote, "I have noticed that there have been a lot more events with creators at the White House, but the creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops of them smiling with the president, not the creators who have been critical." Green said that he hadn't been invited
and this is probably in reference to the first article that she links in, let's see, maybe in this, where she was like, the White House was not, they don't invite back this, like the snubbed several prominent content creators. Like what she's talking about now probably is that
White House since he criticized the administration over the TikTok ban and genocide in Gaza. Annie Wu Henry, a political influencer and digital strategist who has worked on Democratic campaigns, told me that while the Biden White House once treated creators as independent media, after influencers began questioning Biden on things like Gaza, the administration began playing favorites. She told me, quote, "Biden's team is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has to have Fox News no matter what. They have to allow all the media in. When it comes to influencers, the Biden admin only lets in people who agree with them. Anyone else who gives a little bit of pushback is not welcome." This picking and choosing and trying to control the influencer landscape had stark consequences for Biden, as I wrote about at the time in the Washington Post.
There it is. Picking and choosing, literally, had stark consequences for Biden.
The first 4 months of 2024, nearly a quarter of top left-leaning content creators on TikTok posted anti-Biden content, according to Credo IQ, a social media analytics firm. Those posts collectively amassed over 100 million views. The majority of anti-Biden content was from young, non-white creators who were talking about how Biden and the Democrats were out of step with the culture and what most young voters wanted. According to a 2024 Morning Consult poll, 2/3 of Gen Z voters, that's 67%, said that Biden's decision to back the TikTok ban, support the genocide in Gaza, lie about COVID being over, approve new oil and gas drilling projects, among a slew of other issues, made them unlikely to support him and left a sour taste in their mouths about Democrats. When Kamala Harris became the nominee after Biden dropped out in late July, things didn't improve much. The Harris campaign's influencer strategy was totally backwards. Rather than capitalize on the momentum that she had initially amassed from progressives online, the campaign shunned left-leaning content creators in favor of more controlled media appearances. They sought to crack down on online speech and blacklisted content creators who had criticized the administration or Joe Biden. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago initially accredited over 200...
She hates Democrats and is anti-voting, apparently. I mean, does anybody have any proof that she did not vote for Kamala Harris or discourage people from voting? Or are we just taking the fact that she didn't full-throatedly endorse Kamala Harris and lick her clit 24/7 as an example of the fact that she's not pro-Democrat enough? I don't know. Like, I know that she, she's very, very critical of Democrats, but I don't know that she's anti-Democrat. I could be wrong.
Creators under their Creators for Kamala program, and even placed some on the convention floor. But the Harris campaign and Democratic establishment only admitted influencers who were already extremely loyal to the DNC. Instead of embracing a wide range of creators on the left, including progressives, the Democrats built a tightly controlled echo chamber. The campaign once again blacklisted influencers who interviewed members of the uncommitted movement or spoke out about the war crimes that the Democratic Party and Joe Biden had sanctioned. Several high-profile content creators had their access revoked mid-convention. Hasan Piker, the largest and arguably most culturally relevant influencer on the left, was initially invited to the convention, but after he interviewed delegates from the uncommitted...
So he titled it "Getting Kicked Out of the DNC." But yeah, they had him move, and then they brought in a different media outlet to replace him, and then they revoked his press credentials.
His access was revoked on stream. This approach alienated younger voters who increasingly get their political news through authentic, unfiltered online voices. And it revealed a deep misunderstanding of how cultural legitimacy is earned in the digital era. The content that was produced under this strategy flopped hard. Harris's Call Her Daddy interview, which was heavily promoted as this major moment to reach young audiences, was stiff and felt scripted. Instead of viral moments, the campaign had centrist Democrat influencers with no organic audience repeat sterile talking points, avoiding the issues that people actually cared about. Meanwhile, Harris passed on opportunities to meet
What did she say?
Democrat influencers.
They paid a bunch of money. Hold on. Current affairs. Hold on. How much did Dems spend or something? If I put Las Vegas ball, I just remember that was one of the images. How much of the Harris campaign was a scam? And they talk about the Call Her Daddy thing, I think. Oh, this. Yeah. Some of this seems to have simply been bad decision making. Harris made the same error that Clinton did in 2016, deploying resources in states like Texas that she was clearly not going to win. That could have been she did an event with Beyonce in Houston not long before the election. It's why are we campaigning here? She's not going to win in Texas, obviously. That she was clearly not going to win. That could have been used in states she desperately needed to win. We spent money in stupid ways because we had a really bad strategy. A former DNC consultant told Puck. They even bought an expensive TV ad in Florida, a state Harris knew she wouldn't win, just to troll Donald Trump. Other aspects make the Harris campaign look like a little more than a multi-level marketing scheme. For instance, they spent $111 million in online ads seeking donations. In other words, ads asking for money to pay for ads asking for money. I was struck over this campaign season by how many texts I got pleading with me urgently to send more money. I never did, even though I did not want Trump to win the election, because I had zero confidence that the money would actually end up being spent on anything useful. Turns out this lack of confidence was fully justified because your donation might well have gone to a drone show production company or Oprah staff, or to pointlessly build a set for a podcast, which reportedly cost $100,000 yet had cardboard walls, raising the question of who got the money, or just towards sending you even more towards text. What it did not go towards, apparently, was adequately funding field offices in black neighborhoods. And the build a thing, hold on, get in there. Yeah, Call Her Daddy podcast host takes brutal swipe at Kamala Harris campaign. Let's see if they include it.
The host of the Call Her Daddy podcast, Alex Cooper, has slammed the Harris campaign. In October, Alex Cooper interviewed the vice president in an episode that went for around 40 minutes, which was mostly focused on abortion. The Harris campaign has been facing questions about its spending after it was revealed they blew more than $1 billion in 3 months and forked out 6 figures on building a set just to record that Call Her Daddy episode, according to the Washington Examiner. Alex Cooper has weighed in on those reports, and her response is savage, claiming that the set they built was not that nice.
My studio that is gorgeous in Los Angeles doesn't even cost 6 figures, so I don't know how cardboard walls could cost 6 figures, but...
But do you think they did that? I mean, you saw it.
Absolutely not. With love to them. Oh my God, it was gorgeous, but it wasn't that nice. It wasn't gorgeous marble.
Looking at the YouTube figures, Kamala Harris is appearing.
So yeah, she $100,000 on recreating a set that they probably did not need to cost $100,000. So where's the Taylor video? Where is it? Here.
Felt Call Her Daddy interview, which was heavily promoted as this major moment to reach young audiences, was stiff and felt scripted. Instead of viral moments, the campaign had centrist Democrat influencers with no organic audience repeat sterile talking points, avoiding the issues that people actually cared about. Meanwhile, Harris passed on opportunities to meet audiences where they were truly engaged. She bombed so badly on a potential appearance on Kareem Rama's Subway Takes that the video didn't even get posted. She also failed to land an appearance on Joe Rogan. The Democrats funneled resources into glossy but lifeless content that just did not...
The thing about Rogan might be a little bit more complicated than that. There were scheduling issues that may or may not have been more the fault of Rogan's team than Harris's.
Resonate with anyone outside of the DC consultant class. The DNC lauded Beltway adjacent.
Thank you for the follow.
safe content creators with small audiences while dismissing genuinely influential figures on the left. The result was an influencer strategy that completely squandered cultural capital and reinforced the perception that Harris was a manufactured and out-of-touch candidate. Throughout all of this, Trump was busy endearing himself to millions via freewheeling conversations with popular live streamers and podcasters. He went viral on podcasts like the Nelk Boys, Full Send, and Theo Vaughn. On November 5th, 2024, Kamala Harris lost. Trump won the popular vote, and the Democratic Party's abject failings could no longer be ignored. McKenna Kelly, a journalist for Wired and undeniably the single best reporter covering the intersection of politics and the internet, memorialized the Democrats' failed strategy in a 2024 piece titled, quote, "The Year the Democrats Lost the Internet." Media Matters founder David Brock, a staunch Democrat, told McKenna, quote, "The floor has absolutely collapsed with the Democratic Party's brand online. People who don't care about politics don't like us. People who care about and..."
Kamala didn't bring up UBI nor the pathway to UBI. Ducks, why that is not why she lost, though. Why would she randomly bring up UBI? She never even campaigned on that in 2019, 2020.
Work in politics don't know how to represent us. We are seen as completely out of touch, and as more folks turn to unconventional methods to get their news and media, we are set up for a colossal failure going forward without a strategy shift. For months, leaders of the Democrats, high-profile donors, and liberal political figures bemoaned their lack of support online. The Democrats were finally forced to confront the reality that the media landscape had shifted. In an article I wrote about Trump's win for The Hollywood Reporter, I found that by late 2024, by nearly every metric, legacy media was in decline. Average monthly unique visitors to websites for the country's top 50 newspapers declined 20% to under 9 million in the fourth quarter of 2022. According to ComScore data, the amount of time people are spending consuming legacy media content is getting shorter every single year.
I cannot find it, but one time I saw a study that found that a lot of the news that people consume, to the extent that they consume news on social media, it's not always, like, a lot of it still is clips of legacy media. Which I need to fucking find it, though, because that's a little bit more complicated than what she's saying. Like, yeah, a lot more people are like, this is how they're getting their information, for better or for worse. But it's almost not as bad as people think.
Influencer economy, however, is skyrocketing. It's set to surpass $500 billion by 2027, according to a recent Goldman Sachs report. In 2023, 30% of consumers trusted content creators more than they did 6 months ago, according to a report by Sprout Social. And since that report was published, the numbers have only ascended. Rather than confront the wildly unpopular policies that the Democratic establishment continues to cling to, liberals convinced themselves that they only had a messaging problem. They began crowing online about how Democrats simply needed a left Joe Rogan. Quote, "Liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan, somebody who can speak to the people that he speaks to," the Nation's Ellie Mystal posted on X. The lesson that many Democrats seem to have taken from their stunning loss in November was just more podcasts. A slew of DC political consultants, many with zero experience in the influencer industry, recognized an opportunity. Soon, organizations began sprouting up and soliciting millions of dollars from donors. The billionaire and millionaire donors that Democrats are so reliant on were seeing headlines about the party's failed influencer strategy, and they wanted to put money towards changing that, but they also had no clue about how the internet works. The mainstream media, as usual, only made things worse. Instead of accurately explaining to readers that the Democrats' platform itself was the problem, traditional news outlets convinced a lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a podcast or two more, she would have won. So it's into this...
Wait, really quick, who said that, though?
Only made things worse. Instead of accurately explaining to readers that the Democrats' platform itself was the problem, traditional news outlets convinced a lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a
I do think that there's still a little bit too much emphasis on, like, it's just people want better policies or whatever, because a lot of voters don't, like, almost no voters vote based on policy.
Or two more, she would have
But
won.
there are the third way types that just kind of pivot too much in the other direction, and there's like way too much emphasis on, like, we're basically already popular, it's just a messaging thing, and it's not as simple as that either.
So it's into this climate that these nonprofits and consultancies start to emerge. One of the most high-profile ones is a nonprofit called Chorus. Chorus launched with a splashy profile in the New York Times, written by journalists Shane Goldmacher and Ken Bensinger. Chorus billed itself as a nonprofit advocacy organization and creator-led hub dedicated to helping independent media figures expand their reach and push democratic policy. Chorus also positioned itself as a quasi-newsroom, akin to what conservative groups have built on the right, but for liberal creators. According to a pitch deck that I obtained, Chorus claimed claimed that it wanted to change how progressive content creators operate by providing ongoing stability, resources, and support that legacy journalists and conservative commentators count on. I'd love to know how legacy journalists have that kind of support, but that's another issue. Chorus said that it would, quote, leverage the tenets of its cohort to help creators hyperscale their audiences and break through across platforms and genres. It also said that it would, quote, recruit, train, and support high-impact content creators who want to elevate essential issues and bring news
this fucking creator
into the cultural space. It would do this through financial support and shared resources like studio space, editors, researchers, bookers, and legal and fact-checking services. Chorus boasted that the brand was able to amass 50,000.
So in this video, she goes further in depth into what Chorus is, but is anybody getting the impression that like Chorus is like a super secret operation? Again, like the secret thing that I believe that this article was referring to is the 1630 fund, not Chorus. The fact that like people may or may not realize that Chorus is funded or partners with them.
Followers on social media accounts, and that it had already attracted at least 4,000 donors to support its mission. From the beginning, it was clear that Chorus was tightly aligned with the Democratic establishment. In January, Chorus bragged that the organization was the first to host a, quote, creator-led forum for the Democratic Party chair candidates. That same month, Chorus announced a partnership with Impactual LLC, a centrist Democrat consulting firm with deep ties to the Democrat donor space. The content creators that Chorus initially touted as being part of its founding group also included several holdovers from the Creators for Kamala days. But as Chorus's fundraising deck made it around to donors, it also ended up in the hands of some big-time talent agents and managers that represented or knew some of the less pro-establishment creators featured in the deck. Some agents balked at their clients being included in a fundraising deck without their prior knowledge, and other anti-establishment or pro-Palestine creators who had never signed up to be part of Chorus were confused and angered that their images were being used to raise.
I really hope she includes the defense from the creators that she listed after they fielded this controversy and what those creators said, because I could not find their TikToks of them talking about it. Like I searched at Allie O'Brien or whatever that chick's name was, Chorus, and like nothing else came up except some stitches.
Potentially millions of dollars without their consent. In addition to the fundraising deck, the faces of several influencers were also featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. Users who clicked the donate button were taken to a fundraising page that read, quote, supporting Chorus means supporting independent online voices and building the next era for online news and conversation.
I wonder what you guys are thinking about this, because I'll be honest, given that I know how these types of websites and like platforms work, I would have assumed that it goes directly when you're donating on that page, that you're supporting the work that those creators do in affiliation with Chorus. I wouldn't expect that it's going to go directly towards those creators. It's like an indirect way that it funds them. Like you give money to them, the operation continues to have enough money to then give to other creators that they choose. It's not going to go directly to them. If you want to donate directly to the creators, you need to go to their own platforms, Venmo, PayPal, Streamlinks, or Streamlabs, etc., and donate directly like that. But I can see how, I guess, people that are not familiar with these platforms or how nonprofits work or what they're doing, that they believe maybe it's going to go support the creators individually, But
donations made via that page did not go directly towards the creators pictured. Multiple influencers featured on Chorus's website were frustrated that they were included on the page and used to solicit small dollar donations without their consent. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Pat Abugazaya, who's running for Congress in
Illinois, okay,
was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising.
Oh, she is here. Follow and uplift creators. I'm assuming this is not a doctored image.
Decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising and marketing purposes. When I asked Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, Chorus came together quickly on a few Zoom calls with creators after November, and we've been running at full sprint since then. As a creator, I would never want to put another creator in a difficult position for any reason, and we removed Kat when she asked. Allie O'Brien, a progressive creator who was featured on Chorus's website below the donate button, said that the company must have just taken an image of her off social media. She said, quote, I did not even know that I was on this website. I am not financially tied to them at all. V-Sphere, known as Under the Desk News, who has over 3.6 million followers on TikTok, told me, quote, I'm not in any collective at all. That's my problem with the way it went down. I don't think anyone should be pitching me other than me. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. Chorus's effort to act as a bridge between creators and political leaders ruffled the feathers of influencer management companies and talent agencies as well, whose job it is to negotiate opportunities for their talent. Representatives for big-name creators told me that they felt like Chorus was luring their clients with promises of access to political leaders. Quote, then they go to a bunch of donors who don't know anything about the creator space except that we need a left-wing Joe Rogan, and they raise money from them. These are dollars that belong to the creators, the marketer said. Another representative at a major Hollywood agency who asked to remain anonymous told me that Chorus, quote, has no respect for how the entertainment industry works. They think they're smarter than the agents and the agencies. You can get away with that in the short term, but they're going to get the party blackballed. There are only so many times that agents will allow some middleman to take ad dollars from our entertainers before they're like, F these people. And they're getting very close to that. After I reached out to Chorus for comment about all of this back in April, Chorus sent an email blast out to the creators in their network reading, quote, some reporters are reaching out to creators about Chorus and it seems with not great intentions. To me,
why didn't this make it into the article?
This set off immediate red flags. As a journalist, anytime you reach out for comment about something...
But then again, maybe, I mean, she only has so much editorial influence over how, like, the length of the article, or they only give them so much space, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that just didn't make the final draft.
And the company or organization immediately starts smearing you, especially when they're bad-mouthing you to people who have nothing to do with the story, claiming that you have not great intentions, you know that there's more to that story. Let me just also say that claiming journalists whose job it is to challenge power, investigate wrongdoing, and report on news happening on their beats have some sort of bad intentions is really poor form. The job of a journalist is to be annoying. It's to piss people off, and especially to piss off people in power, and to hold organizations to account. So I kept digging and talking to creators. I spoke to several creators who attended an early Chorus activation at the Capitol for Trump's joint address to Congress. The influencers were brought to the Capitol by Chorus to create content promoting Democratic messaging. It was marketed to the liberal content creators as an opportunity to interview members of Congress. But when they showed up, it became apparent that Chorus hadn't actually booked interviews for anyone aside from Brian Tyler Cohen, who co-founded Chorus. One creator who attended the event told me, quote, it was...
I think the issue with dark money is that you don't know what incentives or restrictions that money comes with. For Chorus, I'm concerned about what seems to be contracts that could allow them to influence the content in specific ways, even if they haven't yet enforced. Both are about how independent the creators involved actually are, especially when the apparent centralizing authorities show they don't understand the electorate. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, consistently, the bigger problem to me is like there's too much emphasis on Chorus, and there's not enough emphasis on the fact that like the main criticism is like, again, Chorus gets money from this dark group called the 1630 Fund or whatever.
Essentially go to the Rayburn building and go trick-or-treating for interviews. It was so embarrassing, and it didn't put us in the position to make good content. After knocking on the door,
but like I wonder how, if like, are there strings attached, and not like strings as far as like what they communicate to Chorus they want to see reflected as like an RO, like because they're putting money in for some reason, right? But these people, again, they can't even like beat Donald Trump. They should really not be dictating like the editorial or creative direction of any online content from any independent creators. And like this person said, he says like, you know, Keith Edwards, the Democratic content creator who skyrocketed to fame on YouTube. And this guy, again, like I watched a snippet of his comment. He seems nice enough, but his content, I did not like the editing style. Whoever's his editor, I don't like it. And the commentary was very, very like superficial boilerplate, but even he, I think, understood this part. So he was not invited to be part of the program, but believes that the way it was structured seems predatory. He said that he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. What I don't understand is why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire, says Edwards. Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good. But they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches rather than just treating us like another form of media. And I think that this is spot fucking on. Like, they don't understand this media environment. They don't understand, you know, why it's popular, why it works, what works, you know.
Lawmakers' offices unannounced, the group of creators was able to generate content that ultimately garnered over 53 million collective views. But afterwards, they were asked to submit that content that they created to Chorus in order to get their travel costs reimbursed. This irked the creators, who felt like Chorus now wanted to use their content to put into a deck in order to show the Democrats who hired Chorus how successful their activation was, when in reality, the creators say that they received little to no support. vSphere of Under the Desk News told me, quote, it was Chorus's first test as a collective, and I wasn't there, but it didn't look like it went so well. Creators made good content, but they would have made that content without Chorus. Through a spokesperson, Brian Tyler Cohen responded to me saying, quote, while not everyone who went to DC with Chorus had
people who, again, have like taken a sponsorship from something that they didn't disclose it, what's the first thing that they say? But I use that in my personal life or whatever. Like, I was already using the product.
Experience, this trip led to dozens of interviews and posts that generated an audience more than 50% bigger than the speech itself. I'm proud that an organization only a few months old had
she said very specifically at the start, people are misunderstanding that aspect of her article. Chorus is a middleman. Again, it's like a shell company. That's a criticism.
kind of impact, and we're iterating so the experience and our reach can be even bigger next time. But a few months later, influencers began reaching out to me again about Chorus. They told me about a new creator program that the organization was recruiting people for. I was interested, and so I started digging. Before long, someone leaked me a private group chat where dozens of Democratic political influencers were discussing whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. As I write in Wired, the influencers were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract, which was sent to them from Chorus, came with some major strings. The influencers in the group chat debated the details and whether or not to try to collectively bargain for changes in the contract. Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group, quote, should we send a joint email or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star, posted, quote, any Newsies fans here? We're a union just by saying so. A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @WomenInAmerica, posted in the thread, quote, reading through this revised Chorus contract like, you win some, you lose some. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change, laughing face. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Aaron Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite.
Oh, he has like 296,000 subs on YouTube. He's good. It is a music. Newsies is a fucking musical theater thing. I asked Pisco that and he said he didn't know. I figured.
Into the chat, quote, I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, in regards to the contract. Quote, they aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it. The influencers who made up the chat have millions of collective followers and are some of the biggest names online posting in support of the Democrats. In the end, the majority of creators in the chat ended up signing the deal. I found out that the secretive program that the influencers were discussing in that chat is actually a massive new initiative. The goal of this new influencer program is to try to tip the balance of power on the internet towards the Democrats. And the program is being funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund that is working with Chorus. The 1630 Fund is distributing as much as $8,000 per month to influencers. The program kicked off last month, and the creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Rather than launching the program as a public-facing initiative, however, where creators could openly and transparently use the funds to invest in their businesses, the program is being run in secret. Creators told me that if they were even so much as to acknowledge they were part of the program, the contract stipulated that they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially. Influencers included in communication and an on...
Here she says like creators told her, and that's the language here, but then like the contracts were reviewed by her in Wired, so I wonder, did she get the full contract?
Boarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the DNC last summer, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro-DNC meme account, Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast.
Oh, I thought she was Hispanic. It's Pietra.
For the Occupy Democrats and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract that I obtained, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or thus functionally that they're being paid at all. Here, I'm just going to quote a bit directly from my Wired piece, which is linked below. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus and the 1630 Fund about a financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested.
Wait, did she say and? I think she would say about.
Liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus and the 1630 Fund about a finance.
She said Chorus and the 1630 Fund, but she meant about the 1630 Fund.
Opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help, quote, expand their reach and impact, creators told me. Following the initial outreach from Chorus, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations within the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zor on and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them. The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. It also forbids creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder, and gives Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. Ram Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, told creators on a Zoom call that I obtained a copy of, quote, there are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers. You know, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads.
Pisco said the reason why they probably don't want this, or one of the reasons could be, is because they don't want to deal with like the bureaucracy of it, as opposed to just, obviously, the messages that these creators promote will be lent more legitimacy if people are under the impression that it's 100% authentic and not affiliated in any way, shape, or form with any sort of nonprofit network, think tank, etc.
We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC. I reached out to the Federal Election Commission about all of this, and they declined to comment. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new week,
how are people like Brian and Pakman trying to make it seem like Chorus is some progressive group? This is a typical normie Dem garbage solely contrived. It is. I just think it's just like a standard, like it's a moderate Dem group that's reaching out to people online. That's it, and they're just kind of pro Dem no matter what. Vote blue no matter who is like the ethos, but I guess not with Zoran.
Series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through liberal political wins. The caption read, follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling. There is zero disclosure from any of these creators on this post or others that they are part of this program or accepting money from the 1630 Fund. Elizabeth Dubois, Associate Professor and University Research Chair in Politics, Communication, and Technology at the University of Ottawa, who's researched ways that influencers are reshaping the political system, told me for Wired that, quote, we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Dubois added in my article for Wired, quote, sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. She added that political orgs and dark money groups are increasingly, quote, using this information environment in a way that allows them to circumvent transparency safeguards. For my Wired story, I also spoke to Don Hyder, the chief executive of the Marcella Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. He told me that the restrictions outlined by Chorus and the 1630 Fund violate ethical norms. He said, quote, if the contract for getting money from a particular...
This to me is kind of like, this depends on whether or not that you give a shit about this, like quoting a university professor who says this is unethical or whatever, like he's fucking God or whatever. I do think it's like, I think it's a worthy perspective to include, but it's not the final say or authority. I do think that there are, obviously, I would be interested in hearing them because it's not intuitive to me how that could be the case, because I do happen to agree with him, but I don't think if this particular guy from this random university says something is unethical, it's like, well, case closed, you know, like, well, that's a matter of perspective.
Interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window. And this is the part that really shook me too.
But I don't, like, again, I don't disagree with that.
Independent journalist and content creator myself, I think that trust is so absolutely important. With big public media companies, we know where their money is coming from. And with influencers, we should know where their money is coming from too. Of course, a lot of influencers post undisclosed sponsored content. And I reached out to the Federal Trade Commission also about all of this. But I just think in terms of journalistic integrity as a content creator covering news and politics, you should be transparent about who's paying you. For instance,
Aaron, you told Pisco it was unethical. Yes, Male Rights USA, I think it's unethical, but I don't think it's unethical because I am just like, I am, because that guy says it's unethical. I had already independently arrived at that conclusion myself, given the information I was privy to from the rest of the fucking article.
Say your content Federal Trade Commission also about all of this, but I just think in terms of journalistic integrity as a content creator covering news and politics, you should be transparent.
But again, it's not unethical to do it. It's unethical to do it and not disclose it.
About who's paying you. For instance, say you're watching one of my videos and I'm suddenly talking a lot about the Democrats, how they're the future and how they're amazing and how we all need to vote for them and support their failed policy agenda, blah, 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 blah. Then it turns out that I'm actually getting paid tens of thousands of dollars from the largest and most powerful Democrat dark money group. It seems to me that that's the type of information your followers or audience have the right to know. And I'm sure creators will say, oh, but Chorus never told us explicitly what to say. And sure, maybe they didn't write out exact lines for you, but the creators who joined this program are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins, according to a Chorus representative's comments on a Zoom call that I obtained. Those messaging...
Like, what we would need to know is, like, if creators fail to adopt any of those messages, those talking points, and find a way to incorporate it into their content, or do they have to demonstrate to Chorus upper, like, higher-ups that they make an active effort to try to do those things? Like, will that put them at risk for being included in the program? Will that lead to a pay cut? Is that in violation of their contract?
Check-ins are led by Brian Tyler Cohen on rapid response days, and the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus Newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans often with lawmakers. And again, I just have to say it again, because even if Chorus never explicitly told any of these creators to take down specific content or that they weren't allowed to say certain things, I still think the fact that the contract itself doesn't...
It's not unethical to do. Might have to revoke your commie card. Money controlling the narrative is probably bad. Violent smoker, I'm about to time you out. Where did I say it's unethical to do? I literally said there is an argument to be made that does not seem intuitive to me, that somebody could probably present and explain as to how it's not unethical, but that's not my perspective. I'm saying that depending on how you view and understand morality or ethics surrounding these types of things, you could make some sort of comprehensive rebuttal and explain why it's actually fine.
Allow for transparency.
But I never said that that was my view. I'm saying that that's not my view. It's just that you could find, I'm sure you could find a fucking university professor who works in ethics that actually has their own explanation as to why they don't find it to be unethical, and you could cite them as an authority on this. I just thought it was like, it's worthy to include. It's also kind of silly.
Shows that this is not an ethical agreement. We should know who big Democrat influencers are taking money.
Do you think Taylor is acting in good faith? Yeah, I have no reason to believe that she's not in this instance. Do you have evidence that she's not?
From. So let's talk a little bit about the 1630 fund, which is funding this whole initiative. As I wrote in Wired, the 1630...
But regardless of whether she's acting in good faith or not, that literally it doesn't change a single word that she wrote. And I wish people could just contend with the arguments and have that interrogate Taylor's character or her body of work separately from that.
Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic...
Like, there are people that, I'm not one of these fucking people, that like Jesse Singal, right? And there are a lot of people that are preoccupied with saying, is he transphobic? Is he not transphobic? And the people that like Jesse Singal always say, who cares if he's transphobic or not? Why don't you contend with the arguments that he makes surrounding like gender, youth medicine, and trans people, etc.? And the same applies here. This is literally like the definition of ad hominem. If you want to dismiss her because you don't like her character, you don't like who she is personally, you find her annoying or distasteful or displeasurable, it doesn't change a word of the article. That's why I said to Pisco, I really wish that I could present this article to you and you didn't know that it's Taylor Lorenz because who wrote it, because I'd be curious to see if his analysis was any different. At Straighterade, so I should not take Nick Fuentes' background and take his word for what he says. Oh my god. Okay, we're done. I'm banning you. Goodbye.
Spaces in recent years.
Goodbye.
Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include climate solutions.
Just like your brain is smooth. Your brain is smooth. I know you're still watching because when you're banned from YouTube chat, you can still watch me. Your brain is smooth, chatter. If you want to unban, message me on Discord in 24 hours.
Racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was first founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United and Trump's presidency, money flowing into the organization has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican Senate majority, according to the organization's public tax filing, which was first obtained by Politico. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 1630 Fund's revenue in 2023 alone, according to its tax.
It's so funny in Pisco's chat today when people were saying that you were floundering, but Pisco literally couldn't make an argument based on the actual words of the article and was begging for you to agree. I felt like the last thing that we ended on with was like the DNC point is like, I was like, what are you getting that from? And then he pointed to Taylor Lorenz's repost of Hasan's tweet that was after the fact, and that's you're supposed to intimate from that something about the article. And then I said, well, show me within the article, and then we're parsing words about subtle implications, even though I don't understand why she wouldn't just say the DNC if that's what she was alleging or suggesting or, hinting at. He did, like, I don't even, maybe it would be a legal issue, but I feel like she could have talked about that or whatever. And then it was like, come on, trust me, bro. It's like so obvious. How do you not see it? And I just felt like I don't see this. I don't know.
Filing. The largest donor to the 1630 fund gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $31 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up, because it's a dark money group, we have no idea who these people are. We have no transparency on the organization itself or what goals these funders giving tens of millions of dollars want to achieve. Robert McGuire, the research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, told Politico, quote,
"You made a good case, Imo, that Taylor was referring to the Dem establishment, but I conceded that. But the Dem establishment is separate from the DNC. I said Nancy Pelosi is part of the Democratic establishment. Hakeem Jeffries is part of the Democratic establishment. That does not mean that they're part of the DNC. That's a completely separate entity." So I said, yeah, she might be referring to like party elites or the Democratic establishment or corporate Dems or whatever, but that's still separate from the DNC as an institution, which is separate from the DCCC, which is separate from the DLC, like all of these different things.
Quote, "Altogether, this is absolutely one of the largest fundraising machines I have ever come across. I am really struggling to think of any other group, especially recently, that could rival it. The 1630 Fund is powerful, and it's extremely intertwined with mainstream Democratic establishment politics. Chorus is described in contracts that I obtained as a project of the 1630 Fund." Dr. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, spoke to...
Never says the Democratic Party is funding this. Yeah, she doesn't say that, and she's also talking about the general context and media environment. I said this multiple times. But he kept getting laughed at and he kept shaking his head like I was like fucking speaking Chinese. And I was saying that like this exists, this story exists, like every single story on Wire, they're going to give you context for what they're talking about, when this is happening, basically a who, what, where, when, why. And part of that includes the media landscape that the Democrats are facing and why they might be willing to embrace this strategy. You don't just launch into, here's what Chorus is doing. It's like, well, who is Chorus? Why did Chorus come to exist? Who's Brian Tyler Cohen? How are Democrats doing electorally? Are their approval rating? Like these types of things can be brought in as context to set the stage for the environment that this is occurring in. And that's not necessarily intimating or like side-eyeing or like winking and nodding at the fact that there is a connection between the Democratic, the DNC, and what she goes on to talk about. I think the average person would assume Nancy Pelosi and the DNC are essentially the same thing. IMO, I would assume that's probably the case. What I would not assume, though, is that the creators that are involved in this, that are literally basically Dem shills for money or for fun, would not know the difference. Obviously, David Pakman knows the difference. So when he says there's inaccuracies in her reportings, and then the next sentence that he says is the DNC has nothing to do with this, does not fund this, she never said that. She literally never said that the DNC had anything to do with this. So why is David Pakman saying that? I know David Pakman knows that the DNC is that she didn't claim that if he actually read the article, and that Nancy Pelosi, like what you're saying, is not part of the DNC.
To me for Wired. He told me that the type of program the 1630 Fund and Chorus are seeking to run has, quote, been happening in the right way.
Honestly feels like there's defensive around this due to some perceived political alignment with the people who are implicated with Chorus. I mean, you heard the way that David Pakman phrases it. His defense or whatever. It's like the like crazy mob is coming for me. These people want drama. It's the classic leftist infighting. They want the circular firing squad to come for me or whatever, suggesting and framing from the get-go that anybody who has a disagreement to raise, an issue, must necessarily just be some like, drama frog, somebody who's out to cause trouble, sow dissent. They don't actually give a fuck. It's all in bad faith. It's just a smear tactic. This is what they do. They don't want, with a ContraPoints meme of like, they don't want power. They just want to critique power. There's nothing to see here, guys. And it's like, yeah, well, there is a valid criticism to make, and it's not just drama. And I do think that this shouldn't be trivialized as such.
For ages. But Hyder said that the structure of the
there's a crazy mob going after him. Have you seen the comments on his stuff? No, I haven't, but I'm sure you are being hyperbolic when you say fucking crazy mob, fucking crazy. Like, again, welcome to the fucking internet. Yeah, people on the fucking internet disagree with one another. I have seen David Pakman be the subject of a crazy mob, and it was when he tweeted out something related to abortion, and he said that led to hold on, like if I put abortion tweet backlash, he said like there was a school shooting or something like that, or like something happened in an abortion clinic, and he said like maybe just like we should just give Republicans like thoughts and prayers, that'll fix this issue or something like that. And it led to all of this backlash. Hold on, let me see. David Pakman, if I put like tweet Backlash. My tweet pissed off 1 million people, maybe?
About my tweet regarding yes.
Here it is. Yes. Yes. See, I know my David Pakman lore. Okay. This was 2 years ago, 129,000 views, March 28, 2023. David responds to backlash over his recent tweets about thoughts and prayers in response to school shootings.
If you're angrier about my tweet regarding yesterday's shooting in Nashville, Tennessee, then you are.
Okay, his tweet says,
if you're angrier about my tweet regarding.
Very surprising that there would be a mass shooting at a Christian school, given that lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events. Is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? Okay, so it wasn't about abortion, it was just this. But he goes on to say that like his family was doxxed as a result of this and like people were contacting like members of his family. See, that's a fucking hate mob. That's insane. That's not a proportional response. That is insanity. That's weird. That's too much, right? When that starts happening as a result of the fallout of this article, then I will say it's a hate mob, sure.
Yesterday's shooting in Nashville, Tennessee, then you are about the fact that 6 people, including 3 kids, are now dead as a result of that shooting, then we have a real problem here. I support people who pray if they want to pray, praying, if that's important to them. But it doesn't prevent shootings. And so when elected officials offer nothing more than thoughts and prayers, and then we have another shooting and another one, and they continue to offer nothing more than thoughts and prayers, they were the target of my ire, not the victims of the shooting. And that I stand by 100%. Anyone who knows me knows I would never blame the victims of a mass shooting for that mass shooting. Thoughts and prayers are fine, but we have to go beyond it. I took a shot at thoughts and prayers, and every parent I know is feeling the fury and the anger and the frustration. I've laid out plans, detailed, to actually do something about mass shootings. 10 different points and policies, none of which by itself would solve the problem of mass shootings, but taken together in conjunction with cultural and other issues would dramatically reduce mass shootings. I get, not naive, if you're a Second Amendment
pretty damn callous. So, no, for sure, it's a spicy fucking tweet. I think it's funny as hell, though.
Mentalist. It's convenient and easy to go after someone like me who wants gun safety regulations, and we may not make productive progress in figuring out how to solve this problem. Maybe you're part of the group that says there will never be a solution. Mass shootings are always going to happen. They're here forever. And I was almost there for a while. And now I'm back to, we have to solve this. We have to do something about this. And as a parent myself and speaking to other parents, that fury makes a lot of sense. So we should all be mad. I'm mad, but we should be mad about the fact that at this point, as parents,
it's really surprising that a whole group of people may misinterpret something you've done or said online. It's so obvious that these online platforms are not conducive to genuine empathetic understanding. I mean, apparently Anna Kasparian was shocked to learn that only after like a decade online with the response to her birthing person tweet.
And community members and teachers and relatives, elected officials,
okay,
they're dead, falling into complaint, furious of making.
Okay, so here, okay, like this tweet though, he'll like later go on to talk about how like his family, maybe he talks about the Lex Friedman.
And then I finish the day and I wake up the next morning.
Here it is.
And I glance at my phone. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are, quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, oh, okay, this looks like it's getting some attention. I then continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from "you should have aborted your son" to "we're going to find all of you" to whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that and the other thing. And so at that point, to me, I thought this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And so I deleted the tweet. And I really regret doing that because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attacks escalated. It went through Candace Owens and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible.
So let's see. Twitter drama.
I don't know how much you saw about this recent Twitter dust-up I was involved in that peaked with Donald Trump Jr. tweeting about me and then declining from there.
Let's talk through it. I didn't see it. Okay. I have to understand, when you study Shakespeare, I have to study your Twitter. I have to understand how much of it's sarcasm.
It's mostly sarcasm. I mean, here's the thing, and I know that there are people who will say, David, you're dealing with such serious issues. It's really not okay not to take everything you do completely seriously. But my view is, it's so incredible that I've, between chance and timing and so different things, fallen into a position where this is what I do professionally, and it's a career, and it's financially sustainable, and all these different things. I don't want to end up taking myself too seriously because I recognize the timing and luck and all of these other things, and this could have gone a completely different way. So my approach to a lot of this is, let's not take ourselves too seriously. And in particular on Twitter, a platform that, the degree to which it should be taken very seriously maybe has changed over time. I'm always sort of thinking a little bit tongue-in-cheek on Twitter.
So what happened with Donald Trump Jr.?
Or
the full arc of it?
Yeah, give you a 1-minute arc and then we can pick whichever parts we want. After a mass shooting, now you might say there's like 2 or 3 a day. You're correct. After You should have aborted your son to...
Oh, wait, hold on.
And do nothing else, and the shootings continue. Okay, I'm sure there's a lot of other interactions.
There's a few other 100,000 interactions. So do you want the arc leading to this meeting?
So basically going to display...
Do you know what time of day I tweeted the original one? I feel like it was in the afternoon or evening on a Monday.
3:42 p.m. on March 27th.
Okay, so then he tweets this, like...
My baby daughter did not sleep till 7:30 the way I would like, so she's up at 6 a.m. and I get up and I'm just there starting to make breakfast. And I glance at my phone and I'm starting to. This was when verified meant a different thing than it means now. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, oh, okay, this looks like it's getting some attention. I then continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from "you should have aborted your son" to "we're going to find all of you" to whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that and the other thing. And so at that point, to me, I thought this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And so I deleted the tweet. And I really regret doing that because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attacks escalated. It went through Candace Owens and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible.
So like all of these right wingers coming after him, no surprise at all that he started being like the victim of like anti-Semitism and shit.
Thousands and thousands of the okay. But once I told my audience about what happened, I got thousands of messages from people saying, David, only someone who doesn't know you and is determined to interpret this in the worst possible faith would think you're blaming kids who died for getting shot. Of course you weren't doing that. I wish you hadn't deleted it so that it would still be up and you would now see the tide kind of turning on it. This was not a fun 3 days regardless, but I do regret having deleted it because it was I wanted to do the quickest thing I thought I could to get people to stop trying to find family members and send them threats. And so around noon.
See, like that's like a hate mob to me.
Program raises.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. No, not at all. And if you actually know what he's saying, he's obviously indicting the fact that Republicans cynically invoke thoughts and prayers every single time to deflect and distract from from them not being willing to ever address gun violence in America. Yeah, that's what they're going to offer instead. But he wasn't victim blaming people. It was like obviously, and I can see how it's like a spicy tweet, but it can simultaneously be spicy, but also not victim blaming. Does that make sense? Thank you for the follow.
Question, quote, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? This sort of secret funding has been happening on the right for a while. Last fall, a federal indictment revealed that the Russian state-sponsored media network RT was secretly providing millions of dollars in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid Inc., an influencer marketing company whose website says it, quote, connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers. Democrats have long criticized the role of dark money groups in politics. Trump and the Republicans have repeatedly refused to openly disclose paid financial partnerships to the public. But now it seems like the Democrats are seeking to replicate this dubious system, but use it to push pro-Democrat messaging. And let me just be clear.
Again, Democrats, not the DNC, Democrats. I could refer to a lot of different factions or groups of people.
I wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of this funding stuff if it was going to actually
projected the same joke and don't seem to care because it's not on Twitter.
Impactful progressive creators or journalists. I still think that the funding should be disclosed publicly, like undeniably, but there are so many struggling creators on the left that are producing highly impactful, culturally relevant, and urgent work on crucial issues that are struggling to get by. These independent creators are doing real accountability journalism on a shoestring budget, but that's not what creators in the 1630 Fund program are doing. They're not doing investigative journalism that could...
It says they roll right over. Many Democrats call their party weak and ineffective, poll finds. Poll comes from the AP NORC Center for Public Affairs Research, comes ahead of major elections in New Jersey and Virginia this fall and midterm contests next year. This was published August 3rd of this year.
Actually get laws changed. They're not exposing wrongdoing by the police or military. They're not revealing ICE surveillance networks or FOIAing the government for secret contracts or really doing any sort of accountability work. Many of them are simply creating pro-Democrat slop that fundamentally does not challenge power, does not challenge capitalism, and ultimately does nothing to reform the barbaric system that got us here. And it makes sense that this is how the Democrats would structure this type of program, because the Democrats still fundamentally do not want to acknowledge the reality that their centrist policy agenda is widely unpopular. They seem to think that if they can just pay enough pro-DNC...
Like, I knew that she had these opinions or whatever, but like, again, I don't think if Hasan Piker sought to replicate this, but in like a socialist image or have like socialist politics or further left politics, that she would be like, oh, it's okay then to ask them to not disclose that they're taking money from your organization. It's okay to say that they can't criticize other content creators that are part of it. I think that she would be consistent, but Maybe that's me being overly charitable, right?
Boring content towing the party line, that will be the key to success. This strategy is bound to fail. It refuses to recognize the fundamentally decentralized nature of the online media landscape, and the Democrats are once again trying to dictate who gets a voice online. They want to control which creators are allowed into the movement, and they want to build these bottlenecks for access to lawmakers.
And see, this, I guess, remains to be seen. If people are, if we have to see the rest of the contract to know if she's accurately characterizing the agreements that the some of the creators signed, or because a lot of it hinges on the fact that like you had to funnel, or is it? If I put like funnel. Like this, like according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered in the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not be named. They're not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. So this is weird. Like, again, this is where... Oh, fuck, I should have talked about this more with Pisco, because they're not just given $8,000 like as like a blank check to use monthly. It's a stipend. So they have to, I think, if they want to pull or use funds from that $8,000, all of it is effectively audited by Chorus, which I would expect, right? They want to keep track of like where their finances goes and make sure that there's accountability and that funds are being used properly. So it is a scholarship program in that sense, right? But the money is not like completely fungible. I think that was another dimension we probably should have analyzed when looking at the contractual, like the contractual agreements in this. Because with that in mind, it's like, it's not just $8,000 to support you doing you and you do whatever. They want to see how it's being used, right? And so, again, her being able to, for this claim to be accurate or this conclusion to be fair, it hinges on all of that. So I guess it remains to be seen if somebody will come forward and finally release and be transparent entirely with these contracts.
Once again,
because if that's the case, then they are closer to being gatekeepers, I think. And like what she's saying, then not.
To dictate who gets a voice online. They want to control which creators are allowed into the movement, and they want to build these bottlenecks for access to lawmakers instead of making politicians more responsive and more accountable to the public. Programs like the one being run by Chorus and 1630 essentially seek to...
Says Chorus is here to help. Again, Chorus is incubating a cohort of content creators getting a progressive message in front of millions of Americans. 1, we give creators message guidance, production/editing support, and book guests like yourself. 2, an initial cohort of creators has an audience of 40 million followers with more than 100 million weekly viewers. 3, there are hundreds of creators signed up ready to speak to elected officials and amplify your content. So, and again, progressive messaging doing a lot of work when, again, we've seen kind of the ideological disposition of one of the co-founders, like Brian Tyler Cohen. I don't think it's that crazy to think that, like, again, he's created a company that's somewhat in his image. And also just like, where are the billionaires that are like really going to champion progressive politics? Again, like the 1630, where is it? Like policy, hold on. No, it was like, if I put healthcare, like 1630 Fund, its website notes that issues supported by the org include economic equity, affordable healthcare, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. And again, I was going through this yesterday. Economic equity, vague but inoffensive. Affordable healthcare. This means expansion of Obamacare. This means the preservation of the private health insurance market. It's not going to be really about healthcare. Affordable does not mean, they're not saying free at the point of service. They're saying affordable. Climate solutions, again, they could choose to say the Green New Deal specifically if that was the policy that they were interested in. Climate solutions, that could mean not banning fracking. That could still mean doing things that like Greenpeace and like other types of like climate orgs are saying that is just not going to be enough to contend with the effects of the rapid effects and devastating effects of climate change that we're already seeing. We're already seeing them with these floods. We're already seeing them with these wildfires. Like, these are all downstream of climate change. Racial justice, inoffensive but very, very vague. Voter access, whatever they have in store, I'm sure I will actually probably agree with them on this. Like, no caveats. That's probably, like, I guess the most progressive thing, but it's like not when I think progressive, I won't really think voter access. It's kind of like everybody should be in favor of that. And other essential social change goals, again, vague, liberal response, not really like progressive response. So when, again, we're helping get a progressive message in front of it, like none of that seems particularly progressive. This is like kind of like third way shit to me. Just a like typical middle of the road, normie, Democratic, like it seems like they're getting Zoomers to be enthusiastic about just like a moderate Democratic agenda for the most part.
Real and organic grassroots influencer ecosystem into a managed PR pipeline for centrist liberals. This is just replicating the same type of gatekeeping that's rampant in the mainstream media. And the result of all of this is subpar content that doesn't actually move the needle at all. Because the truth is that social media algorithms actually don't care if party insiders approve of certain messaging. What matters online is authenticity and relatability. And I just want to dig into this gatekeeper stuff just a little bit more because it seems to be such a consistent problem in the Democrat world.
I mean, this is, I wonder if this kind of undermines her point though, because the thing that could be, it is true that is what algorithms reward. That's what people respond to on social media more often than not, is like, you know, I won't say genuine authenticity, but at the very least perceived authenticity. Voter access could leave out some stuff, voting rights wouldn't. Yeah, maybe. But that's, I'm sure they kind of recognize that. And if the contract states what she says it states, what Wired says it states, which is that they were not allowed to like mention the program or disclose it. The reason why is because they know that cuts into the effectiveness of the message, because people don't want to go onto social media and be explicitly told what to think. They don't want to be condescended to, and they don't want to have things sold to them, and they don't want overt political advertisement. So it's one thing if they stumble across a TikTok of somebody organically spouting off DNC talking points, or sorry, Democratic Party talking points, whether they know it or not DNC, I mean Democratic Party. Whether they know it or not. But then it's another thing if you realize that person was, they worked in collaboration with an organization, so they would say that. People lose interest immediately. So
certain messaging. What matters online is authenticity and relatability.
And again, they know that, and that's why they want to avoid disclosures, because it gets in the way of that. It gets in the way of clicks and views.
I just want to dig into this gatekeeper stuff just a little bit more because it seems to be such a consistent problem in the Democrat world. The Democrats spent months after their loss last fall bemoaning that there were no Democratic candidates or figures who could rally organic, widespread support, especially online. But when Zohran Mamdani built a massive grassroots movement that motivated hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers to vote and millions of young people to get more involved in the political system, Democrats sought to sideline him. Even today, Democratic establishment leaders have refused.
Is she going to point out that fucking Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't like talk about Mamdani ever?
To rally behind Zohran and other left-wing, even slightly anti-establishment progressive online figures. The right-wing internet is chaotic, but ultimately the Republican media world isn't trying to build more gatekeepers or brokering access. And most importantly, they're willing to embrace content creators who don't always parrot the party line. And while this program might be the latest attempt, it's not the only one out there.
He doesn't. Nope. We went on he says that he has spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. To the extent that he just said nothing in 2023. He spoke about it in 2024 only once around election time to say that voting against Joe Biden to punish him for Gaza policy, for inflation, is a really bad idea. And then since he's mentioned it, it was only in reference to like dunking on Trump or something like that. He has not called out the atrocities. I couldn't find a video on YouTube where he explicitly did that or condemned them. Maybe in passing remarks and some videos unrelated to Gaza, Israel, Palestine, the famine, any of that. He mentioned these things, or he said, I condemn Netanyahu, or I want a two-state solution, just like something. But it seems like he never talks about it. And there was an article from MeidasTouch saying that that's not like that an internal email said. Hold on. Email. Pakman later told his staff that the content creators at the White House had talked among themselves, and everyone had admitted that they deliberately avoided producing Gaza coverage in order to prevent controversy. So nothing about Zoran, nothing about Palestine, nothing about these types of things.
As Teddy Schleifer recently reported in the New York Times, quote, at donor retreats...
He said the Democrats cozied up to figures like Netanyahu, hoping for them to change too much in a convo with Mehdi Hasan. Okay, but he said that he has condemned the atrocities in Gaza. That doesn't sound like a condemnation of atrocities in Gaza. That sounds like a tactical and strategic disagreement with the Democratic establishment.
And in pitch documents, liberal strategists are pushing the party's rich backers to reopen their wallets for a...
I think we should primary all politicians that support Israel. There will be no party left. there will be no party left if that's the case.
Lavacade of projects to help Democrats find the next Joe.
They almost all of them support Israel. In an ideal world, that would be the case.
The proposals are meant to energize glum donors and persuade them that they can compete culturally with President Trump if only they throw enough money at the problem. In addition to Chorus, there's AND Media, which stands for Achieve Narrative Dominance. AND Media was founded last November by Marissa McBride, a Democratic strategist who leads a donor group called Mind the Gap, and a slew of other establishment Dems who met at the headquarters of American Bridge, one of the largest Democratic donor networks. These Democrats want to run AND Media as a for-profit company, and they're trying to raise $45 million over the next 4 years. They've already raised $7 million, and their business plan claims that AND Media will directly fund influencers and help produce their content. AND Media also wants to build a liberal creator talent agency and make deals with flagship creators. Another Democrat influencer media effort is called Project Bullhorn, which will supposedly pool money together in order to back creator projects. As Teddy reported in the New York Times, quote, the money is running through Jason Birkenfeld, who has advised the political giving of Eric Schmidt, the billionaire former chief Google executive, and others. Mr. Birkenfeld pitched the project to major Democratic contributors at a briefing featuring Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. Project Bullhorn is seeking to raise $35 million.
Cory Booker, yay, Cory Booker. Yeah, we love Cory Booker, right, guys?
In its first year, and it plans to raise a fund specifically to back left-leaning content creators on YouTube. They also want to create a matchmaking service to book liberal content creators on YouTube shows and podcasts. Because these people are definitely also capitalism-pilled, they of course want to run these things like a business. Project Bullhorn plans to include a for-profit arm that will, quote, have the potential to
capitalism-filled
reap significant returns, according to a pitch deck obtained by the New York Times. Another program called Double Tap Democracy was recently started by Rachel Irwin, who led a $30 million influencer program.
This says, instead the secret of $700 million ad testing factory for Kamala Harris, Future Forward has ascended to the top of the Democratic political universe, but it has also drawn suspicion and second guessing.
Cycle for Future Forward, the biggest centrist Democrat super PAC. Double Tap Democracy is already working with at least 2,000 influencers who have smaller followings to push Democrat messaging. And Rob Flaherty, the top official behind Kamala Harris's 2024 campaign influencer strategy, who also oversaw Biden's White House digital team, is also apparently seeking to raise money for a new for-profit company called Channel Zero, which will boost Democrat messaging. Channel Zero will allegedly provide back office services to content creators who already have large followings, according to the New York Times. Rob Flaherty is also advising Project Echo, a new 4-year, $52 million influencer program from the liberal nonprofit group People for the American Way. People for the American...
It's so weird, like... Okay, so she said... the New York Times says a progressive nonprofit group, but she says a liberal nonprofit group. But again, they probably are just liberal. They're probably not progressive.
$2 million influencer program from the liberal nonprofit group People for the American Way. People for the American Way is spending about $10 million of its own money and pitching donors on the rest, according to its president. I also got leaked documents about another high-profile project from the Democrats that has not been announced yet. I'm planning to report all of that out in the future, so please subscribe to my Patreon to support my work. It's linked below. The Democrats are extremely unpopular right now. According to a new Wall Street Journal poll, 63% of voters hold an unfavorable...
She said the Democrats generally. Do you think that she's talking about the DNC?
View of the Democratic Party. The party's popularity is at its lowest point in decades. Only 33% of voters have a favorable view of Democrats, and just 8% of people, again, 8%, that is so low, have a very favorable opinion of Democrats. Meanwhile, the Democrats have a net negative favorability rating of 30 percentage points. One of the researchers who conducted this latest round of polling told Politico, quote, the Democratic brand is so bad that they don't have the credibility to be a critic of Trump or the Republican Party. Until they reconnect with real voters and working people on who they're for and what their economic message is, they're going to have problems. Donald Trump sucks.
No, I don't think this is associated with the DNC. Last time I said that. No. I'm just making lights. Since you just got here, I'm making fun of the fact that so many people think that she's like trying to suggest that the DNC is behind it, or that she was suggesting that in the article, but I just don't see that.
Okay, he is a fascist who's currently dismantling civil liberties and enacting draconian immigration restrictions, among so many other atrocities. But Democrats continue to bolster centrist politicians and influencers who treat Trump as some unique threat and not a symptom of our broken system. The Democrats performatively resist Trump while voting for his policies and partnering with the Republicans on censorship laws like the TikTok ban or the Kids Online Safety Act, and sending billions of dollars to Israel to facilitate a
That was bipartisan, and nobody wanted to when it came time to enforce it, nobody wanted to fucking enforce it because they could see how unpopular it was. What's this? Let's see.
So, and
let's see. This is Brian Tyler Cohen saying that Gaza is not his lane or something. Let's turn this up.
So again, I just wish the criticism, I wish the criticism that was leveled against the Democrats, which, like, not taking that away from anybody. Everybody's entitled to their opinion on how Democrats handled Israel, Gaza. And again, it's not my lane, so I don't really, I'm not like, I don't have enough knowledge to be able to say one way or the other. But like,
what knowledge do you need to say that it's not justified to intentionally starve people or drop bombs on kids?
It has to exist in the confines.
Like, you're not going to find anything in a history book that's going to explain to you what makes that okay.
Of like, well, the alternative is going to be really fucking bad and much worse. And like, it is. And there's no doubt.
It is, but that doesn't mean that people in the meantime can't criticize what's happening now.
That like what we have now is objectively worse for people for whom that's a principal issue. That having Mike Huckabee, having Marco Rubio, and like these neocons, these uber pro-Israel neocons, that's going to make them that's going to be a lot worse objectively for that movement. And so again, all of that is to say, like, to your broader.
Yeah, but that doesn't, and this is objectively true. I don't disagree with him that they are going to be worse. If you hated what was going down under Biden, then you should oppose and hate and do everything that you can to keep Republicans out of office, because it would only accelerate the death and destruction, which is exactly what happened when Trump entered the White House. However, that did not mean that it was not right or it was unfair or it was wrong to criticize Democrats and hold them accountable for the policy decision, the policy choices that they pursued in bipartisan agreement with Republicans to arm and fund Israel, their genocide, their onslaught, which is effectively our onslaught because those are all our weapons that we transferred to them for the most part. That doesn't absolve the Democrats of responsibility, because you can always point to the Republicans, but they're going to do it worse. But they are in charge now. They're doing this now, and they're collaborating with those Republicans to get this done. It should not be okay that they did that. Doesn't mean you vote for Donald Trump. It doesn't mean you sit out the election, but it does mean that you hold your elected officials accountable.
Aside. If the Democrats really want to become relevant again, dumping tens of millions of dollars into these secretive influencer programs isn't going to do it. The party needs to stop catering to billionaires and putting the interests of their mega rich donors over hard-working people. They need to stop doing things like throwing disabled people or trans people under the bus and kissing up to far-right fascists. Instead of blowing millions of dollars funding lame pro-Democrat centrists online who ultimately have no cultural impact and only exist to feed a steady stream of chum to blue MAGA MSNBC moms, these organizations should put that money towards backing labor reporters, climate investigators.
That weird stitch that she did with the audio.
NBC moms, these organizations should put that money towards backing labor reporters, climate investigators, housing organizers, tech accountability advocates, border correspondents, on-the-ground documentarians, all of whom already command enormous trust among their communities. They should look for influencers who are doing things like scrutinizing the police, uncovering scams and fraud, documenting city council meetings, and making real change. They should fund creators who scrutinize power at all levels and attack billionaires. They should put money towards the unglamorous stuff that creates real change. They should pay for journalists' research help, FOIA fees, legal defense, pay for editors and producers and cross-platform distribution for this sort of work. And they should distribute this funding through transparent, no-strings-attached grants and contracts with explicit editorial independence clauses. The Democrats should ban these ridiculous non-disclosures around political funding and insist on radical transparency. Maybe if they can do all of that, or at least some of it, they'll be able to rebuild some modicum of credibility. In the meantime, we all need to start asking hard questions of influencers pushing political messaging. We should not be platforming people.
And like everybody who has heat for her coming for the Democratic establishment, all of a sudden, all of these people who had like, the Democrats aren't meeting the moment, they're not opposing Trump, they're weak or whatever. They don't like hearing a lot of these same criticisms and more intensely with different prescriptions than theirs. From these people, they get so ass mad. All of a sudden, they feel like I can see it in that they want to like knee jerk defend the Republicans, or no, sorry, the Democratic establishment, and be like, whoa now, like, what do you know about this? Maybe you should, trust the Democrats on electoral strategy.
People who are not open and honest about where their money is coming from. Unlike a lot of these influencers, I'm not getting tens of thousands of dollars in secret Democrat slush money. My work is supported by you, and every single dollar helps. Support my work on Patreon via the link in my bio, or buy a paid subscription to my newsletter, usermag.co. That's usermag.co. On my Patreon, I give exclusive behind-the-scenes updates on my reporting, bonus video content, monthly Q&As, bonus podcast episodes, and more. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think of this story. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Read my full Wired story on all of this, which has has a ton more detail and information via the link below. Thanks again. See you soon.
All right, so I'm dropping the link to Taylor's vid in my Twitch chat if you guys want to go watch it or watch the comments and all that and see what happens. But yeah, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me yet, you should. That way you can know when I go live, which is basically every single day. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream, please go ahead and do so. It pushes it out to other viewers and really helps with the algorithm. If you want to subscribe to me there and hit the bell, you can know when I go live on YouTube. You can also go through my past VODs, which are timestamped. That way you can go skip through and see you don't have to watch a full VOD to see my commentary on a particular topic or subject that I mentioned in the title. If you want to support me, you can sub to me on Twitch. You can gift subs throughout chat. You can use your Amazon Prime sub. You can also donate through the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighter _ on everything. And no, we're not doing her take. We will see what's happening. Mostly because I've been live for like almost 8 hours and I'm starving. And it's Friday. But who are we sending you guys to? Did I miss everything? Clearwatch, you missed a lot, unfortunately. But on YouTube, my VOD is there, so... Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Matt_NLT, for gifting 10 Tier 1 subs to my community. So everybody who is recipients of Matt's generosity, thank you so much. And please use your favorite emote of mine in your in chat or something. I don't know. The fucking yellow guy dancing is like my fave. He's my boy. Who's live on YouTube on this Friday night? Let me see. Let me check. Kid not kin. Okay, YouTube's going to Kid Not Kin. Let's see. Hell yeah, with the... Oh shoot, I actually really do like the angry love emote a lot. So, redirecting you guys to Kid Not Kin. Come on. And I'm going to be timestamping this long-ass VOD after this while I eat. It's going to be so fun. Listening back to myself at 4x speed. Just how I do it. I am so happy, you guys. I have like over 200 active subscribers right now on Twitch. I think that's like the most I've ever had. And Twitch, you are headed to... Who's live? So okay, Kid Not Kin. Everyone's going to Kid Not Kin. It's that kind of night. All right, I will see you tomorrow. Don't know when. Yeah, but we'll be back. Bye. Boom.